House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission here in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Today is Memorial Day, and so I figured it would be appropriate that today's word would be remember. The Bible talks about remembering all throughout it. God would tell the people of Israel, put a pile of rocks here. When your children say, what's that pile of rocks? You'll remember to tell them to remember what God has done. As we remember what God has done in our own life, it brings us comfort in the challenges and in the present right now. And we want to thank God for all that he's done for us individually, for our state, and for our country. So please join me as we remember. Heavenly Father, we do come before you with reverence and humility as we celebrate Memorial Day, a day that's set apart to remember. And as I mentioned, your word teaches us that remembering is holy. You commanded your people to build altars of remembrance, to recall your mighty works, and never forget those who went before. And so today we remember. We do remember the men and women who gave their lives in defense of our nation, Texans and Americans whose sacrifice was the cost of our freedom. May we never take lightly the price they paid, nor allow comfort to dull our gratitude. Help us to be faithful stewards of their legacy. Let our work here in this house be shaped by honor and humility worthy of those who served and fell. And let our laws uphold the freedoms they died to protect. Let our debates be marked by the unity they fought to preserve. May we also remember, as Scripture calls us, your own acts of mercy and deliverance. Let us not forget your hand in our history and your providence in our lives. And for those among us who carry personal memories of lost ones that they love, parents, children, siblings, friends, we ask that you would grant them comfort today. And may this Memorial Day not be just a holiday, at least for some today, but a holy moment to remember rightly and to live rightly in response. In the name of one who remembers us always, amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Stan Kitzman to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, fellow Texans, we come here once again on this memorial today to say a pledge of allegiance to our flag and the republic to which it stands. There's no symbol that means more to the people around the globe than the hope and freedom that is illustrated by that so-called piece of cloth. It's the American flag. It's the ideal we stand for, and is paid for by the blood of American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. Join me, please, in the pledge to our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate, the door
admit
of the
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 18, Van Dever, sponsor Perry, relating to the establishment and administration of certain programs and services providing health care services to rural counties, committee substitute. HB 35, Thompson, sponsor West, relating to a peer support network for first responders, committee substitute amended. HB 43, Kitzman, sponsor Sparks, relating to the Texas Agriculture Finance Authority and certain programs administered by the authority. Committee substitute amended. HB 49, Darby, sponsor Perry, relating to the treatment and beneficial use of fluid oil and gas waste and related material, including a limitation on liability for that treatment or use. HB 75, Smithy, sponsor Huffman, relating to the duty.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Metcalf, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to reduce our remarks to writing Representative Kitzman this morning.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I move to suspend the layout rule for the local consent and resolutions calendar that has been authorized to be set for 10 a.m. on Wednesday, May 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have some memorial resolutions. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules, take up and consider memorial resolution in honor of Major Jesus and Nicholas Shargaloff.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1357 by Guerin in memory of retired U.S. Army Sergeant Major Jesse Chargaloff.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, I'm honored to present a memorial resolution in remembrance of Sergeant Major retired Jesus San Nicolas Shargaloff, Jesse, or some knew him as Kedu. This resolution is especially meaningful as it honors the father of someone we're all deeply respect, Nicole Shargaloff. Nicole is a cornerstone of our team. She's dependable, thoughtful, and always ready to help. Today we honor the man that helped shape that spirit. Jesse's story began in a cave in Guam during World War II, where his mother hid from occupying forces. From the start, his life was shaped by resilience and survival. He grew up working hard on the farm, at the docks, and fishing with his father and checking crab traps in the middle of the night. He learned early in life that it was not easy, but worth giving your all. He joined the Army with a plan to become a CPA, but a dare drew him into a jump school. Though terrified, Jesse didn't back down. He froze at the door on his first jump, but instead of quitting, he asked for help. He trained harder, faced fear, and became a master parachutist, jumping hundreds, maybe thousands of times in his career. His military service was extraordinary. He served in the original Green Beret unit, the 10th Special Forces Group, where he learned the intelligence trade and built bonds that would last a lifetime. He later became first sergeant of the Military Intelligence Company in the 7th Special Forces Group at Fort Bragg, where he was known for his physical endurance, leadership, and care for his troop. He was a legend among his soldiers. He created what they called the Brown Man's Mile, a daily run that didn't start until the pace was grueling and didn't end until Jesse, the oldest man in the unit, said it did. He ran ultra marathons, including a 100-kilometer race in Belgium. He trained on the 315 step of the Heidelberg Castle and once beat the top runner in South Korea in a race through the hills near the DMZ at age 43. But his strength wasn't just physical, it was moral. When he encountered racism, he stood up for what was right, even when it meant 2 years of hard labor. He never apologized for his dignity. He never compromised his values. Due to Jesse's military service, we will never know the full extent of his contributions to our country, but we do know he served capably, honorably, and with pride. His always ready attitude, his willingness to step into danger, and his caring nature inspired the next generation of Special Forces soldiers. And yet Jesse was a humble man. He had no use for honors. He did not seek recognition. He simply lived his values quietly, consistently, and with great love. In the gallery, we are joined by Sergeant Major Charlotte's wife, Gay, his daughter Nicole, and her husband Tom, son Jay, and grandchildren Elizabeth and James. Please join them and join me in welcoming them to the Texas Capitol today. Please stand. And Mr. Speaker, could I request a moment of silence in honor of the family?
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those please rise and observe a moment of silence. The resolution is unanimously adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McQueenie moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my honor to stand before you today in the Texas House to recognize the 2025-2026 Texas State Artists. We're joined today by a remarkable group of State Poet Laureate, State Musician Classical, State Musician Non-Classical, State Two-Dimensional Artists, and State Three-Dimensional Artists. These 10 appointees were selected by a legislative appointed committee for the exceptional quality of their work and their outstanding contributions to the arts in Texas. The 2025 state artist appointees are Texas Poet Laureate Octavio Quintanilla of San Antonio, Texas State Musician Non-Classical Miranda Lambert of Austin, Texas State Musician Classical Alicia Lawyer of Houston, Texas State Two-Dimensional Artist Algabrita of Maharia of Houston, Texas State Three-Dimensional Artist Steve Parker of Austin. The 2026 state artist appointees are Texas Poet Laureate Kevin Proofer of Houston, Texas State Musician Non-Classical Nora Jones of Grapevine, Texas State Musician Classical Ana Maria Martinez of Houston, Texas State Two-Dimensional Artist Leticia Huckabee of Benbrook, Texas State Three-Dimensional Artist Linda Ridgway of Dallas, We are grateful to the Texas Commission on the Arts and the Legislative Selection Committee for their continued work of facilitating these appointments. At this time, I'd like to invite the state artists present in the House Gallery to please stand. Members, please join me in welcoming them to their Texas House. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I want to wish my son Stanley Jr. a very happy 3rd birthday. At just 3 years old, he's already shown a real interest in public service, or at least that's what he tells us. He loves coming to the Capitol to work on bills, but I'm pretty sure it's just because there's always treats in the office. He's full of curiosity, energy, and the kind of joy that keeps me grounded and reminds me why that we do the work in these chambers. And none of it would be possible without his amazing mom, Samantha, who holds our world together with love, strength, and a whole lot of grace. Happy birthday to my little man. We love you, and today the great state of Texas celebrates you. Thank you, members. You want to say something? Oh, okay.
Good job. That was awesome. Can you do a fist bump too? Boom. Happy birthday. Are you having a great day? Happy birthday.
Please excuse Ms. Bowers because of family emergency. On motion of Ms. Groven Hawkins, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on 3rd reading Senate Bill 835. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 835 by Paxson, relating the enforceability of certain non-disclosure confidentiality provisions with respect to an act of sexual abuse.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move final passage of Senate Bill 835, Trace Law.
Mr.
Ms.
Speaker,
Howard, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Leach. I really just wanted to one thing, thank you for this. You know what an issue sexual assault is in our state and how we've been working on this for years. You know that if we do not do things to make sure that we get these just horrible people off the streets, that they will continue, as you have pointed out in this bill, they would continue to abuse people. Is that not correct?
That's correct, yes.
And has this been done anywhere else?
There are other states that are beginning to advance legislation prohibiting the use of non-disclosure agreements. I would say that no state has gone as far or passed a bill as strong as the one we're about to pass. It's been a collective, collaborative effort, both sides of the aisle. Members here and in the Senate have really locked arms with survivors and with victims to draft what I consider to be not only groundbreaking legislation, but across the world, I think when you look at legislation that's meant to crack down on perpetrators and to safeguard and support victims and survivors, I really believe this is one of the strongest pieces of legislation anywhere.
I would agree with you, and I thank you very much for bringing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Howard. Thank you, members. And on behalf of those victims and survivors, I move passage of Trey's Law.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 144 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 835 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 3070. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 3070 by Hall, relating to the abolishment of the Texas Lottery Commission and the transfer of an administration of the State Lottery and Licensing and Regulation of Charitable Bingo of the Texas Commission of Licensing and Regulation, creating criminal offenses.
Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we discussed last night that moves the lottery to TDLR, and I would move passage.
Mr.
Governor
Speaker,
Hawkins, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yield
Yes,
for a couple
ma'am.
questions.
Yes, sir, I would.
So during that transition period, there will be no drop-in services, or will the community feel that, or that's going to be like, you know, back office type stuff, so they won't see any difference in during that transition period?
The intention of this bill and working with TDLR and the Lottery Commission is to make this as seamless, to do this as seamlessly as we can, so the general public should not know that anything is, I mean, they will not know if this goes right, that anything is happening.
And I appreciate that, because I know a lot of people that like to go buy the lottery tickets, so
Yes,
that's why I
ma'am.
asked. The other question I have is, I didn't understand the criminal penalty part of it. Why would that even involve any criminal penalty?
There's a criminal penalty if anybody that works for the commission buys any lottery tickets. They're prohibited by this law from participating as a player in the lottery.
So it's keeping any worker from giving them, I guess, a leg up in terms of buying tickets?
It keeps anyone employed over there from buying lottery tickets. So they're not, if you're working for TDLR in the lottery, you are not able to buy tickets, because that obviously makes it look like it could be crooked.
And then my final question is, the reason for the change, was there some malfeasance discovered?
Malfeasance is probably a good way of putting it.
Okay.
But yes, ma'am, there were obviously problems there, and we believe that TDLR can handle this. And in visiting with their staff numerous times over the last month or so, yes, ma'am, we believe that they will handle this in a better manner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield?
Yes, I
He
will.
yields for questions.
Mr. Guerin, there was a question about, I understand that the bill says that TDLR's direct employees, and this is it's fairly sizable organization that includes...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, I'm unable to hear your question. Will you speak a little louder?
You've explained that the bill would prevent, that the laws that's being proposed would prevent TDLR's, any employee within TDLR from purchasing any product from what will be the lottery commission under TDLR.
That's correct.
So that includes not only lottery tickets, but scratch-offs or anything of that sort.
That's correct.
Okay, and again, TDLR is not. This is a very large agency. With that.
It's a very large agency, obviously, and we're in the transition. TDLR is going to look at interviewing current lottery employees, but there's no guarantee that the lottery employees are coming over to TDLR.
That's fair. But my question is, so for TDLR employees who say like their job is to inspect gas pumps, because we handed that over to them a couple sessions ago, if their job is to just inspect gas pumps, they're still forbidden from buying a lottery ticket.
That is my understanding.
Okay. And when will that restriction take place? When this law goes into effect, or when the commission has been fully placed over into TDLR?
Well, the law won't go into effect until September 1, but we're going to be working through that time in order to absorb that and make the transition as smooth as possible. So it can't go into effect before September 1.
So the expectation is that both the bill's enactment and the agency's transfer would be completed by September 1st.
That is our goal.
So in that respect, does the prohibition on employees
after September 1
affect family members of those employees?
That is not addressed in this bill, but I would assume that it would.
You assume that it would affect the family members?
Yes, and
okay.
that's something that we're going to work out in conference because.
Okay,
we're
but that
gonna
is
have to
not
go to
directly
conference.
addressed in the bill?
That is correct.
Okay. And what about direct contractors to TDLR? If a separate company is providing a direct service to TDLR, they're not addressed by that prohibition either?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any intent in conference to address that issue?
Now that you brought it up, we will discuss that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that we know that everyone knows what the rules are, because my concern is that this is a large agency with a large purview with a lot of employees, and want to make sure that when this happens, people don't get caught off guard. And again, if family members are to be affected, that it's very clearly stated out which family members, to what degree of consanguinity. If there is a relationship between direct contractors, if somebody is contracted to come into TDLR to do the trash or do IT work.
Mr. Wu, we will address that with the commission as we do the conference committee report on this, and we will make sure that when the TDLR takes this over, that they will give proper notice to all employees about what they can and cannot do.
I'm sorry, just one more question. This is related to the bill, but is there anything in this bill that limits the growth of chance-based games? I'll strike that. That will limit the growth of the types of games that are being offered under the Lottery Commission, meaning that I feel like every time I go to the store, there's more and more scratch-offs, there's more and more things to purchase and buy and tempt people. Is there anything in this bill that says, hey, whatever we have, that's enough, we don't need to do more?
No, there's nothing that addresses the day-to-day operations as far as what games are offered and what are not.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would move passage.
Mr. Turner in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today, as you all know, is Memorial Day, where we honor our fellow Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. Texas is home to 1.5 million veterans who thankfully did not pay the ultimate sacrifice, but they sacrificed nonetheless. And this was mentioned yesterday in the debate on this bill, but I want to highlight before we vote the importance of one specific aspect of the Texas Lottery. One of the issues I've had the privilege of working on, and probably the most important issue I've ever worked on this body, was in my very first session in 2009, and that was to create a dedicated lottery game to benefit veterans in our state. And this was at a time, you'll recall, when we were still had a lot of troops overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan, and there were a lot of veterans returning home to Texas from the global war on terror who had immense challenges and immense needs. with respect to employment, with respect to their physical health, their mental health, and a wide array of other challenges. And in that session in 2009, we passed a law to require the lottery to have a dedicated scratch-off ticket to provide funding, needed funding for the Fund for Veterans Assistance. The Fund for Veterans Assistance had already been established under the Texas Veterans Commission, but there was no revenue stream allocated for it. And so the idea was to have a dedicated lottery game to provide the majority of that revenue. And I'm really proud to say that after 16 years, that game has been an immense success for our veterans in this state. It has raised to date more than $260 million. That's more than $250 million to help our veterans. And in fact, just last week, Governor Abbott announced a record-breaking, I'm reading from his press release, record-breaking $46.3 million in grants to serve veterans and their families. These grants are being distributed to 175 organizations across the state, and the grants are expected to serve more than 40,000 veterans and their families for purposes such as clinical counseling, employment support, financial assistance, home modification, homeless veteran support, peer support services, pro bono legal services, referral services, supportive services, transportation programs, and veteran treatment courts. And so, members, as you vote on this bill, there are a lot of reasons discussed yesterday, all good ones, why this bill is important and why it needs to pass. But I want you to just know also that while it's a relatively small aspect of the lottery overall, the impact that the Veterans Scratch-Off Ticket has is immense for the men and women who have served our state and sacrificed, and the families have sacrificed in service to our nation. And by voting yes on this bill, you will continue to support our veterans in Texas.
Will the gentleman
Does
yield
the gentleman
for
yield for
questions?
questions?
Of course.
He yields for questions.
Representative Turner, I appreciate you addressing the benefit to our veterans on this Memorial Day with the passage of this bill and the continuation of lottery in the state of Texas. There's another issue that I want to ask you about because I have constituents ask me about it really all the time. And so, of course, while today is Memorial Day, every day in the Texas House is Education Day because we've yet to pass school finance for our neighborhood public schools in the state of Texas, which are in desperate need of some resources. And I always get the question, why don't our schools have the money they need? I thought the lotto money was supposed to go to our schools. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I get that question a lot too, Representative Hinojosa. I thought the lottery was going to solve all of our education funding issues. You know, the lottery, of course, was created well before you or I ever got elected to this chamber. You know, I think my understanding, you know, back in the early 90s when it was passed was, you know, there were a lot of funding challenges and it was part of a plan to help raise revenue for the state to help pay for education and other things. But I don't think it was ever represented as it's going to be the singular source of education funding in the state. And while it is an important source, I think we heard yesterday $2 billion a year in revenue to the state that does go to public education. That's not insignificant. It is still a small percentage of the overall education budget in the state. So it's an important thing that we continue to, because that revenue is valuable, both for education and for veterans, as I mentioned, but it's obviously not anywhere close to the whole pie, so to speak.
And isn't it the case that one of the issues is that the lotto money doesn't supplement the state's responsibility to our public schools and school funding? Rather, it supplants the money. Did I say that right? Yes. It supplants the money that should be going to our neighborhood public schools.
That's exactly right. It is not on top of the existing education budget. It is part of the foundational education budget. So it does not supplement, it supplants. You're exactly right.
I think that Texans are of the belief that it is supposed to supplant. And I think that Texans, from what I hear from constituents, believed that was the deal when we first initiated this legislation before you and I got here. And so I raise this topic because I do think it is worthy to, in future sessions, try to work on having that fund actually supplant the money we put into our neighborhood schools and the state's share of that money rather than, supplement rather than supplant that money.
Absolutely. I'd love to work with you on that. Hopefully we can do that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I urge you to vote yes on this bill, members. Thank you.
Mr. Guerin to close.
I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 27 nays. Senate Bill 3070 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 22. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 22 by Huffman relating to the Texas Moving Image Industry Incentive Program and the establishment and funding of the Texas Moving Image Industry Incentive Fund.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know we have some questions, but I'd like to put on an amendment and then take the questions, if that'd be okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
I'm going to ask the gentleman to yield for a question, but he asked me to wait until they put the amendment on.
Following amendment. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hunter.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm calling this the Hayes Amendment. He brought up a good question yesterday. If you remember, we talked about $500 million. It will be $300 million. Move adoption.
Question. I've got a question on the amendment. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Harrison, for what
will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for a quick question?
Gentleman yield for questions on the amendment?
Just a clarifying question on the amendment, yes. Is
Gentleman
this,
yields.
I'm just trying to figure out, with the amendment, what is the total dollar amount for this biennium that would or could be, what's the threshold, the maximum that could be appropriated and expended this biennium if your amendment goes on?
$300 million.
Okay, so it's not additive. I understand there was a
No.
200 line in there, so this is the most that would be spent is 300. That's what this amendment does.
We're actually lowering it. What we're doing is clarifying that it's $300 million.
And that's the most that could be expended
Yes.
this biennium is 300 on this
Correct.
program. Thank you.
Mr. Hunter sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair is on. The amendment is adopted. Anyone wishing to speak on for or against Senate Bill 22? Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to speak in favor of the bill.
Members, I just want to say in regards to this bill, because there's been some discussion about Tarrant County and how we've benefited. And I just want to say when I was elected in 2014, the Fort Worth Stockyards had about 3 million visitors a year. And in the time that I've been here in these 5 terms, the Fort Worth Stockyards now they're approaching 9 million visitors a year. And it's been because of films like Yellowstone and 1883, and Taylor Sheridan has really helped put Fort Worth in Texas on the map. And people say, well, this is an incentive. Well, let me tell you what it is. It's one of the best investments that Fort Worth has ever seen. Mr. Speaker, can I get order, please?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
So I'm going to give you one example. When people come to Fort Worth, because I represent the Fort Worth Stockyards, I love taking them down Exchange Street. And I love taking them to the White Elephant. And what I love is when I turn and I see somebody, and I see those brand new shiny boots, and I say, did you just get those at Letty's? And they say, yeah, I did. And I said, that hat too, huh? And they say, yeah, I sure did. And he says, and my wife's too. And you know then, they're probably wearing about $10,000. And they're staying at the Drover Hotel. And besides that, when they get to know Fort Worth, it's not just Cowtown. It's rich in culture. They get to experience our museums. So the benefit for Fort Worth has been enormous. So it is time that we use this film, the growth of film. And it's not just the actors that are going to move here. It's all the people that are building the sets. It's all the people that do the post-production. We are going to take over the film industry. They're moving here from California. We're going to create and continue to expand on one of the greatest exports that this country has, and that's film. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chairman Hunter, for all the work on this great bill.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is really a unique speech for me because I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. So as an individual from Michigan who have been here in Texas 45 years before my hair was gray, I have fallen in love with the state of Texas because of its ambiance, what it has to offer, and the beautiful nature of what's going on here in Texas. The only thing I knew about Texas, specifically San Antonio, was about the gringos, the cowboys, and when I came here, I saw real goats and cows, not just in books. So for me, this bill represents what I consider a more true reflection of Texas. And I'm proud to be a joint author on this, having worked on this. This is the third session. And recognizing that the state of Texas has the land space, has the beauty, has the people. Now, being from Bexar County or in Bexar County, currently we're investing about $500 million in the Alamo. When I first came here 45 years ago, the Alamo was just one little building that was crumbling. The investments that are currently being made in the Alamo is now developed the original fort, have purchased all the property around there, and it will truly be a beacon of light for Bexar County. When people come to see the Alamo, it will be a real tourism destination. So for me, that's so important. Along with the fort will come being able for people to see the beauty, the real beauty of Texas. I've had the great pleasure as the State Caucus Tourism Chair to see different things from Nacogdoches, Texas, so from South Texas, North Texas, East Texas, West Texas, all of those things that Texas brings to the United States will be demonstrated in a way through the movie industry. I'm looking forward.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez for a purpose.
I'll be happy, I just want to finish this one piece.
Not at this time.
I'm looking forward for our young people in Michigan and up north seeing the black cowboys and the black cowgirls and the black farmers. So I'm excited about what can happen through the movie industry, and I'll yield for questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Garcia, the chair is sufficiently chastised. For what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Lady yield for questions.
I do.
Lady yields.
Representative, did you know that I used to work in Hollywood?
Oh, I didn't. As an actress or as what?
I worked in operations, I worked in marketing. I launched actually the very first major Hollywood Latino movie studio, a division of Lionsgate.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this business come to Texas. In Dallas, I used to write, produce, and direct local television commercials, and it would have been nice to not have to follow my dreams all the way to Hollywood and potentially have had stayed here. I did want to address some of the concerns that some of our colleagues and community members are raising. I wanted to discuss that with you. If we could discuss that the concerns that it is not responsible use of taxpayer dollars to bring this industry here at this time. Can you tell me a little bit about your thoughts pertaining to that criticism?
I'll be happy to. You know, sometimes you have to make investments to be able to grow an economy. One thing I liked about being in Texas, and particularly San Antonio, is the multiple revenue streams that are able to come. So when the downturn in the economics occurred, we didn't feel it as much because we had so many industries that we were drawing money from. So when people are concerned about the taxpayer dollars, we're talking about tax credits, we're talking making these investments up front. The investments we make up front is going to help us keep our young people home here. Mm-hmm. And what I love most about that, particularly in Bexar County and in my district, I say it like this: we have old people and babies. All our young people leave to go other places for bigger and greater opportunities. So for me, those investments are generational because we're able to expand our college and university curriculum. We're also able to keep our young people who are interested in the arts home. So to me, the investment is well worth it. If we can invest in bricks and mortar projects and space projects, we've got to invest in the storytelling of the great stories here in Texas. So for me, the investments is well worth it. Now, some people say the rate of return is not what is expected. Sometimes rate of return is not based on monetary. Sometimes it's those other side things that the rate of return come, and that is investment in our colleges and universities, investments in keeping our young talent home so they don't have to go to New York or they don't have to go to California or they don't have to go to other places seeking this interest. So I think it's well worth it.
Thank you. If we can dive a little deeper into residents and keeping more Texans here to pursue this career. It's also being criticized that the lowered residency requirement is 35% Texas-based crew. Can you elaborate on why it was 35% of Texas residency is what's going to be required to work in film?
I'll be happy to because I've been part of those discussions. So the residency rate is lower and will increase, but it's lower now because we know it's a beginning, it's a baseline. And so we have to be realistic anytime we initiate new programming. So we can say 70%, but we already know there's not 70% that are prepared at this moment, okay? So when we start at 35%, we're gonna now be able to help young people grow, get degrees in these areas, get experience in this area. And the goal is at any point to have 100%. But right now, through the bill, through our conversations, we wanted to be realistic about what we can do in the beginning stages.
Thank you, Representative. That makes perfect sense.
Thank you for asking the questions.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yield for a couple of questions?
Lady yield for questions?
I'll be happy to.
Lady yields.
Representative Gervin Hawkins, you know we're all in this room to learn, right?
We are.
And I'm learning as much as you are about this whole process, about filmmaking, but I lived in San Antonio. My first job was in San Antonio after college. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't.
And I certainly think San Antonio is a great location for a film to be made. You came to Abilene, I believe, a few years ago and spoke at one of our chamber banquets, did you not?
I did.
And in that time that you spent in my hometown, did you think Abilene was a great, hospitable place for maybe a filmmaker to choose for a future location?
No doubt about it. You know, what I saw about Abilene was cultural diversity. What I saw was loving people who embraced me. What I saw was a lot of land space. And what I saw was a community on the move. So no doubt this bill is going to help your community.
Representative Gervin Hawkins, you know, there are a lot of documentaries about sports and athletics and different things about the Chicago Bulls and the Boston Red Sox and different things. Do you think it's time that we make a documentary about the Iceman and the finger roll?
I think you're on to something, sir. But not only about the greatness of the finger roll and the Iceman that I've had the great pleasure to know all of my life, but also how he got there, Representative Lambert. You know, what people don't know is the road to success. I remember when my brother was the little skinny kid who no one thought that he could ever play basketball, okay? And I'll tell you, I'm gonna date myself a little bit. When he started playing basketball, it was with a peach basket nailed to an electric pole in the alley. He was so determined to play that he committed himself every evening to put up at least 1,000 shots an evening and perfected his shot. He was so, not to mention this, I want to add this. When he was in high school, he was 5'9". Over one summer, he grew 6 inches. And so what I love about that story that you just mentioned, and so we got to tell the film writers about this, is that a young skinny kid, we used to call Twiggy, became one of the greatest NBA players of all time. And I've had the great pleasure of seeing him from the little one to the successful one. So I think it's a great story.
Thank you, Representative.
Ladies' time has expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to speak in favor of the bill of Harris.
Mr. Speaker, members, interestingly, I've been on 2 TV shows. One is Survivor, which is a juggernaut. It's been around forever. Kyle just won season 48. Another is a show called Sisters-in-Law, which Representative Pearson probably doesn't want to tell you, but she was one of the people on that show. And when I was on Survivor, what I noticed was that there were people everywhere that traveled with us across the world in order to help produce this show that's made millions and millions and millions of dollars. I didn't know what a grip was. There were people who mic'd us. There were people who filmed us. There were people who fed us and made sure when we got voted out, because there's a whole thing when you get voted out, where they have to make sure that you're taken care of. I had no idea of the industry, but I was just a cast member on Survivor, so I didn't understand that. But what I did learn from being on Survivor is every time Survivor would go to a location, the tourism in that location picked up. When they told me that I was going to be on Survivor Palau, I literally had no clue where Palau was. I was like, where's that? They were like, it's in Micronesia. I was like, where's Micronesia? Now, Palau is a place where people go for tourism, because whether we like it or not, people pay attention to what's on TV and in the movies, whether we deserve it or not. And then I had the opportunity to be on a show called Sisters-in-Law. As I said before, Rep. Pearson was on that show. And what I found out was I was able to get local makeup artists jobs on that show because people wanted our faces to be fixed, and we hired them. We had someone who made sure that we got paid every week. So we had accountants on the show. We had people who filmed us. So what I'm saying to you is people pay attention to what's on TV. We recently tried to get a film studio to build in the surrounding area of Houston, and it did not happen. We lost that film studio to Louisiana. Why do we lose that film studio? Because Louisiana offers tax incentives. Whether we like it or not, the TV and film industry, it's an industry that people pay attention to, whether we do or not. And this body has offered incentives just recently on, let me make sure I get this straight, about sports. And then we have South by Southwest, which we're known around the world for. People come in here, you literally cannot get a hotel room when South by Southwest is here because people want to know what's going on in the entertainment industry. And I think that we should extend this to TVs and movies. And so this bill is about jobs, growth, and keeping Texas competitive. And I believe that if we build it, they will come. I respectfully urge for you to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Members, please excuse Ms. Terry Leo Wilson because of important business. On motion of Mr. Hunter, is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to close on the bill.
Anybody that would like a movie made or Screen Actors Guild, we're right over here on the side. Kidding. Yes, I'll
Mr.
yield
Speaker.
for questions.
Ms. Flores, for purpose. Gentleman yield
Will
for
the
questions.
gentleman yield for
yields.
questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman Hunter, we've had several conversations. As you know, I serve as the vice chair for the Cultural, Recreation, and Tourism Committee,
Yes.
and I have great interest in this bill. We worked on it last session too, when I was still on that committee, and I know that they have lowered the threshold from the 70%, the 55. We lowered from 70 to 55, now it's gone down to the 35. My questions for you, and we've had lots of conversations about my concerns and my interest in seeing that percentage be higher because we want to ensure that Texas residents are hired for these jobs that are coming to Texas. So we want to make sure that we take the opportunities, and I appreciate Martinez Fisher's about working with the community college to train up our workforce. So my question to you is that on the conversation that we've had, was going to file an amendment that would have asked that give extra incentives, an extra percentage of an incentive to those companies that are good actors, no pun intended, but that will hire up to 70% if they are able. So this incentive would have provided extra dollars to those companies who are doing extra work to make sure that we can hire a higher percentage of Texas workers. Do you think that we would be able to work on that together to make sure that those companies that hire up to 70% can get an extra incentive for their efforts?
Thank you for bringing it up. You and I have had several discussions, and you've been very passionate about it, and you've got some great points. And the projections show that we could probably almost already go up to 50%. And I am willing to work with you and do everything we can to increase the percentage. It's a great idea.
Thank you, because I would like to see those companies that are really working to hire Texas labor to make sure that if they reach that 70% threshold, that they could have a little extra money incentives to help them out. So I appreciate you wanting to work with me to try to work that in.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Paris, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Morales.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. You know, my initial reaction was not to vote in favor of this bill when our schools are falling apart and people are worried about paying the rent. But I did speak with someone in my community who is a small business owner and happened to be a production company, a small filmmaking production company. One is down the street from my house called the Story Hive. And so I just want to know if they've been involved at all in shaping this legislation, and will they have a role in some of the funds that are going to be appropriated?
The answer is yes. And a lot of the small businesses, especially in this area, have been involved. We'll encourage it, and especially in the application process. And some of the criteria we're putting in, we've added rural, which has not been put in, and we've got the small businesses. Absolutely, because Texas is known as a place to help small business.
That's great. So people from local and small communities will be able
Yes.
to get employed through some of these funds.
Yes.
And so will there be opportunities to have that ongoing dialogue with these folks?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I appreciate that you came to our desk earlier and we're talking a
Absolutely.
little bit. And so would there be opportunities with community colleges as well to hopefully employ some of those kids, our young people who want to get involved in this industry?
Absolutely. I can't believe the representative from Abilene forgot to mention TSTC. What is going on over here? But they would be involved as well as community college. It's one of the great things about this with the guardrails, we're involving the community colleges and those great sort of colleges that we've got.
Thanks for answering my questions.
Sure.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. I do really appreciate it. And I appreciate the conversation we've already shared on this. And so while I do have questions about how the reimbursement mechanism works, we've already talked about sharing that information more broadly and in greater detail than we can do here. So I appreciate that. I want to ask about the mechanics of the whole thing. It's set up through the Texas Treasury Safekeeping Company, grant making through the governor's office. Is that correct? And ostensibly to promote Texas culture and values. So I'm just going to be honest. There are folks that have concern over that piece, and the concern is there any way that we can guard against this becoming a political exercise?
Well, I don't think it's supposed to be political. We've got the criteria, and you got to remember the oversight will be through the governor's office, and historically it's been real good. We did try to get some clarifying in the definitions, but Representative, I think we'll be fine.
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear the gentleman.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Thank you. The other concern is on similar types of reimbursement projects, either through the federal government or the state government. I have folks that have come at me with concerns about the possibility of qualifying for a grant or a reimbursement, only to see that qualification be rescinded at the end of a project. So they lay out all the money, they go through the time and spend the effort, and then end up shortchanged at the end. How can our folks that participate in these programs have confidence that that won't happen?
It's a great question because they want to be guaranteed that they get reimbursed. What happens is at the end of the project, there is an audit, the expenses are turned in, it is there, and it has the required language that if they meet the requirements, they meet the audit, they would be repaid.
I like that, thank you. And then lastly, and this one's important to me, even before walking into the election this year, last season, I was informed of groups in and around Houston that are working on a Holocaust documentary that will highlight. Y'all serious? I can't even hear. I can't hear myself.
You had mentioned that you had talked with a group that was looking at developing
A Holocaust documentary.
a film or documentary on Holocaust. I have been talking to a group as well in Texas and talking about Texas families. And so that is, it looks like a group that will be looking at this program, and it provides a great point in history.
To me, that's a good enough reason to vote for this by itself. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for 3 quick questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yield for 3 questions.
Just to
Yes.
hammer the point home so people know what we're talking about. Mr. Chairman, did you know that the film No Country for Old Men was set in Texas?
Was set in Texas?
The story is set in Texas.
I
The
did.
The movie was filmed in New Mexico.
I knew it was out of state.
Did you know that the film Hell or High Water is set in Texas?
Did not.
It was filmed in New Mexico. And obviously the film The Dallas Buyers Club is set in Texas. But it was filmed in New Orleans.
New Orleans when it's called Dallas Buyers Club.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Members, hold. Mr. Metcalf is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 22 to designate the following members as co-sponsors. Lalani.
Members, you've heard the motion. Subject to adoption. Motion, chair is not so ordered. Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 22. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Romero voting aye, Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Luther voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 22 finally passes.
Good job.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
I move that all the remarks yesterday on SB 25 and all future remarks on SB 25 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Objection to adoption of the motion. Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose? The chair recognizes Mr. Buckley, Dr. Buckley, for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit Senate Bill 568 to the Committee on Public Education.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is none. The motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, one moment. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Education meet while the House is in session today at 12 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agriculture Museum, to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Education will meet today at 12 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, did you have a question on the upcoming bills? That I want to make sure I recognize you when you need to.
I've got two situations.
Okay,
The
Ms.
first
Gervin Hawkins,
one-
for what purpose?
Can we put all the comments on Senate Bill 22 in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
The next will be for the next bill. Thank
Understood.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes. Chair lays out on third reading SJR 27. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 27 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment regarding the membership of the State Commission on Judicial Conduct, the membership of the tribunal to review the Commission's recommendations, and the authority of the Commission, the tribunal, and the Texas Supreme Court to more efficiently sanction judges and justices for judicial misconduct.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 27 10 minutes until 11:30 a.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the motion? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 25. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 25 by Colcourse, relating to health and nutrition standards to promote healthy living, including requirements for food labeling, primary and secondary education, higher education, and continuing education for certain healthcare professionals, authorizing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Ms. Goodwin, just to make sure you're aware, we were going to lay out an amendment. If you want to ask the bill author questions on the bill, you can either do so now, otherwise you'd have to wait till she closes. Either way,
I would prefer now if
Okay.
she's open to answering.
There's a
some
gentlelady here
questions.
for questions. Lady is for questions.
Thank you, Representative Holt. So I just wanted to clarify a few things in your bill. I like the bill, especially the intention and the idea behind it. But just to be clear on some points, regarding the changes to PE and recess time, if a student doesn't complete his or her homework, according to the bill, the teacher would not be able to hold that student in during a recess or PE period to complete that homework, correct?
Recess and PE are not allowed to be used as any form of discipline or punishment. The teacher needs to find another way to do so.
Well, punishment, right, but I mean, they may say you didn't get your homework done or you have some tutoring need that you have. They can't use it for, that's not really punishment necessarily. They can't use it for additional tutoring time or they can't take away recess time for.
Correct, you cannot take away recess.
Okay. I believe yesterday you said that you didn't hear from many school districts about the requirement to add PE as 2 more semesters of PE for middle and high school, I believe it is. And so, is that correct? You did not hear from any school districts saying that that would be.
They did not reach out directly to me, no. There were other groups, but no one reached out directly to me to talk about the concern. The concern about that was very small and was brought up in the committee hearing, which again, what I talked about yesterday, was Representative Busey worked with me on the language, which was why we added the parental exemption. And that, as far as I knew, that solved all the problems.
The parental exemption is for kids that have to for traveling sports, is that correct?
Say that again?
The parental exemption that Busey's amendment added was for kids that are in sports where they travel?
No, it's for anything. It could be for any sport, any activity outside of school. So someone does ballet or gymnastics. My son plays ice hockey. There's a lot of different options where
so that could count.
That can count. Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the university. Funding for a health-related institution or university such as Dell Medical School at UT is going to be contingent upon that institution developing a nutrition curriculum for the students at that institution. Is that correct?
For them to receive state grants, yes.
State grants?
Yes.
And what are those state grants for?
For funding, like you said. So
Just general funding, not funding related to this law?
Not funding related to this law, yes.
Okay. Okay, there were several amendments to the bill yesterday, and I know you have another one coming up, but just regarding the ones that were added yesterday regarding labeling, can you please explain how the law will function as currently amended? Or will your upcoming amendment change that?
Only slightly. It's clarifying. So the intention, and with the one specific that got on about the labeling and the federal preemption, some of it is already understood and doesn't necessarily need to be in the bill. And that is if the federal government bans one of these ingredients, well, then the label would not apply because the manufacturers could not put the banned ingredient in their food. So then there would be no label. If the federal government does their own label, well, that would, of course, preempt our label. So there would not be two labels.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation because I know some of the food companies or retailers had a concern about multiple labels and
right, which that's it doesn't even need to be in the bill. That is just how it would work. But it's fine that it is clarified.
Okay. The bill says the advisory committee will provide education on the effects of ultra-processed foods. How do you envision they will provide that education, or is that something that will be handled through rulemaking?
There's a lot of that will be done through rulemaking. They make their recommendations. There is a ton of rulemaking that is mentioned all throughout this bill, and that is what is used for the curriculum recommendations when you're talking about the education piece.
I mean, are they educating the public as a whole? Are they educating the universities or K through 12 or
it's all of that, all of the above.
Okay, all right. In your bill, it says that the department will create a nutritional guidelines webpage. Which department is that?
Dishes.
Okay, all right. How would the law work with the rules of the FDA? Page 10 has rules on labeling. Do these rules conflict at all with FDA rules?
So on the labeling, the label has to do with an ingredient not being fit for human consumption in other Western countries, which are listed, and that's what the label will say. So currently, again, and I kind of talked about this yesterday, how we do our food process and additives here versus how other countries do them. These companies can self-report and self-certify that an ingredient is safe through what we call generally recognized as safe, or GRAS. Other countries don't do that. So if you're saying if it conflicts, yes, that's the point. That is why we're doing this bill, because there has been so much lobbying for decades, and it's why we have so many of these additives in our food that other countries do not have. It's why our Fruit Loops are very different than Canadian Fruit Loops and Fruit Loops for the UK. It's why our ketchup is different from Canadian ketchup and British ketchup.
And so, last question, just to make sure I fully understand. So if the FDA said, now that Texas is showing people that this is in their Fruit Loops, let's ban that, then that would remove the necessity for this label.
Correct.
Okay.
If an ingredient is banned, then none of the manufacturers can put it in their food. Therefore, the label would not apply.
Right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you answering
thank
my
you.
questions.
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
Yes, with the gentle lady accepting.
Yes.
Lady yield for questions. Lady
I
yields.
will.
Yes, Representative, I wanted to thank you for accepting my amendment yesterday.
Yes.
And the House did support the bill with the amendments on it. And I just wanted to know, what is your commitment to ensure that the House amendments will remain on the bill once it's sent back?
Oh, the House was very clear on your amendment, making sure that to clarify the language. And the intention was to not have any student have to pay for an extra course. And so that's the intention of it. Your language helped to clarify that. And I am definitely committed to making sure that that stays on. And I know, and Senator Kolkhorst is as well.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Lady, yield for questions.
I know
Lady
we're
yields.
probably almost out of time, so I might wait till the closing, but can you expand a little bit on the Attorney General's role in your bill?
Yes, so we removed the bill changed from the original, and so it was to remove the civil cause of action. So we moved it to the Attorney General's office.
So right now, functionally, how would that work? If the Attorney General suspects that...
No, someone would have to report it.
Are you sure? Because I'm going to go back and look at that language because I think it gives the Attorney General the power just to kind of not have to have a reporting process, but for them to, if they have a suspicion that they could take action without reporting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they would know without, they'd have to find out somehow.
I think one of my concerns in full transparency is that one component of the bill because we've seen in nonprofits that even without a report, the Attorney General has targeted some nonprofits without even getting a report. And so I'll look at that and come back to you, and I'm so sorry. I know we're in third reading.
This isn't about nonprofits, right? This is about manufacturers, and if they are not complying with our law, that would be intentional. They are all aware. This is the heaviest lobbyist, the most heavy lobbyist bill. Like, they know.
Right, and no one's asking me from the lobby. I just have questions about because I work in the Attorney General component, I think, is an area in which I've always had questions for any of the pieces of legislation because I know it's not about nonprofits and about manufacturers, but we have seen without outlined processes where some people could be.
Ladies, time has expired.
I'll ask in the closing. Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Van Dever.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know a third reading amendment is not something any of us really want to do, but I really feel like we need to consider this and try to get this amendment on today. The amendment simply strikes the word guidance from the amendment that I put on last night, or from the bill now. FDA on their website has this statement: guidance documents do not establish legally enforceable responsibilities and thus are not binding on FDA or the public. Instead, guidances describe the agency's current thinking on a topic and should be viewed only as recommendations unless specific regulatory or statutory requirements are cited. So again, the whole purpose of my amendment last night was to bring clarity to the food labeling process. And I believe we can see that if we leave the word guidance in without it having any enforceable, legally enforceable responsibilities, I believe we're actually creating more confusion in the labeling process. And so I ask you to stick with me on this. I know it takes 100 votes, but I really believe we need to accept this amendment to strike the word guidance from the amended bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Harris-Stavalo, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I really appreciate you bringing this amendment. And, just to clarify, the amendment that got on yesterday, it still does cede some power to the federal government over the state of Texas and over our laws. Is that correct?
I wouldn't use the words you're using.
Okay.
I think
but the general concept that if the federal government says
preemption,
the ingredient is
yes,
safe.
it is a preemption amendment.
Yes, but in this amendment that you're proposing today, it does make that yesterday's amendment better because it does take it at least out of the hands of a mid-level bureaucrat, like we talked about yesterday, from being able to put this guidance in place. And the concern I think that we had discussed yesterday is we didn't want to see a mid-level bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. and one of these agencies go through this entire list of ingredients and put out guidance, between now and when the bill went into effect, and then just completely kill the bill even when it went into effect. And so I really appreciate you striking that and at least taking care of that concern.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lawson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for one question?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Sure.
Gentleman yields.
Is this amendment acceptable to my desk mate?
It is acceptable to your desk mate.
Thank you.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Mr. Van Dever sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to Ms. Lawson's desk mate. All those in favor, is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair is none, the amendment is adopted. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 25? Chair recognizes Mr. Wu in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I know I'm going to take again an unpopular position, but this bill is not the bill that we need. This bill was something when we started with it was hopeful, was a great opportunity to do what we've needed to do for many generations, to improve our food supply, to improve our health, to improve our nutrition, to rely less on pharmaceutical needs to keep us healthy, to focus on healthy living and many other things. But this bill is now a boondoggle. This bill is now a mishmash of different things, none of which actually do anything. The requirements for extra PE time, fantastic, great, amazing. But what about everything else? That half an hour of PE, the half an hour of recess, it doesn't change what happens at home. It doesn't change the 6-7 hours a kid is going to be sedentary in front of their pad, in front of their phone, in front of their tablet, in front of their computer, in front of their everything that they have. It doesn't change that. An extra half an hour of recess doesn't fix that. Having a nutrition class in school doesn't change the fact that a significant portion of our society does not have access to nutritious foods. What is the point of telling kids they need to eat better when there is no way for them to accomplish that goal? We have asked it for the expansion of free lunches. Like my very first session here, one of the biggest fights that I was a part of, unexpectedly, was a fight involving on a budget. An effort to strip a $10 million item out of the school budget. And that $10 million, all it would have done was provide kids who are so poor, who are so desperate for food, that the schools have to give them a sack lunch to take home for the weekend on Friday afternoon, so that they would have something, a peanut butter sandwich, an apple, a juice box on Saturday, a peanut butter sandwich, an apple, and a juice box on Sunday. That's what we were going to provide the neediest kids in our school, in our state. And we had members of this House, almost a majority, voting to strip even that $10 million out of the budget. To say that we are going to fix health, to make our families be better, live longer, and take up fewer medical resources, and not provide the things that we actually need? Talk to your constituents back home. Ask them why they don't eat healthier. I promise you, you will get a very similar answer from almost everyone. There's no time. There's no ability. We can't. Because mom and dad are both working 12, 14-hour days, working multiple jobs. They're just trying to make ends meet. They don't have time to come home and actually prepare a meal with fresh food, fresh vegetables, fresh meats, fresh grains, fresh fruits. And we talk about this like, oh, well, I mean, skill issue. But this is a problem that is pervasive through our entire society. We used to think, well, this is just the underclass. This is just the poor. But this issue is spreading even well into the middle class now. Talk to people who are in the middle class. Did you consider that they're like us? They're like most people here. They're middle class, somewhere around there. They're going to tell you the same thing. We don't have the time. We don't have the resources because guess what? Fresh foods are more expensive than processed foods. If you didn't know that, I don't know where you've been. But there's a reason why people who don't have a lot, there is a reason why their health is so bad. There is a reason why obesity is epidemic among the poor. Because cheap, processed, unnutritious, heavy in fat, heavy in salt, heavy in sugar, heavy in preservatives, heavy in additives, heavy in poisons. Those are the items that are cheap. The prepackaged, the processed, the frozen, the items that are easy, the ones you can just throw in the microwave and who cares if it's good for you, what it tastes like, as long as we're not hungry anymore. This is the great shame of this bill. This is the great shame of this bill. That it purports to be a panacea, a cure for what ails us, a cure for long ailments that our societies have had. But it's a placebo. It's a sugar pill. It's designed to make you think you're doing something when you're not. It's designed to take your attention away from the core problems that we have in our society. If you want to make kids healthier, if you want to make families healthier, then we should focus on the family. We should be asking why parents don't have enough time to prepare nutritious meals. We should be asking why our schools aren't serving good food as an example to our kids. If you want people to do better, the state should set the example. Time and time again, that's what I teach my kids. Why do I do what I do? Why do I teach my kids the way I teach my kids? Because I want to set an example for them. We should be healthier, but we should be healthier through example, through prompting, through encouragement, and not through a gun to your head. And having all these nutritional labelings, I think these are great ideas, but you know what? Consumers already have told us that the labeling that exists now is already confusing to them. It's already more than they can tolerate. It's already more than they can process. They look at those labelings and they look at the calories and they just throw their hands up about the rest of it. Adding more labeling is not going to fix that. Scaring people into saying like, well, all these things are in here. Whether they're good, bad, or ugly, we don't know, but they're in here. That doesn't help consumers. In fact, if anything else, when they see that all that additional labeling and says, well, this is the same thing I've seen before, their reaction is just going to throw their hands up and say, forget it. I'm just going to buy the cheap stuff and move on. We're not providing families the pathways that they actually need to be healthy. We got so many doctors in this body. Ask the doctors what would actually make people healthier. Ask the doctors what would actually improve obesity. Exercise, good food, great. Let's do those things. It's not in this bill. I mean, unless you count the 30 minutes of recess. But we should be helping families at home. We should be promoting things. We should be, like, if you want to say, like, hey, any family that wants to sign up for, like, the local pool, the state will help you pay for your membership to your local pool, or something like that. Get exercise. Go out there. The state should we should go be supporting after-school soccer programs, after-school baseball programs, after-school everything that actually gets kids moving, gets kids active. We should be doing those things, but we're not. Don't vote for a sugar pill. Don't vote for a placebo, because if you believe that this is all that it takes, then we will not come back and actually do the work that is needed to be done. We will not actually take the steps that needs to be taken. We will not invest the money that we actually need to invest to make kids and families healthier. I ask you to vote no and let us start fresh on a bill that actually does what we seek.
Ms. Hinojosa in favor.
Mr. Speaker and members, I stand here in support of this legislation. I'd like to thank the author for accepting the very sensible amendment yesterday by Representative Ward Johnson to make sure that we're not adding extra burdens to Texans who are trying to get a higher education, considering the cost of higher education today. The inspiration behind this bill comes from a place that I think that we can all acknowledge is a problem, and that is corruption in the way that we label at the federal level and approve different products that go into foods. There is a problem in Washington, and there should be bipartisan support to address that and fix that. And I appreciate what the author is doing to address that and the work she's put into this bill. But I want to give a special shout out today to work that has been done since the 85th legislative session that ended up in this bill that we are voting on today. And that is the work by Representative Allen, Dr. Alma Allen, who has carried a bill that bans the use of recess for punishment for students, which happens all too often in our schools. Kids get told, if you don't behave in class, you can't go out to recess with your friends. That is wrong. It is a tool that teachers use too often. It's been a problem we've known about for a long time. Dr. Allen has filed a bill on it in the 85th legislative session, in the 86th legislative session, in the 87th legislative session, in the 88th legislative session, and this session as well. We passed that bill. It is good policy. And sometimes what we do as members is we socialize an idea, and then our work gets picked up by other members and catches a ride on other bills. I want to thank Representative Hall for including that legislation, that very sensible policy in this bill. And let's hope it makes its way to the governor's desk so it can become law, so we no longer have children being punished by taking away their recess when they need it to be healthy and to be happy every day in school. I urge your support for this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I oppose SB 25 for several reasons. First, this bill hurts small businesses the most. Countless Texas-based businesses will be impacted by this bill. Businesses that have operated for many years and found success in their distinct brands and products. These new and burdensome regulations are being rammed through the legislature, and we're about to vote on it. Even though stakeholders to this day feel that they weren't given the respect of having their opinions sought out. When small business owners pleaded for understanding and time to phase these changes in, they were met with either we're not going to let the federal government boss us around, or the White House called and they want this bill passed. I'm surprised that the Republican Party of Small Government and Business Advocacy are ramming this through the process in this way, with so many stakeholders raising alarm about the fiscal impacts on their businesses and possible harm to the workforce. But to help you understand, I'll share that my parents own a Mexican snack business based in Oak Cliff called Mex Snacks in Representative Anchiez's district. Many of you are familiar with the brand and have enjoyed it here on the House floor plenty of times. My family's owned this business since 1986 and started it when my dad recognized the lack of Mexican snack foods being sold not only in Dallas but in Texas as a whole. What started small has grown into a regional brand. The bill's proposed bans on key ingredients on the products produced and sold by our family business could significantly impact on how we run day-to-day operations. But my family is just one example. There are countless of companies like this that make Mexican snack products or other regional ethnic snack products that rely on key ingredients being banned or having to follow maybe a burdensome labeling requirement, it's unclear, without considering how small businesses must adapt to these changes. Second, I oppose the hypocrisy. Democrats have led the fight to help America become healthier for decades, while Republicans have fought against our efforts with billions of campaign dollars being spent on the federal level and state legislative level. Like for the Affordable Care Act, our nation's landmark health care law, passed by Democrats, and President Obama was challenged in court over 2,000 times since 2010. And when Democrats in this chamber attempted to expand Medicaid, session after session, to demolish the wall that has been built between working families and affordable quality health care, you guys voted against it. But overall, look, for me, it's when my brother reached out to me, several weeks ago. He was at a snack convention, and he brought this bill to my attention and how this could really impact a company that my dad built from the ground up. And so I encourage you to think about those small businesses that will really be impacted by this type of legislation. Thank you.
Ms. Simmons on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I rise today to speak on SB 25, to speak a truth that has been conveniently forgotten in this conversation. I proudly represent House District 146, that is smack dab in the middle of Houston. I have constituents in my district who have limited access to fresh, healthy food, and their health outcomes are worse for it simply because of their zip code. I lost my mother to colon cancer after years of battling diabetes, a disease that is exacerbated by poor diet and a lack of physical activity. This bill promotes nutrition education, daily physical activity, and statewide dietary standards, all laudable goals. I appreciate the work of Senator Kolkhorst and the work of Representative Hall. But before we pat ourselves on the back, let's acknowledge one thing. First Lady Michelle Obama did it first. As First Lady, Michelle Obama launched the Let's Move campaign to tackle childhood obesity and improve school meals. She encouraged physical activity, cleaner labels, more recess, and better food, especially for kids in low-income Black and brown communities like my district. And for that, she was not met with applause, but with ridicule. She was mocked on national television, called controlling, and accused of government overreach for daring to say that kids should eat vegetables and play outside. Now, more than a decade later, many of the very same proposals she introduced are being repackaged in this bill, but her name is nowhere to be found. I had an amendment to file yesterday that would have renamed this the Michelle Obama Childhood Wellness and Nutrition Act, and I'm sure it would have not been acceptable to the author. But I chose not to waste our precious time on symbolic acts and decided to address my colleagues that I respect. One of my biggest frustrations in this body is too often good policy is abandoned over partisan frivolity. Not because you're voting your base, I respect that, of course, but because of the adherence to political gamesmanship that leaves our people in worse conditions. Let's be clear, this bill mirrors Michelle Obama's vision, and as the author stated, it is a piece of bipartisan legislation. Yet instead of honoring her, we erase her. Instead of applauding her for a sight, we pretend these ideas poofed out of thin air. I voted for this bill yesterday because while I do have some reservations and concerns, it is a step in the right direction. But to be clear, I will not participate in sanitizing of a black woman's legacy without giving her the dignity of acknowledgement. If you believe in this work, it's okay to say her name. Because long before this bill was filed, there was a First Lady planting gardens, changing school lunches, and challenging a system that profits from unhealthy kids. And she deserves to be honored and not forgotten. Thank you.
Ms. Hull to close.
Mr. Speaker,
Reverend Hawkins, for what purpose?
can the remarks of Representative Simmons be put in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is on its order. Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady for questions. She yields
I'm,
for questions.
I'm so sorry. We got interrupted with time last time. So I guess what let me start with, I really appreciate you trying to make our kids healthier. I love the recess thing. All these things there's some beautiful parts of the bill. There are obviously parts I think I have some consternation about, and that's what I'd love some clarity on, because it's just above and beyond a little bit of the child healthy component. So just bear with me for some questions that I think I have more clarity on. So the bill reads, if the Attorney General believes a manufacturer has violated or is violating a certain section, the Attorney General may bring an action on behalf of the state to enjoin the manufacturer from violating the section. And further, in addition to seeking an injunction, the Attorney General may request and the court may order in any relief that be in the public interest, including the imposition of a civil penalty, an amount to not to exceed $50,000 per day for each distinct food product, and an order requiring reimbursement to the state for the reasonable value of investigating and bringing the enforcement into action. I'm guessing that just feels like a big punishment. I mean, if you think about $50,000 per day, per item, does that seem like it's a reasonable approach to what you're trying to accomplish? Mr. Speaker, she can't respond to me.
I do think it's reasonable. I think we have been very clear with this, and we had different language before, and this was what we had negotiated down to. So this has been agreed to. It was definitely more severe before, so this has been negotiated down to this.
I am glad it's been negotiated down. I think where I have the most consternation is the idea of believes a manufacturer. So I think if you had said maybe if it is reported, like you had mentioned on the front mic, that's something that would have been different, but saying a belief in the legal context is a little bit subjective. And that's where I have some anxiety about.
Again, this had been negotiated, so if there was a problem, I would have thought that they would have said something about
I'm sorry,
that.
I was so much focused on the other components of the bill that I kind of
understand.
just left this one. And yesterday when I was kind of going over it again through all the debate, this is the area in which I was more concerned about. And I don't know what your plans or intentions are, but if you go to conference, I'd like to continue working with you on this specific area, just to kind of maybe create some guardrails or just some steps that might make it a little bit more palatable for some folks.
Okay, and
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we took out private cause of action, so that's what it got changed to, was to this. It
I
was
appreciate-
private cause of
and
action.
I think that's a better direction, so I
Yes.
appreciate that. But nonetheless, still have a concern about that one word that without any, different when if it was reporting over belief, and I think that's significant in legislation. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Members, I appreciate all of the discussion on this bill yesterday. It's clear that the state of our food system, and most importantly, the health of our future generations, is something that we as Texans, as a legislature, and as parents are passionate about. I know how hard it is to stand up to the multi-trillion-dollar big food industry, and I am proud of the bipartisan effort that both chambers have shown in prioritizing our children's health. I also want to thank everyone who came to the table and met with Senator Kolkhorst and me from the beginning to work on this bill language. Instead of just outright opposing, they came, they worked with us, they brought language, and this has been heavily negotiated, and I want to thank them, especially our homegrown Texas companies, HEB and Bluebell. Thank you. I also want to thank my staff, who I know has poured a lot into this, especially Emily. I want to thank Senator Kolkhorst, who has poured everything into this as well, and her staff, especially Aaron. Thank you. This bill is a step forward in addressing chronic disease. Senate Bill 25 is a first of its kind bill that will serve as a signal to the rest of the nation that Texas is serious about fighting for the health of our children. I hope that Texas is the first state among many and that the federal government won't be far behind us. For all of our children, for all of Texas, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye, Ms. Isaac voting aye, Ms. Schaffner voting aye, Ms. Hurst Davila voting aye, Mr. Cook voting aye, Mr. Berry voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 116 ayes and 24 nays. Senate Bill 25 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 7 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 7 by Perry relating to the oversight and financing of certain matter infrastructure matters over the jurisdiction of the Texas Water Development Board.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my honor to bring Senate Bill 7 before the body today. Each of our districts have their own water infrastructure challenges. Some of you, such as my friends in West Texas and the Rio Grande Valley, represent communities that face acute water shortages. Others, such as in my area in East Texas, have aging and deteriorating water systems in our districts that are failing the communities they were meant to serve. Then there are those of you who represent cities where population and economic growth is accelerating the thirst for water. The perpetuation of Texas's economic miracle depends on the reliability of our water infrastructure. This includes expanding our water supply portfolio and fixing our aging water and wastewater systems. Senate Bill 7 works in concert with HJR 7, which this body approved with 138 votes just a few weeks ago, towards establishing a dedicated funding stream to address our water needs. Members, I know that water is important to each one of us in all of our districts. So I want to just briefly give you a high-level overview of what this bill does. In Article 1 of the bill, we focus on expanding water supply development. In Article 2 of the bill, we provide for enhanced legislative oversight for the Water Development Board's use of the Texas Water Fund. And lastly, in Article 3 of the bill, it's about performance and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
It's a good one for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
Happy to
Yields for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Harris. I know that water is a critical issue in the state. I represent a part of Travis County that has Lake Travis within it and have a lot of constituents concerned about that. But I also have some pockets that are a little unusual. While I have a fairly well-off district, fairly urban and suburban, there are pockets where communities are really in tough shape. I was called out to one neighborhood of about 80 homes a few years ago because of a fire they had out there. And they wanted to get fire hydrants put into the neighborhood. But unfortunately, the pipes that they have, and it's not a part of City of Austin, they're in the ETJ, the pipes they have were in such bad condition and were smaller and older that they wouldn't even hold up to the water pressure needed for a fire hydrant. So they, to this day, do not have fire hydrants. Fortunately, outside of the neighborhood, they can be taken care of. But it just led me to understand the situation some of these small private water companies are in. So I have a couple of questions. One is, does this bill address leaky pipes in some way? Because in going to that neighborhood, besides not having fire hydrants, they also were leaking a lot of water.
Yes, absolutely. And that story that you just told is replicated time and time and time again all throughout different parts of the state. And so that's one of the main things that we wanted to help address in this bill, and with the funds being dedicated in HJR 7, is to make sure that we have the resources available above and beyond what we have historically done as a legislature, make sure that we have those funds going into the future, and that we're not just depending on each legislative session allocating a certain amount of money towards helping those leaky pipe situations or new water supply, because we're talking about those two different things, right? But absolutely, being able to fix existing failing infrastructure is a major focus of this bill.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Another thing about this neighborhood is because they're in a zip code that is pretty affluent, they at first were afraid they weren't going to be able to get any money from the Texas Water Development Board, but the Travis County was able to help the neighborhood to do a financial assessment, which was not an easy task, because getting people to tell their financials to a stranger, as you can imagine, is not an easy thing. But they were ultimately able to get a grant, or they're working towards getting a grant from the Texas Water Development Board. My point being, there's sometimes a lot of hurdles that we put in place. Does this bill address that in any way?
That's a great question. Part of what we're doing in the bill is streamlining the legislative oversight of the Water Development Board. We're adding another member from TDEM to the Legislative Oversight Committee, and also requiring a lot of new reporting requirements. So to make sure that the performance metrics that we're setting, the goals that we're setting for the Water Development Board, that we're actually see a progress, and are we achieving those? And so I think that there will be more transparency because of this bill, so that we as legislators can make sure that the Water Development Board continues and is doing exactly what we intended for them to do.
Thank you for that. In the Sunset Review that happened last session, I believe, they called out neighborhoods like this one, small private water companies, and raised concern about the fact that there are so many of them throughout the state. I'm just curious, is there some thought that we can help these small private water companies through the money that's tied to this bill?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the areas that we're doing that in the existing infrastructure, the loans that the Water Development Board is able to administer and give out to these water systems, we're changing the threshold from a 70% loan to a 90% loan that they're able to do, so to lower the burden that's on that local water system.
That's great. So another example I had in my district was, again, a private water company, but another private water company came in and bought them out, and then they really increased their prices. And so we had a lot of concerned neighbors saying, hey, this seems very unreasonable. Of course, they've gone to the PUC to argue their case, but I just wonder if what we're doing in this bill is going to be helpful to the cost to consumer in any way.
Yeah, and really that's the whole point. So when we're looking at all of these water systems across the state of Texas that have failing infrastructure, I've got a bunch in my district. A lot of real small rural water systems, or either co-ops or water supply corporations. Their infrastructure's been in place for decades and decades, and they don't have the resources to upgrade those systems, the water lines, and drill new wells. So their options are either to raise rates on their customers or to come to the state for assistance. And typically we haven't had enough in place for as many water supply corporations and water systems that are out there in order to satisfy that need, and they've been forced to raise rates on customers. So the purpose of this bill is to give more resources available for those water systems, so that and we're not going to completely eliminate rate increases, I think it's important for us to get to a place where we actually value our water more than we have in the past, right? Because it is such a scarce resource. But this is going to alleviate that burden on the end ratepayer.
Well, and honestly, that second example neighborhood is not a low-income neighborhood. And so the private water company that bought the prior one made the comment that, well, y'all can afford that. But that's not right either, to raise rates to such a degree that it's, you know, an astronomical increase. So I noticed in the fiscal note that there are 43 full-time employees added in the 2026-2027, and then it jumps to 143. So it sounds like this is going to increase, but then increase a lot more. Can you explain why we're not right off the bat making the increase so that we can do as much work as possible?
Sure, yeah, that's a good question. I think there's going to be a natural curve to getting this deployed. It takes a long time, right, to when we're looking at $1 billion a year. So that first allocation, we're doing in $1 billion a year increments, right? So in that first 2026 model, they will have $1 billion to allocate. And so that's the number of new FTEs needed for the allocation of that $1 billion. Then the addition of the next chunk of FTEs is because we'll have that next $1 billion coming in, and then a continual stream thereafter. So once we hit that $2 billion level per biennium, the total number of FTEs that we have in that second portion is how many the Water Development Board thinks they will need in total to administer the program.
And my final question, it looks like we may be running out of time here, but while all of this is really wonderful, I'm fully supportive of this bill. I also think water conservation is extremely important. And did you know that here at the Capitol, by tying into the purple water pipes, we will save 45 million gallons of water a year? And I think that we have opportunities to do
Gentleman's time has expired.
more of that. Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment expands legislative oversight by requiring 50% of the dedicated funding in HJR 7 to be reserved for water supply projects in the new Water Supply for Texas Fund and the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas, or SWIFT, to ensure we keep a strong focus on meeting our water supply needs in the future. The remaining 50% would be left to the Water Development Board's discretion to be used for the full range of water infrastructure needs, including water supply, wastewater, aging infrastructure, and flood infrastructure needs. The amendment also adds make sure that we focus on funding wastewater treatment projects through SWIFT to explore approaches to addressing a significant gap in our state financial assistance programs, and I move adoption.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know this is an amendment to the amendment that the Bexar County delegation has been working on. Appreciate Chairman Harris's consideration of this. Let me tell you what this does. This is we have a public water utility in San Antonio, the San Antonio Water System. They are just not a water system. They are a pioneer in development of water. If you don't know what we do, we are the water utility that created its own aquifer to have a one-year emergency supply of water for our city should something happen. That has been something the state has been trying to do because of that work. This water utility has found brackish water at the edge of our county, and we are developing brackish water so that we can use that water to drink and free up groundwater for everybody else in the region. We're being a good partner. This is a utility that takes sewage water and waste and treats that effluent to a drinkable standard and then releases that water into rivers and creeks. And we also run it through purple pipes all over our city for industrial projects, for golf courses, irrigation, so we don't use drinking water for that. We believe in San Antonio that the cheapest form of water in Texas is recycled water, to recycle and to conserve. The amendment on SB 7 and the purported proposal would simply take us out of the consideration for brackish projects, not because our water's too expensive to desal and treat, it's because it's too clean, it's not brackish enough. But the fact of the matter is it's brackish today and we can't drink it. We want to develop more of it so that we can be a better partner in the region. But the way we read this proposal, SAWS would not be eligible for that funding because the brackish water is just not brackish enough. And that just tells me, for the purposes of this fund, if it's not brackish enough, then it ought to be cheaper to treat and turn it into drinking water so that we can share it with our neighbors in the region. And so I hope that Chair Harris, on behalf of SAWS, the Bear delegation, for the folks that share water in our region of the state, this is not a major tweak or a major ask. This is just to let SAWS do what it's been doing, and that is leading in water conservation and good water policy and being a good water neighbor in the region. And I would urge Chair Harris to accept the amendment to his amendment.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to make it very clear that I actually respect and really agree with the need to develop brackish groundwater. And had we had more time to talk this through, I would have hoped that we could arrive at a point where we could have worked this amendment out to an acceptable level for SAWS and everyone else across the state, the other chamber, and the governor's team. But this has been heavily, heavily negotiated with all of the stakeholders involved. And so for that reason, I will move to table this amendment to the amendment.
For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
He yields for questions.
Representative Harris, I truly respect your position, but I think this is the time. This is the time to make corrections to those things that may not meet the level that we need them to meet. SAWS is very important to us. Our water is very important to us. And I think it's so important for you to take a second look at this, be it given it favorable consideration, because it doesn't hurt what you're doing. What it does, it enhances. We're talking a bipartisan support of an area of most concern, and that's our water. And so I think that accepting this amendment truly shows good faith, and it shows that indeed when we come to a point in time before we make our final decision, that we can modify and we can consider so that there's no unintentional consequences. Would you agree with that?
No, ma'am, I don't. I'm sorry. I understand your position completely. And when I say we had a limited amount of time, I mean over the last 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, when this amendment was first, the amendment to the amendment was first brought to me. And I did do my due diligence and try to work with the other chamber, go over the language. The problem that it causes is over the last several weeks and months of all of the other different stakeholders that have come to the table, including SAWS. SAWS has been part of this discussion from the very beginning. But the agreement that we've come to in this bill on the 3,000 TDS, that's where the issue comes down to, is that the 3,000 TDS threshold is where we could get landowners and landowner groups comfortable with the bill.
Representative, you know the language better than I do. What is 3,000 TDS?
That's 3,000 total dissolved solids of salt in the water. So levels below that still safe for cattle to drink, things like that, where you can have a private well on your property and cattle can drink it. It's beneficial for the livestock. But then below that, you get into fresh water that's in abundance in some parts of the state and not in others. And so what we want to really be doing is encouraging brackish groundwater development, right? And so I think SAW's issue with the 3,000 TDS is that it's not quite low enough of a threshold, because if you look at 2,000 TDS, that still is considered brackish, but from what I heard from Representative Martinez Fisher, the threshold that SAW's water would qualify under is below that 3,000 TDS
So what you're
level.
saying in simple terms is our water ain't dirty enough?
I wouldn't say dirty, not salty enough.
Not salty enough. Thank you for answering my question.
Would gentleman yield for
Mr.
question?
Bill, for what purpose?
Question, please, of the author. Or the
Happy to yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So, Mr. Chairman, we talked a lot about this in natural resources, and one of the concerns I think that a short-term amendment like this would present is the question of whether or not it needed to be permitted differently on other aspects of regulation. Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely. This has been I'd say a very prominent topic of conversation in the Natural Resources Committee this session.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your leadership on that. Additionally, a lot of the other water purveyors and groundwater conservation districts had concerns with what happens to the aquifers, the drinking water aquifers that are above these brackish aquifers, in the event that we have unpermitted extractions of water, what happens with the pressurization in those zones, and how that might affect water level available to our wells in the drinking water aquifers above those brackish aquifers. That's
correct.
Fair statement. Well, I appreciate your leadership and share your opinion on this amendment as much as I appreciate all of the effort that has gone into it on their part. Obviously, I'll be staying with you and voting too on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. And I want to make it very clear, this is an issue that we need to commit to each other, that we dive in and study over the interim to make sure that we get this right, because brackish groundwater production is the next level. That's something that we're going to have to do in order to solve for the long-term water needs of the state of Texas. So respectfully, I will move to table this amendment to the amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to close on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate Chair Harris's commitment to work with us on this issue, and I appreciate and respect Representative Bell's comments. I've also done my tour of duty on natural resources for many sessions. I know these issues just as well today that I did back then. This really is a bottom line issue. There's a limited amount of money. There's a tremendous need across the state, and it's about putting more drinking water into our state system. San Antonio Water System does it cheap. San Antonio Water System does it, and they lead and they share their resources and their practices with the state so that other parts of the state can do this. And I think, by accident or by coincidence, we are just defined out of it, not for everything, but for brackish development, which we are already doing in San Antonio. So if we survive the motion to table, and should this amendment go on, all it does is it changes that definition to say that you can fund projects that are salty and you can fund projects that are just a little bit salty, as long as you're bringing groundwater and drinkable water into our state water system, because that's the point of this. And, frankly, had we known that this was going to be an issue, we would have had that discussion on the JR when we needed 100 votes. It wasn't an issue then. As advertised, we were participating in this program. It's only been in this 11th hour, and I appreciate Chairman Harris's honesty that something like this is hard to work out in the final days, and I respect that. But from our perspective, given what we offer in water space for the entire state, we would really appreciate this consideration. It is not a big ask, and I ask that you vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lopez, for what
would
purpose?
the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
I yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
You've been in San Antonio for quite a while, just like I have, and we've seen the evolution of SAWS. Would you say that SAWS has been a diversified focus utility?
Yes, it has. I mean, we've been under that pressure to commit to our residents and our business community that we would have a long-term water supply, because other cities don't, and you can't get a lot of business if they don't have any water to drink for their employees.
That's right. Well, about 20 years ago, what would you guess would be the requirement of SAWS to tap into the aquifer, the Edwards, to be able to provide the city of San Antonio with good drinking water? What would do you know the number?
I don't know the number, but I certainly know that we have the capability to do it. But when we do that, we also do that at the expense of our neighbors that also depend on that aquifer. So we made the decision to spend money and get smart on how to do other things, from fantastic conservation programs that saves water use to actually taking water that nobody else wants and actually using it to drink.
Well, over 20 years ago, we were virtually fully requiring water to come from the Edwards by virtue of putting in a water resiliency plan. That is now down to, did you know that it is down now to about 60% requirement on the Edwards water?
I didn't, but that sounds fair. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. Well, I would hope that consideration for the amendment that you're trying to suggest, which simply does encourage SAWS, but based on what it's been doing in the past, to continue its efforts by recognizing the amendment that you're suggesting, I think it's going to go a long way into that, to meet that end.
And I don't think SAWS has any pause about going out and doing the hard work. I mean, listen, if it's turning brackish water into drinkable water, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. SAWS isn't afraid to do it. They have the technology, they have the best practice, but just like everybody else, they need help and get access to this fund to continue to do it. I'm a business guy. If the water's not as salty, that means it's cheaper to turn into drinking water. And so we can take our piece of that fund, have access to it, do what we need to do for our region, and share this fund with the rest of the state.
And it would certainly encourage SAWS to continue to make that kind of an investment,
Yes,
correct?
it would. And I appreciate and thank you for your support. And members, if you would please vote no on the motion to table.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sends up an amendment to Mr. Harris's amendment. Mr. Harris moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table the amendment to the amendment. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 81 ayes and 55 nays, the motion to table prevails. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
Mr. Harris sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this truly is an historic piece of legislation. And so with that, for the future of the state of Texas, we
Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 7. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 3 nays, SB 7 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out SB 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out SB 1612 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1612 by Johnson, relating to construction contract trust funds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1612 until June the 22nd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out SJR 87 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 87 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail to persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony who have been previously convicted of or were released on bail for certain offenses punishable as a felony at the time of the new offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's my pleasure to present SJR 87 to the body for its consideration this afternoon. The purpose of this SJR is to require courts to deny bail to 2 classes of defendants relative to 9 separate offenses. The 9 offenses that I previously referred to as the Abbott 9 offenses are murder, capital murder, aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury or using a firearm, knife, club, or explosive weapon, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated robbery, aggravated sexual assault, indecency with a child, trafficking of persons, or continuous trafficking of persons. The classes of defendants we seek to deny bail through SJR 87 are 1, those previously convicted of an Abbott 9 offense and for whom probable cause exists that they've committed another of the same class of offense, and 2, those already out on bail for an Abbott 9 offense and from whom probable cause exists that they committed another one. I had an epiphany last night that I'd like to share with you. My family was able to come down last night. I was sharing with my wife what I was doing today, and we had a short visit around SJR 87 during which she said, "Isn't that like the biggest no-brainer ever?" It is. For those of us who are stuck here in this endless loop of eat, sleep, floor, repeat, it becomes easy to forget that there's an entire state of 31,290,000 people out there counting on us to keep them safe from the most violent people that we have. I asked OCA to provide data on the total number of defendants over the last 2 years who were alleged to have committed an Abbott 9 offense while already out on bail for another one. The number they gave me was 2,650. Out of over 31 million Texans, we're talking about an effective class of people that amounts to 0.0084% of our population. That is a number that is so infinitesimally small that it will not matter to you unless you are Paul Castro and your son David is shot on the head on the freeway in Houston for no reason at all. It is a number that will not matter to you unless you are Alexis Nungaray and your daughter is gone forever. You may be wondering how this is going to affect you and your districts. In Dallas County, Byron Carrillo was granted bail for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon only to later murder an entire family of 4 while he was on bail. In Travis County, Irvin Coronado Palacio was granted bail on a capital murder charge, which was reduced to an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon only to later engage in human trafficking and sexually assault 2 children. In Harris County, this story has played it out time and time again. A recent example is the murder of Harris County Precinct 3 Deputy Constable Omar Urson while he was out picking up dinner for his family. Both defendants who are accused of that murder were already out on bond for previous murder charges at the time that that deputy was killed. Out of courtesy, I will decline to name the judges who released the alleged murderers on $75,000 bond for the previous murder charges. It was all preventable. It was all preventable. I think my colleagues on the Criminal Jurisprudence Committee will tell you that my concerns for the civil rights of all Texans are very sincere. In fact, there are probably times this session that the district attorneys had preferred I had not shown up to work that day. So let me take a moment to discuss what the law is and what the law isn't on this topic. The seminal case on this matter is the 1987 decision by the United States Supreme Court in United States versus Salerno. Let me tell you briefly what it says. 1, while the 8th Amendment to the Constitution prevents excessive bail Bail is not a right as a matter of law on every offense. The case provides that bail shall not be excessive in those cases where it is proper to grant bail, meaning that you and I have the ability to decide today in what cases we do and do not grant bail in this state. Salerno states that the right to bail is not absolute. The government can pursue its compelling interest of public safety by regulating pretrial release. You have the opportunity to bring balance to this issue today and protect your constituents at home who are living under threat of violence from offenders who should not be free to roam the streets. We know in our heart that this is right. We can fix this problem together.
Mr. Martinez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
I will.
He yields for
And
questions.
Mr. Riddle, thank you very much for laying that the bill out. I just have a few questions for you about the number of people we're capturing here. How does SJR 87 relate or compare to SJR 5?
SJR 5 applies to literally everyone. So if you think about everyone who's charged with one of the most serious offenses, in SJR 5, we decided to allow the court or require the court to decide by a preponderance of the evidence if that person was a flight risk and deny bail, or by clear and convincing evidence if that person is an ongoing risk to public safety. And so this SJR is a little bit different. It requires denial of bail, meaning there's no discretion if there is a prior conviction of that defendant for one of these most heinous offenses, or they are already out on bail for one of these alleged offenses.
And then those offenses, would it be the same 9 offenses as described on SJR 5?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Have there been any efforts to narrow the list of covered offenses?
Yes. In fact, when we started out this session, the gentleman beside me that you can see up here, we've spent literally dozens of hours in meetings, not only with our compatriots on the other side of the aisle, but with the governor's office and senators, trying to confine the list to the most heinous offenses because we did not want to capture every felony. If you talk about every felony in the world, there's literally over 3,000 of them, I believe. And so the purpose is to confine this in a narrow way to the most violent people that are out there committing these crimes.
And I think one of the big questions that we had earlier was aggravated assault, and I have my notes here. And how has that been narrowed? And in regard to causing serious bodily injury, does it include a bar fight? I think there's a lot of questions on that, and I think the body wants to understand that a little better because I definitely did have a...
Thank you. It's a very important question. There are some 30,000 ag assault cases a year. And so if you took all of those and put it within the scope of this bill, you run the risk of jail overcrowding or not capturing the most serious ones. So what we did to compress that number of 30,000 to the smallest possible number is we only took, within the scope of these bills, aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury, which are the most serious kinds of ag assault cases that can be punished up to 99 years, or those involving the use of a firearm, knife, club, or other type of explosive weapon.
And you're talking about a firearm. So what if I'm carrying a pistol? I don't draw it, but I have it on me.
That would not qualify at all.
Right.
This is somebody is taking it out, pointing at someone, putting them in fear of loss of life or serious bodily injury.
So if one of my constituents is driving, a member of the family, and gets into a fight, has a pistol, he's not going to be held liable for that.
No, absolutely not. And self-defense or defense of others, certainly family members, that is not going to be within the scope of what we're doing here.
And then finally, one last question is in regard to trafficking. And are we talking about sex trafficking? What type of trafficking are we considering in this bill?
Yes, so among those offenses, we've got trafficking of persons. I think probably the representative here who knows the most about that is Representative Johnson. We're talking about 20A offenses, trafficking of persons, either human trafficking in the traditional smuggling people, or the, I guess, less traditionally understood version of that, which is, for example, running a prostitution ring, something along those lines. And then we also pick up continuous trafficking, which is multiple people, multiple offenses.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yields. Questions?
certainly do.
He yields.
Thank you, Representative Little. A couple of questions. Can you show where the SJR judges are allowed to weigh a person's current circumstances, like the ties to the community, work history, risk level, and decide whether release is appropriate?
Those will not be considered in this SJR.
Does the resolution require judges to order jail based only on the nature of the charge in the person's past, without considering whether detention is actually necessary in that specific case?
This SJR does not touch on previous charges except in one circumstance. So we will be denying bail for people convicted who have an actual prior conviction of those charges, who are out on bail for one of the same charges on an earlier alleged offense.
So they could potentially be out on bail for one of those previous charges, but not ever being convicted, therefore never actually been found guilty, but because they were charged a second time, not the same crime, but one of the 9 could be held without bail.
You're correct about that, and the situation that I referred to earlier, similar situation with the assassination of the Harris County constable deputy. Those gentlemen who murdered him, or who are alleged to have murdered them, I would say, were already alleged to have committed murder in another case.
But there is potential that that person had never been found finally guilty based upon the charge, not final guilt, and still would be denied bail.
You're correct about that, Representative Romero. They would have to certainly be very unlucky to have been charged with murder twice.
The gentleman's time has expired. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope that this amendment is loading for you. The purpose of this amendment is to designate this SJR as, as Jocelyn's Law, after Jocelyn Nungaray. I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Little voting aye. Mr. Smithy voting aye. Mr. Cook voting aye. Mr. Louderback voting aye. Ms. Luther voting aye. Mr. Berry voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill? Mr. Moody in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have heard the same story about Jocelyn Nungaray, and it is tragic, and it's something that should have never happened. I do want folks on this floor to know that the contents of this JR would have done nothing to preclude that tragedy from happening, because the facts of that are not the facts of what are contained in the JR. So I do want to set that aside. Her story is tragic, and it is one that, when I came here before you on a different constitutional amendment, it was more in line with the story of Jocelyn. So I do want to be clear that the facts of that case are not implicated by this joint resolution. So I think we do need to set that aside. SJR 87 was filed just days ago at the end of session and rocketed over to the House. I think it is a terrible and a dangerous policy. And I strongly encourage everyone here to do one of 3 things: vote against it, hit the white light, or just sit back in your chair and don't vote at all. I want to emphasize how vastly different it is than SJR 5, which so many of us voted for. That resolution, which many of us worked hundreds of hours to reach consensus on this session, had strong due process and put the burden on the state. It also considered the facts and circumstances of the new allegation, as we always do. This proposal is night and day to that. SJR 87 is automatic. No real process, no due process, no consideration of the independent facts of the case. You have a prior conviction and someone accuses you of something new, straight to jail. Not only have you not been convicted of the new accusation, but nothing even has to be considered in terms of your dangerousness or your flight risk. We don't do that anywhere, ever, for any other kind of bail setting. We never have, and we shouldn't do it now. All that's required here is probable cause, which is an extremely low standard. In Texas, we have something that's called the one witness rule. If a single person's statement establishes the elements of the offense, that's enough. And at trial, that means that one witness has to be believed beyond a reasonable doubt after questioning and cross-examination. But at a bail setting, that person isn't questioned or examined. As long as the hearsay a judge gets isn't obviously false on its face, that equals probable cause. So under this resolution, it doesn't matter what the facts are. If you have a certain history, then someone accusing you gets you locked up awaiting trial automatically, maybe for years. Members, that's wrong and it's immoral, and we should reject it without a second thought. And I'll tell you this too about moving the goalposts on bail. We passed strong bail reform on the high end already, and now they suddenly want this. And there are multiple Senate bills on bail and these related issues that have already passed both chambers. 7, 8, 9, I can't keep count. And they will become law or be put before the voters of this state. Do you know how many criminal justice reforms the Senate has passed after receiving them from the House? 0. 0. Not one. Most, including those from Republican chairmen in this chamber that had a supermajority of votes here, haven't even been referred across the way. Haven't even been referred. So this just isn't about the bad policy contained in SJR 87. This is about the dignity of this chamber. And I see Mr. Dutton standing at the back mic. Mr. Dutton, this is an expect us moment. And as I said before, vote no, hit the white light, or just don't vote at all. You have done an enormously challenging job when it came to balancing the rights and responsibilities and dealing with public safety on bail. This resolution goes impermissibly too far and does something we've never done in our law before, and we must reject it.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields
Thank
for
you.
questions.
Now, one of the things that I have experienced is that when somehow or another they come to take away our freedoms, they first scare us to death. And then that makes it easy because then you sort of accept the fact that this is the consequence. But as you pointed out, the problem that they tried to scare us with, this bill wouldn't have fixed it.
No,
Is
sir.
that right?
That's correct.
Well, I guess I'm a little torn because I know there are a number of fixes to our judicial system that went out of this House to the Senate. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Have any of them been considered at all by the Senate?
In terms of criminal justice reform measures?
Yes.
Last I checked, no.
Not one.
No, sir.
Last time I checked, not one. And in fact, is it your understanding that many of them didn't even get referred to a committee.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Well, if there's any time that we should say no to the Senate, simply because the process is broken between the House and the Senate, would you say it's this time?
Yes, sir. This is exactly that time. This is a policy that was pushed through in the waning days of session after we had an enormous conversation on bail, one in which we all spent an enormous amount of time on, and I think we got right and we struck the balance. And when you take this JR in conjunction with JR 5, so let's think about that. Someone under JR 5, that becomes law, and a judge is granted bail to them, that means a judge has found that they're not a flight risk and they're not a future danger. And so just merely being accused of something again, it is going to be an automatic denial of bail. The only reason they would be out on bail is because we have said the judge must make a finding that they're not a flight risk and that they're not a danger.
And that's a part of the freedom that we all enjoy, isn't it?
Look, this comes down, and I know this gets a little bit philosophical here, but we have never done this. We have never turned this on its head to an automatic denial of bail. Nowhere in our jurisprudence have we done this on a mere accusation. The default setting, and I get it, some of these situations are tragic and they are difficult to deal with, but the default setting in our system, and we talk a lot about the Bill of Rights in this chamber, the default setting in this system is liberty.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one final concern, and that is that if we pass this measure, we all have to give up a part of our freedom. Because what this bill presupposes is that you don't have to be charged with a crime, not convicted of a crime in any way, but just be charged with a crime.
We're talking about a mere accusation upon probable cause.
Right.
Which is the lowest standard possible for an automatic denial of bail,
Yes.
likely for multiple years. That is light years from anything we've ever considered in this body before.
And one of the comments from the author of the bill, he made an allegation about judges having released some of these people. But is it your understanding that the judges simply followed the law that existed at the time?
I'd have to look at every case specifically. I do know that there were a handful of cases under our prior law, and that's what SJR 5 was aimed at addressing. Was
Right.
to get, well, not just SJR 5, but go through the litany of things that we've talked about, putting magistration requirements, creating new guardrails for the granting of bail that we did on this floor just within the last couple of weeks. So this is not happening in
Gentleman's time
isolation.
has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Little to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think we are, I've had the great joy over the last 5 months of having an opportunity to work with Speaker Moody for dozens and dozens of hours on bail reform. Most things we have agreed upon. And I understand him and know him to be a moral and honorable man. Truly. The concern that I have that we pass this SJR is that if we do not pass it, we will not be able to properly constrain judges who would release certain very dangerous people onto the streets of our cities, our towns, our counties, in the state of Texas. That is the moral conundrum we are in. Are we willing to let the law remain unchanged and put more people at risk because they are at risk? One of the murders that was alleged that I mentioned earlier, one of those murderers who's been alleged in Harris County was released on $75,000 bond. They wrote a $7,500 check and they walked out of jail to commit another offense.
Mr. Speaker,
Mayor, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
certainly do.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Little. I appreciate your passion. I think everybody does. And no one wants to see someone that's, find themselves in a situation where this young lady lost her life or be a parent to that child. In that situation that you described, was that original offense that was committed, was that one of the Abbott 9 that you described?
A murder, yes.
So that person murdered someone and got out on 75?
Was alleged to have, I think is the proper way to say that.
So the person was out on bail. Okay, so to Speaker Moody's point, I just want to clarify a couple of things that were said. So there will be no more judicial discretion on these Abbott 9, no opportunity for electronic monitoring, pardon me. So they are required to jail people without bond, correct?
On these 9 offenses for whom there is either a conviction or they are already on bail for one of those same offenses.
Okay. So could you see a scenario where your proposal could have someone held pre-trial for months or years based on probable cause alone, even if the judge was convinced that the person was not a threat?
No.
So because you don't see the judge ever seeing that person is not a threat after this proposal, if it were to pass?
Not after we have a known conviction or already having bailed the same person for the same alleged conduct in a separate violent incident.
So isn't the case that if SJR 87 passes, this bill will be the first time in Texas history that our Constitution would require taking away someone's liberty without allowing a judge to consider the individual facts of the circumstances of this case?
No, the answer is in our Constitution we already have the ability. The judge already has the ability to deny bail on probable cause on capital murder. So we've confined or cabined that particular offense to permissive bail denial.
Okay. So they would not have to prove that detention is necessary under your law?
That what is necessary? I'm sorry.
The detention is necessary.
Correct.
Under 87. Is there any requirement that a judge first consider alternatives to detention?
No.
After probable cause determination, what opportunity does 87 provide for defensive counsel to contest detention, cross-examine witnesses, or present mitigating evidence?
They will not be able to, and I want to circle back to the situation with this deputy constable who was assassinated in Houston, particularly. When those gentlemen came back and they were alleged to have committed a second murder, the defense decided to essentially waive bail, knowing that the community itself was incensed about their having been released the first time. So I think on the part of some defense counsel, they know intuitively what we're dealing with in this chamber this morning, that the community is rightly outraged at people who are released on bail for violent offenses and for whom new violent offenses are alleged.
I know that you point to that one case.
Sure.
How many other cases could there be that someone is now going to be denied bail? A U.S. citizen is going to be denied bail, but we use this one case, and now how many hundreds, maybe 10, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of people will now be denied bail. And I think that goes back to Speaker Moody's point that for the first time, you have folks that are being denied bail without having to prove that they are a flight risk, that they are a threat to society. Let me ask you this question. So how does this proposal align with the procedures and safeguards in the Federal Bail Reform Act, which requires individualized risk findings and adversarial hearings before pretrial detention is authorized?
I'm glad you asked that question. So under the Bail Reform Act of 1984, the federal government similarly has the ability to deny bail. And so bail is not guaranteed under the Bail Reform Act of 1984, and the judge does have discretion to deny bail completely. It's why we use that, and in my amendment to SJR 5, we use that as a model for the evidentiary standard of denial of bail. The step that we're taking here is to take the discretion away from the judge to say, these are the most high probability violent offenders in our state, and OCA captured about 2,000 of them over the last 2 years that could be denied bail under a repeat offense.
Okay. If a court were to invalidate SJR 87 on constitutional grounds,
yes, sir.
what safeguards are in place to redress the detention of individuals held under its authority during that period?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question. I believe, let me try to answer it. If this were found to, on a federal level through a district court lawsuit to be unconstitutional, I would expect to see an injunction. You know, normally when we have laws in this chamber that are made and someone believes they're unconstitutional and there's a federal lawsuit challenge, there's typically an injunction that goes along that. So I would expect there would be some type of injunctive relief staying the application of SJR 87.
Okay. Does your bill have any safeguards for if one of those Abbott 9 were committed when someone was 14, 15 years old, when they were a teenager?
It does not have a, it does not make a distinction as to the level of conviction. So let me just take your hypothetical. If we had a 14 or 15-year-old who committed murder and had a previous conviction and was
Let's say it was one of the lesser, and they got in a fight.
We want to choose one of those?
Yeah, let's use that, because the reason, and I'll extend on the question. There's a teenager.
Yes, sir.
Grows up in a part of Texas that isn't the safest neighborhood. Maybe he was defending himself, but at that time that judge didn't have enough evidence to prove that it was self-defense and someone was harmed. 20 years later, maybe 30 years later, is now accused but not guilty. That young man or woman would be held without bail indefinitely. So I'm asking you, did you put any protections against a crime that might have been committed, one, by a teenager, and even further, 20 years later, any time period whatsoever?
There's no distinction as to the age of the offense in the resolution.
Could you understand how we have laws on the books today where someone maybe actually never committed a crime? Say, for example, the law of parties. You were a party simply because you were in the vehicle. You had no idea what was going on in the convenience store when somebody went to rob. That happened as a teenager. You're not responsible. And then later in life, 20 years later, do you not feel like that is an injustice, a violation of our constitutional rights, that someone is now being held without bail for something that they actually never committed the act?
It's an interesting conversation, and I'll say that the law of parties does not relieve them of criminal responsibility, nor is that a thing that we are able to say about that person. If under the law of parties they are convicted of, for example, aggravated robbery or felony murder as an example, we don't make a distinction as to whether they were the getaway driver or participated in the crime or pulled the trigger themselves. So I will just say that there is not a distinction there, and that once that conviction has occurred, everyone's on notice that if there's another commission of one of these most violent or heinous offenses, they will be denied bail.
Do you believe that person is guilty of murder if they had no idea, and even if the person that actually did commit or pulled the trigger said that person was not responsible?
I think there are endless permutations of that same fact pattern that I've seen, and there are various grades.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Members, strict enforcement has been requested on SJR 87. Members must vote from your desks, and you cannot vote for any other member. The question occurs on adoption of SJR 87. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? "93 ayes, 32 nays. SJR 87 passes to third reading. Chair lays out SJR 1 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail under certain circumstances for illegal aliens charged with certain offenses punishable as a felony.
Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until 11 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, May 27th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out SJR 27 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 27 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment regarding the membership of the State Commission on Judicial Conduct, the membership of the tribunal to review the commission's recommendations, and the authority of the commission, the tribunal, and the Texas Supreme Court to more effectively sanction judges and justices for judicial misconduct.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the SJR reforming and strengthening the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. I do have a third reading amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Look, I think you made it.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm sorry for the delay. This amendment, which should be up on your screens, is in response to some of the concerns, the feedback, the ideas that I've heard from some of you, specifically Representative Wu. I want to give him credit for this idea. He brought me an idea earlier. I wasn't able to go all the way, but this, I think, gets us quite a ways to where he wants to go, and I think it's actually good, and it strengthens the bill. What it will do is the 6 appointees appointed by the Supreme Court, this will simply require 2 of those to be trial court judges. And so I appreciate Representative Wu bringing that idea to me, and I'm happy to agree to accept that into the SJR. I think he now has an amendment to my amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Mr. Wu.
Thank you, members. And I want to say just off the top of that, I really appreciate Chair Leach in considering this. I appreciate his willingness to negotiate and talk about this. Mr. Leach has a part of the amendment that I requested, and this is the other half of the amendment I requested. Let me just explain for everyone's clarification what the current law is. The current law says that the Supreme Court has the majority pick for this commission. The Supreme Court of the state of Texas, the 100% Republican elected Supreme Court of the state of Texas, has the majority members on this commission. Out of this commission, there are supposed to be 1 Court of Appeals judge, 1 district court judge, 2 state bar members who are not judicial officers, 5 citizens picked by the governor, 1 JP, 1 municipal court judge, 1 county court at law judge, 1 constitutional county court judge. The reason for this is the following. This commission exists to judge judges. How do you judge judges if you don't have the judges that actually know what they're talking about and actually practice this stuff day to day? If you're going to have a muni court judge be brought in to be judged, and you have a bunch of district court judges or a bunch of laymen who don't understand this at all, how are they to judge what is being done? If you brought in a probate judge acts very differently and behaves very differently than, let's say, a criminal district court judge. And all of these things, the complaints about judges do not just occur in trial judges, they occur up and down the line. They might be as low as your muni court judge who's dealing with your speeding tickets and whatnot. It could be as high as an appellate court judge. The point is, the law that we have written in the books right now has planned for this, has said, if we are to put restrictions on judges, if we are to take disciplinary action against them for not doing their jobs, then the people on the commission should know what that job is. What we have done in this bill so far is flip this completely around. We have given the majority of votes to laymen, to people who are not attorneys and not judicial officers. Okay? And we're asking people who are not in the bar, not sitting in a judicial seat, to say what a judge is doing right or wrong. Members, let me be very clear about the other part of this bill that makes that proposition so dangerous. On page 3, starting on line 22, it says, this is what we're adding to what judges are supposed to be looked at. If after formal hearing or after consideration record report of master, the commission finds, and this is what we're adding, that the person engaged in willful or persistent conduct that is clearly inconsistent with, quote, proper performance of a judge's duties. Here's the thing, this isn't talking about law violations. This is not talking about criminal acts, that's already covered. This is not talking about ethical violations, that's already covered. This is adding a new thing and says, well, you're just not doing what the other judges are doing. How do you know what the other judges are doing unless there are some of those judges on the commission? How? You're going to say you're not doing what others expect, not that you're violating law, not that you're breaking your ethics, not that you've committed sexual harassment, not that you've been rude to and unprofessional to someone else, but you're not doing it the way we like. Shouldn't that point be made by a diverse array of judges? This amendment, my amendment to the amendment, is the other half of what Mr. Leach left out of my original amendment. And that is to say, we should make sure that the people that are overseeing this commission is a spectrum, is an across-the-board cut of everyone who serves in the judiciary, so that we have an idea of what we're supposed to be doing. I don't see why that's such a big deal. Unless the point of this is to just pile political power into one place. I would ask that you, are you going to table? Or? Yes, I'm going to move the table. Mr. Leach is going to move to table this. I would ask you to vote no to table. If this amendment to the amendment gets on the bill, I will drop all my opposition and I will vote for this bill. Right? That's my commitment. That's my commitment to Mr. Leach before he split my amendment part. And it will be my commitment to you now that I would not only vote for this bill, I would tell others to vote for this bill as well if this amendment to the amendment gets on.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gauls, for purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
He yields for questions.
Representative Wu, so can you just re-explain? So your amendment changes the makeup of how, right, this commission will be structured, correct?
Correct.
Can just for folks that may not be listening, can you describe exactly what changes it made to how the bill currently has the commission?
So the current law is that a majority of the votes on this commission will come from the Supreme Court. That's the one thing that I want to return, that this is a 6-7 split. We're trying to restore it back to 7-6. That even with this change, one, the governor would still get an additional pick. That pick will be a layman instead of an attorney. But we would still make sure that the majority of votes by one vote, belongs to the people who are ultimately in charge of the courts, which is the Supreme Court of the state of Texas, a 100% Republican-controlled organization, a body. And my concern about this, and again, this does not gut the bill. I don't even mess with the part that I have most issue with, which is the additional provision on page 3. I don't even touch that. This does not gut the bill. This does not mess with the bill. This just restores the balance to where it is in the law now. It still gives the governor an additional pick. It still puts one additional layman onto this commission. It does not do anything to the bill other than balance it back to where we have it in the law now. I just want the system to work. I just want it to be fair, and I just want it to. This is an important issue about the separation of powers, about the independence of our judiciary. This is a serious issue, and this is not an attempt to screw up this bill. This is my last-ditch effort to save something of what we have right now, and to make this process fair, and to make it equitable, and to make sure that if we have judges who are censured, who are admonished, whatever it is, that it's done by their peers. It's done by their peers, not by citizens who sit outside who are not even attorneys. For everyone who is an attorney here, you should take this very seriously. This is about the independence of the judicial branch. All I would ask is for the amendment to go on. That's all I'm asking. It's not a lot.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryant in favor.
Members of the House, I rise in favor of the Wu Amendment. I think it's very important for us to realize who we are as Texans and what responsibilities we bear as members of this House. Our state is larger than most countries. We're the size of a nation. And when you start talking about balance of power and the separations of power between the executive branch and the judicial branch and the legislative branch, these are serious matters. We're legislating here for the long term. We're rewriting the state constitution with this amendment. I would say to my Democratic colleagues, first of all, that conditioning your vote or voting for this for some short-term issue, such as been suggested to us in the lobbying of our side, is grossly irresponsible. The decision must be made looking for the long term. And to the Republicans, I would say, bear in mind that there will be divisions within your party, statewide and in the legislature. You cannot count on giving the governor power over the judiciary here, working out the way you want it to, because you don't know who the future governor will be. It might even be a governor of a different party. This bill, for the first time, it changes the Constitution and gives the governor the power to appoint a majority, not of judges, but of lay people to this Judicial Commission to govern the activities of judges. All Mr. Wu is trying to do here is say, let's keep an aspect of what's in the law now, where the Supreme Court, and in the current law, I should say, a repeat of what's in the law presently, where the governor still appoints citizens, but he doesn't appoint a majority of the board that decides how we're going to assess the work of our judges. This amendment would say the Supreme Court would pick 7 of the 13 members of this commission, not the governor. And the governor would pick 6 citizens who would serve on the board. That keeps the power of the judiciary intact in its part of our government. It's responsible. It provides for oversight. The governor has a big say in it because those citizen members are equal members of the commission. But it does not turn power over the judiciary over to gubernatorial appointments of people who are not involved in the judiciary and are not likely to recognize problems without the assistance of members of the judiciary to help them do that. This is a very bad bill unless amended. It's well-intentioned. I have great respect for my colleague and friend, Mr. Leach, with whom I serve on a committee in this House and have grown to have great affection for. But I strongly urge you to make this one relatively small amendment in this bill and leave control over our judiciary in the hands of the judiciary, the Texas Supreme Court.
Mr. Leach in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to move to table the amendment to the amendment. I ask that you stick with me on this. I appreciate Representative Wu and Representative Bryant and bringing their concerns and talking through them with me, and I feel like I've done my job in meeting them as far as I can on this. Making sure that 2 of the Supreme Court's appointments are trial court judges is it's not a concession. I actually think it strengthens the bill, and I appreciate Representative Wu bringing that to me, but I cannot go as far as he wants to, and so I'm asking you to stick with me and table the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Mr. Leach has moved to table. The questions on the motion to table, clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Bryant and Mr. Wu voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 56 nays, the motion to table prevails.
Gene, can you speak in favor of the amendment? He's going to speak just very quick. Back on the amendment. He's going to speak in favor of the amendment.
Back on the amendment unamended. Mr. Wu in favor of the amendment unamended.
I'll take something over nothing. Please vote for the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment's adopted. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against SJR 27? Mr. Wu in opposition.
Well, members, I'm sorry I have to be here to speak against this bill. I was ready to vote for it. Again, I really appreciate Mr. Leach's work on this. I know Mr. Leach and I have had our fun on the front and back mics, but I respect his efforts to work with us, and I think Mr. Leach was willing to work with us. I think the people who are not willing to work with us are across the hall, and that has been consistent throughout this session. And just like earlier, I think this is kind of one of those expect us moments as well. That this is something that I think we've made very reasonable requests. Requests that don't destroy this bill, requests that don't upset what their intent was, but simply, can we have just a tiny bit of balance? Could we have a tiny bit of, can we protect the system that we have and not do to the judiciary what we have done to everything else, which is politicize it until it's dead. And this is really the frustration for me, because, I mean, outside of my role here, I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a law nerd. You know, I'm one of the few people that really, really enjoyed law school. And my classmates really hate me for that, too. But that's not the point. The point is, what happens to the judiciary, to me, outside of all this, is extremely important. Because the judiciary is what ties our nation together. The judiciary is what ties our democracy together. It's how we make sure that the legislative branch works with the executive branch and works with everybody else. They're the referees who come in and say, everybody chill out for a moment, let's figure this out. The point of the judiciary, if you look at their rules of ethics, if you look at what they swear to, they swear, even if though they run as Democrats, or run as Republicans, or independents, or whatever, that they will not use that in place of their judgment, that they will keep their minds clear and not prejudge issues before they come before them in court. That's why if you go work with judiciary candidates, they go out campaigning, they can't say, they don't talk about abortion, they don't talk about guns, they don't talk about all this stuff. Because they can't. They're not supposed to. They're not supposed to have made up their minds about what happens before it appears before them in court. That is very, very different from what we do, and I think we can't see that because we don't live in that world. Judicial Commission, I understand, is not functioning as well as they would like. You know what would have helped it? Money. You know what would help them? More staff. You know what would help them? More resources. This doesn't help them. This bill, this SJR, only helps one person, and that's Greg Abbott. And I'm sorry that people don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. We have taken a commission that was made up of people picked by the Supreme Court of Texas, again, a 100% Republican-controlled institution, a body, and flipped it around and gave the majority control to lay persons, people who are not even attorneys, much less judges. and say, you now have the majority control. And people say, well, the Senate's going to figure this stuff out. My friends, the Senate voted this out of their committee 9-0. In the House, it was 6-5. I think you all know what a rubber stamp the Senate is. Come on. I got some laughs out of that. This is not just about politics. This is about our democracy. Having a judicial system that is not afraid to do their jobs is what we need. Here is the danger. Here is the real danger. This provision on page 3. This is not about ethics violations. This is not about criminal violations. This is not about sexual harassment. This is not about being unprofessional. All those issues are already covered. The great fear of this thing, the thing that they're hiding sort of on page 3, that we don't really talk about, is that in the future, if judges, let's say, maybe a judge sides with a plaintiff a lot more than they side with defendants in lawsuits, maybe that judge gets investigated and say, well, that's not proper performance because you're not doing the things we want. You're not doing it the way we want. Is that an ethical violation? Nope. Is it a criminal violation? Nope. What is it? Well, we just don't like it. If you really want to politicize it, that's how you would do it right there. That part right there. And all I had asked for on the previous amendment was this. If you're going to put this kind of ambiguous question of how judges will be judged, at least put the majority of people who will be making that decision as actual judges. And that was denied. I'm asking you to oppose this legislation to maintain balance within our government. Maintain balance. You guys remember that? There is a balance of powers between the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary. Each one checks the other. Here we have a process that used to be set by the Supreme Court, used to be set by the judiciary, and now it's going to be consumed by the executive and the legislative. We have watched this happen again, time and time again. We don't like the way the judges are handing out verdicts, so we created a special court just for large corporate defendants. We don't like the other ones? Well, let's go after them in other ways, and let's make sure that they're scared into doing what they're supposed to do. At the end of the day, this is about Texans versus moneyed interests. I really believe that. That this is about us putting our thumb on the scale when we don't like that our judges are ruling in favor of our constituents, ruling in favor of our citizens, ruling in favor of people who have been hurt. And this is the way we're going to solve it. I urge you to vote no on SJR 27.
Ms. Johnson.
I'm sorry, I'll add one more thing. I know that Mr. Leach has said that this is not tied to the judicial pay raise, but every single one of you, while it is not legally tied, every single one of you has gotten text messages say like, if we don't pass this, then we don't get judicial pay raises. How good is this bill if you have to tie it to judicial pay raises? Think about that.
Ms. Johnson. In favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Chairman Wu and I both have worked in our Harris County Courthouse, and he and I are going to disagree on this particular bill. I've been down in the courthouse for a little more than 20 years, and I will tell you there was a notorious judge that just didn't go to work. You knew if your case got set for trial in that court, it wasn't really going to go because he just didn't show up. And he was a Republican. And he just kept on getting elected, and everybody liked him. What this bill says is that if a judge is just not doing their job, they're not showing up, they're not going to jury trial, they're not giving the accused their day in court, they're not giving the victim their day in court, that the commission can step in. I am the daughter of a judge. I'm pretty biased here. I've seen my mom get targeted, get attacked. I've seen my friends who are judges get targeted, get attacked. I've seen their kids' faces be put out on social media to be attacked because the public right now is in an uproar about our judges and everybody thinks that they know better than them. And that is a dangerous spot for us to be in. I've been critical of this. I've been highly critical of this over the last couple of months on our Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence Committee, even calling out the governor's office. And the fact that they continually put out on Facebook what I think is misinformation about some of our current judges. Demonizing the judges for actually making the only decision that the law could allow. And I tell you what, I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it, and it ought to scare the hell out of you. Because these judges are getting death threats because right now we are playing this political game of throwing them out on social media or demonizing the decision they make as opposed to allowing them to do the really hard job they have to do. Did y'all know that they can't fight back? Did you know by the canons of judicial ethics that when they get attacked on social media, they can't fight back? We ask our judges to uphold the highest standard to protect the integrity of the entire system that we trust, while you and I get to come in here as partisan electeds and fight and bicker and complain about policy. But we tell them not to. We tell them to sit quietly, to wear the black robe, to sit at an elevated position over the parties, and to make a ruling that in each and every case, I promise you, both sides are usually upset. I am begging us as a system to get back to trusting our judges and let them be judges. My hope is that the conversations that Chairman Leach and others have been having for months about get off the back of our judges. Let's attract qualified, good individuals. Let's ask them to do the job. Let's stop fighting with them on a partisan basis, and let's let them get back to work. I've also had the honor of representing some in the judiciary before the Judicial Conduct Commission. I've been one of the lawyers to do this work. And I will tell you, we should trust the commission. The commission has a staff, the commission has a team, and the commission is not supposed to be part of a Twitter game. The commission is not supposed to be part of a Facebook game. Representative Holt, you talked about being on the commission. The commission is supposed to raise their hand and take an oath to do a job to help hold the judiciary to account aside from political norms. They are supposed to sit in a closed room and evaluate everything and help us make determinations if a judge is not doing the job the way they should, if maybe a judge just needs a private reprimand, if maybe it's to the point that the public does need to know, if maybe the judge needs training, or in the worst case scenario, the judge is just not doing the job, and maybe there is a need to seek a removal. But let me tell you what doesn't scare me about these conditions, because I'm from Harris County.
Mr. Speaker.
And I will tell you, you guys continually hear about those bad judges in Harris County. And there may be one or two that you might disagree with here or there, but guess what's going to happen if you actually look at clearance rates? Harris County's knocking it out of the park. Guess what happens if you actually look at who's trying cases to jury trials? who got back up and running in COVID before most other people, and who is really working hard? All of our judges in Harris County.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for questions?
Is that for question? She yields for questions.
Representative Johnson, I, again, very much appreciate your work on all of this. And earlier, and just now, you said that Harris County judges they're doing gangbusters. They're doing above par work in their county, correct?
Yes, I think by and large.
And right now, even doing above par work in their county, those same judges are being attacked by the public. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, and I think
Okay.
it needs to stop.
And so we're going to take that enraged public who are not attorneys, who don't understand how things work, and we're going to make the majority of this commission now, instead of having a majority be picked by the Supreme Court.
Yes, this bill is going to say that the governor's office, and that's whoever we elect, whoever's elected governor gets to appoint, and whoever's elected in the legislature gets to approve those appointments. And my hope is that we as a body demonstrate the integrity that we expect, that when those people get appointed, that they raise their hand to take an oath, and they are not. There is no suggestion that they are coming in with a political thread, that they are there to ensure that the judiciary works. And for the judiciary to work, people need to understand that they have to make tough calls in tough situations, free from partisanship and absolutely free from extremism.
And Rep. Johnson, I think you've actually been making my points for me, that because these are difficult decisions, because these jobs are complicated, poorly understood, and very detailed, that you should have more judges who actually do the work, who understand what the workload is, understands what the norms are to make that judgment. But instead, this legislation now flips it and says, well, the majority of people who are going to be on this commission are now lay people who don't understand, are clearly can be a political appointment, appointed for their politics, not in spite of it. I think the points that you brought up make my point for me.
My faith is that the folks that do get appointed raise their hand, take that oath, respect the fact that these decisions are made behind closed doors, and intended that we have the most highly qualified and best judiciary. My hope is also that by ensuring that the public is part of this process, that we free ourselves from this partisan game that we are seeing on social media to demonize our judges. I hope that the commitment to our judiciary and the qualifications in our judiciary and the discussions that we have had on this committee for months about the fact that we want to recruit the best and most talented individuals to the bench, and we want them to have a respectable amount of longevity. We want them to have, as we say, a little bit of time in that saddle to figure out the job, to figure out the hot spots, and to find the courage to do the right thing for people. My expectation with making these broad changes with regard to our judiciary, and the acknowledgement that if you do have somebody that just flat out doesn't want to come to work, that there is a mechanism to say, hey, we just need you to uphold the basics of coming to the job, doing the job, and ensuring that people get their court cases heard, not the manner in which the result or the outcome, but that we're in there doing it. And by and large, I fully expect that the judges that I know from across this state are going to meet those hurdles with flying colors. My prayer for this change is that we have a faith in the Judicial Conduct Commission. We get off Twitter, we get off Facebook, and we let that commission do their job under oath. I am going to be supporting SJR 27.
Mr. Leach to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think it's time to vote. What do you
Ms.
think?
Jones, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I will.
He yields for questions.
Chairman Leach, First of all, thank you for taking the part of Rep. Wu's amendment that you took. I appreciate that. I do agree with you that it makes it better. I've had some judges reach out to me, and I came before the dais and I spoke with you really quickly, and I want for this to be public. About private reprimands, are they allowed under this SJR?
Yes, they are allowed. That is on page 3 of the bill in section 8, where it talks about the Judicial Conduct Commission's retained authority and ability to issue private reprimands. If it is willful and persistent, then at that point it can become public, but absolutely the commission still retains the power to do private reprimanding. It's a course correction. Basically a judge that needs to get back on track. Commission reviews the case, tells the judge what the course correction is, gives them an opportunity to course correct, and that's really what the commission's purpose is.
So do you get one course correction? Like maybe if you're a new judge and you continue to get the same types of complaints, I certainly understand that reprimand. But what if you've been on the bench for a long time, you very rarely get complaints, and you get, I don't know, a complaint in 5 years or 10 years?
Sure, that is the commission's discretion. In section 8 of the bill, again on page 3, after such investigation as it deems necessary, the commission may in its discretion issue a private or public admonition, warning, reprimand, or education. And so the commission retains the discretion, as they have now, to issue as many private reprimands as they want, whether they're separated by 1, 10, 20 years.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have, can the Judicial Commission publicly reprimand a judge without giving that judge the opportunity to have an evidentiary hearing?
No.
And so what's the process for that? Because there have been people that have come to me and said, I can be reprimanded and I literally don't have due process.
So the due process, again, is on page, spread throughout the bill, but primarily on page 3 of the bill, section 8, where it talks about a formal proceedings, a formal hearing. It talks about the judge's ability to appear, to have witnesses, evidence, sets forth the procedures. So all of that is in the bill. And I would also, the doomsday scenario that Representative Wu painted about how this commission is going to be disciplining and kicking judges out of office and removing judges, that is actually a patent misunderstanding of what the commission does and what the commission is able to do. There are still judicial review boards. There is due process. There are rights for a judge to appeal decisions of the commission. And so all of that is currently law, and that is retained in the law now going forward after this SJR passes. And so the doomsday scenarios, while I respect Representative Wu, I just think he's misguided and he's misguiding the body by painting a picture of the commission that is just not accurate and will not be accurate if and when this SJR goes into effect.
So I just heard you, if I'm a judge, I have the opportunity to appeal the commission's wanting to give a public reprimand before they actually do it?
Sure,
Are you telling me that's allowed?
Yes.
Because you directed me to page 3, starts with line 6, section 8. It says, after such investigation as it deems necessary, the commission may in its discretion issue a private or public admonition, warning, reprimand. You see that part? I'm not going to read all of it.
That's the part I just read.
Oh, right. I just wanted to
Right.
make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah,
So
no,
before a public reprimand is made public, the judge has the opportunity to challenge the reprimand.
Of course, yes.
Okay, some people weren't reading it like that. That's why.
Well, I think that's probably true, and I'm happy to answer your questions, Representative Jones. But I also think there was some willful and intentional misguiding and misdirection. What this commission does is not political. It is not partisan. It truly is an additional check on judges who are exhibiting willful and persistent misconduct and therefore not doing their job in representing and serving the people who elected them. That is what the commission does. There are Republicans and Democrats currently on the commission, and that will continue. And so I appreciate Representative Wu. I think the amendment that I accepted that he offered does strengthen the bill, but I think it's time to vote on this. Members, I would ask.
So I just have one final question. Can you just show me, because I don't see it, I know you said it's here, can you just direct me to the section that says if I want to appeal the commission's public reprimand, I have a right to do that before it is made public?
So if it's really all throughout the bill, Representative Jones. If you look on, we talked about page 3. If you look at page 4, section 2, lines 4 through 11, it talks about
Hold on, page 4, what? I'm sorry, you were talking faster
page
than I could.
4, section 2. I'm sorry, section II, lines 4 through 11. On page 5 of the bill, going on to page 6 of the bill, it talks about the temporary provisions starting at the bottom of page 6, lines 23 through 27. All throughout the bill, and we're not changing this part of current law, Representative Jones. All throughout the bill and in current law, a judge's due process rights are protected. There are procedures in place by which there are judicial review boards, and all of that. We're not changing any of that. We're not changing any of that at all. All of those due process rights are still protected throughout the bill.
So I'm looking at Mr. Chair, I'm looking at page 4 under II, starting at number 4. I see where it says, for a person holding an office or position specified in subsection 6 of this section, who has never been issued an order under this subparagraph, and in response to a complaint or report other than a complaint or report alleging the person engaged in conduct constituting a criminal offense, so that carves the criminal offense out, they may issue an order of private admonition, warning, reprimand, censure, or requirement that the person obtain additional training or education. And I don't know that answered my question. My question is there something in here that says, judge accused of a complaint, you have a right to do this before the reprimand is made public? That's
Page 5, lines 5 through 7. A justice, judge, master, or magistrate may appeal a decision of the review tribunal to the Supreme Court under the substantial evidence rule.
And is that prior to the publication of the public reprimand?
Yes.
Or after? Okay, I'll stop asking you questions, but I want to go try to at least see that part, because I just didn't see where it said you were entitled to it prior to.
I just pointed you to it. It's there on page 5 of the bill, those 3 lines where it talks about the right to appeal a decision of the tribunal of the commission, and we haven't changed any of that in the JR.
No. I don't disagree that this says that. I guess my question is, I don't know that this says that I have that right before the public reprimand is made public and not after, and you disagree with it.
That is current law. It's not housed in this JR, but that is current law. That is the way the commission works currently. Before the reprimand is made public, you have the ability to appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jones. Members, please join me in supporting this JR. Last thing I will mention, Representative Wu mentioned that the vote in our committee was 6-5. 3 of those no votes have changed, and we'll be voting yes on the bill now, and so the real vote of our committee will be 9-2. And I'd ask that you join them and me in supporting SJR 27.
Question occurs. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Strict enforcement has been requested. Vote from your desk and vote for yourself. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 119 ayes, 17 nays. SJR passes. Chair lays out SB 6. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 6 by King, relating to planning for, interconnection and operation of, and costs related to providing service for certain electrical loads.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for the opportunity to lay out SB 6. Large loads are coming into Texas at a significant rate over the last few years. This includes chip manufacturers, hyperscalers, electrifying the Permian Basin, data centers, and other types of large industrial load. Although data centers have been more prominent lately, these challenges go across all spectrum of large load customers. Senate Bill 6 seeks to address this with the following. At first, it requires the PUC to create standards for interconnecting large load customers in the ERCOT region that will encourage business development while minimizing stranded infrastructure costs and maintaining reliability. This includes disclosure of duplicate requests. It requires a flat $100,000 fee for the cost of the screening study. Additionally, it requires notice to be sent to ERCOT for new net metering arrangements. Senate Bill 6 will require utilities to develop protocols. We got some. All right. Finally, it requires PUC to reevaluate the 4CP to direct PUC to adopt rule changes of 4CP as an outdated method of measuring the grid. And I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment does several things. It ensures that curtailment only applies to large loads that have backup power. In the section, it requires generators that take current capacity offline, ensures that it's being replaced with dispatchable generation, not less reliable sources. It strikes duplicative language regarding process of relocation, strikes language added from House Bill 3970, changes the co-location review timeline, giving ERCOT 120 days to review and PUC 60 days. Finally, in conditions that can be imposed on new net metering agreements, all generators and large load customers to be responsible for the cost of stranded or underutilized transmission. Move adoption.
The following amendment to the amendment. The clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the amendment author. I just want to go over a few things that it does. In item 1, the amendment makes a technical correction, which is important because it replaces the word response with the word responsive. You might ask, why is this important? Well, the change aligns the bill language with the ERCOT protocols, and it avoids confusion in the implementation. The second thing it does is item number 2, this change ensures that the consent of a TDU, a co-op, or a muni cannot be withheld outside of the 180-day window. They're going to be involved in the process in subsection D, that study process. They cannot withhold consent after that period. So any of the concerns need to be raised during the 180-day study time period. The change also clarifies that required protocols must include the installation of any necessary equipment or technology before a customer is actually interconnected. And that reinforces the goal of a coordinated firm load shed by specifying equipment expectations up front before the interconnection. The next item is that this amendment strikes lines 19 through 21 on page 10 to remove an unnecessary and potentially confusing exception. Because section 39169 on page 10A, if you're following in your bill, because it already stipulates that if you're adding a big electricity user to existing power plant sites and plan to use net metering, a net metering agreement, you must let ERCOT know before doing it. So this removes language that may have created ambiguity about when a load might be energized to qualify for the exception. And finally, this amendment to the amendment also fixes an electric utility reference in 39.169 to match transmission and distribution utility definitions in references in 39.170, and that's a cleanup from Ledge Council. So this amendment, again, is acceptable to Chairman King, and I move adoption.
Mr. Anchia, sense of amendment is acceptable to Mr. King. Record votes on all amendments. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Anchia voting aye, Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 108 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Mr. King to close on the amendment as amended.
Move adoption.
Mr. King sends up an amendment, it's accepted the bill author. Record vote, clerk ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 136 ayes, 3 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members Raymond and McLaughlin. Members, earlier this session we passed a bill out of State Affairs 13-0 and out of the House 145-0. It is a Laredo bill, but here goes. Thankfully, it's germane to this bill here today. So in Laredo, we need water. We are growing very fast because it's a trade corridor. We're the busiest port in America. And so we need water, so we have to be creative. So we're going to have a couple of natural gas generators, turbines, and with that power, we will then use that power to desalinate brackish water to provide fresh water for Laredo. What this amendment does is it says, and the bill that passed out of here said, is that if there is excess power generated, which there may be, we can put it into the grid. ERCOT always wants that. We need more power in the grid, certainly do in South Texas, but probably everywhere. And so this amendment would allow us to put it back into the grid. The amendment further says, but you have to use anything you make from that for the operations of those turbines so that the ratepayers pay less on the water. That's what this amendment does. It's a great amendment. Y'all voted for it before. I would really appreciate your support, and thank you for everyone up here. This covers, the area it covers, half of it is in Representative McLaughlin's district, half of it is in my district. He represents part of Laredo.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I understand completely what Mr. Raymond's trying to do. He had a bill that did this. It came out of the State Affairs Committee unanimously, so obviously the concept I'm for. This bill has been heavily negotiated between myself and Senator King, and so therefore I will be opposing the amendment, but I do think it's a good concept.
Raymond to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so there you go, members. It's something that will not affect the rest of the bill or any other part of the state. It's bracketed to our area. This is a way to help us get, this is an energy bill, but it is a way to help us get water in Laredo and do it in a way where ratepayers can pay less. Members, I ask you to please vote for this, and thank you to the support that we're getting from across the floor, and it will be accepted by the Senate. I promise you that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt this amendment by acclamation.
All right. Mr. Raymond sends up an amendment. It's opposed by Mr. King. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Toth voting aye, Mr. Turner voting aye, D'Orazio voting aye, King voting no. Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 100 ayes, 40 nays. The amendment is adopted. Anyone wish to speak on for or against Senate Bill 6? Hearing none, Mr. King to close. Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I suppose.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman King. I've got just a couple, 3 questions here for legislative intent. So thank you for taking my questions. So just to make sure I'm understanding the intent of the legislation correctly, the intent of this legislation is not to slow down large load projects that are currently in the works. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if a large load is co-locating with an existing generator and has already signed a contract for service before September 1st, this bill would not add new processes or requirements for them, correct?
I believe that is also correct.
Okay. Last question, Mr. Chairman. So ERCOT and PUC should be able to use existing processes to effectuate this legislation and start the 180-day review period as required immediately upon enactment so that other projects that are already underway and applying for interconnection but perhaps without a signed contract can keep moving forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
I move that the dialogue between myself and Representative King be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions?
I yield.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman King, and first off, thank you for all of your work on this massive piece of legislation. I know it's been a journey, so it's appreciated. Just a couple further questions for legislative intent. I'll try not to be repetitive of what Chairman Ashby asked. Does the bill, as amended, does it substantively incentivize or encourage large loads to have 100% backup generation?
I believe it does. I mean, you know, the whole point of curtailment and taking power off the grid, you certainly don't want large load customers that sometimes are data centers for military operations or whatever to just be without power when there's an emergency.
Okay. But I know that in the committee substitute that we passed out, we had included language from Chairman Darby's, I believe it's House Bill 3970, and I think the floor amendment, I think, removed that language.
That is true.
That is true, okay. So without that, there's not necessarily incentives in place to encourage them to bring that backup generation. Is that accurate, or?
What I think this bill is seeking to do is set out clear rules where large load customers that want to come to Texas know what they're getting when they get here. You know, as far as how those rules are developed, we will all be part of that process as a State Affairs Committee going into the summer. I'm sure when the rulemaking starts happening.
I certainly hope so. But as a matter of policy, it is a good idea for these large loads to have their backup generation in place, right? So that if there is a need to curtail large loads, that those large loads can continue operating. In the case of, as you say, like national security, or other critical infrastructure data facilities.
That is correct.
Okay. Does the bill now treat front-of-meter loads differently than co-located loads, even though they would have the same overall impact on the grid?
Well, I think if I correct me if I'm wrong, what you're getting at is a generator that is currently part of the grid, and then they do a co-location agreement and remove energy from the grid. Are they treated different than a co-locator that has power generation built specifically for a contract?
Well, if they're a large load co-located with generation versus a large load that is not co-located and therefore on the transmission and distribution system, are those large loads being treated the same or differently under the bill as amended?
I believe there are some differences in front of the meter and behind the meter, and co-location versus large load and transmission. There's several differences throughout the bill, as you're well aware.
Okay. All right. So even though a large load that is co-located ultimately is producing arguably less cost in terms of transmission and distribution, they are treated somewhat differently?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Last question. In the part of the bill where it says proposed net metering and removal of generation, is the intent only to apply these new processes to generators that physically remove themselves from the ERCOT system?
Well, I think what the intent was on that piece is if you have a generator that is part of ERCOT and they want to remove themselves from ERCOT for the purpose of a co-location agreement, they were part of the base grid to start with. Right. And when there is an emergency situation, they are going to be required to put the same amount of energy back onto the grid. The needle we're trying to thread is a generator that builds specifically for co-location, but sells excess power back to the grid. They should not be under all the same requirements.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Mr.
Mr.
Speaker,
Lambert, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a
Gentleman
question?
yield for questions?
I will.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman King. Just a few weeks after the inauguration of President Trump, you may recall he announced Stargate, which is one of the largest AI data centers that's being built in my district currently. Does your bill have any impact or impede the progress of that construction and that delivery of that AI data center?
No, it does not.
Thank you very much.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of SB 6. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 117 aye, 24 nays. Senate Bill 6 passes to engross. Third reading. Chair lays out Senate Bill 30. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 30 by Schwartner relating to the recovery of damages in civil actions.
Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate. Back up, members. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 30 until today, 5 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out SB 13. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 13 by Paxton relating to a school district's library materials and catalog, the establishment of a local school library advisory councils and parental rights regarding public school library catalogs and access to parents' child to library materials.
Mr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 13 until 3:15 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2878. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 2878 by Hughes relating the operation and administration of and practices and procedures relating to proceedings in the judicial branch of state government, including court security, court documents and arrest warrants, document delivery, juvenile boards, and youth diversion, and to public office candidate eligibility, increasing a criminal penalty and authorizing
Mr. Leach
fees.
for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2878 until 2:30 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 57. Clerk, read the bill. Ms.
SB 57 by Zaffarini relating to provisions and plans by public schools to ensure the safety of individuals with disabilities or impairments during a mandatory school drill or a disaster emergency situation.
Members? Mr. Moody for a motion.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 57 until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 127. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 127 by Hall, relating to the offense of failure to report child abuse or neglect by certain professionals in the statute of limitations for that offense, harmonizing other statutes of limitation provisions.
Mr. Money.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is straightforward. It seeks to hold professionals who work with children more accountable for failing to report child abuse. As many of you know, under current law, failure to report child abuse is classified as a Class A misdemeanor when committed by a professional as defined by the Family Code. If a professional intentionally conceals child abuse, it's considered a state jail felony. Current statute of limitations for these offenses is 2 years and 3 years, respectively. This is Senator Hall's bill.
Yeah, but it's your first.
This bill makes two key changes. It extends the statute of limitations from 2 to 3 years and from 3 to 4 years for failure to report child abuse or neglect. This is a proactive measure designed to discourage negligence and concealment and to better protect our children, especially those in schools, from harm. I move passage.
Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Gentlemen, for questions?
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Reluctantly, yes.
Yields for questions.
This your first bill?
This is not my bill. I'm happy to be a sponsor for Senator Hall.
Awesome. Are you related to Mr. Verdell?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. You seem to look quite a lot alike. Are you aware of that?
People have said that, yes.
Okay.
Many people are saying it.
Well, Mr. Verdell, thank you for being in the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I just wanted to stand on a stool.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Mr. Verdell, Mr. Money's first bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 127 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 293. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 293 by Huffman, relating to the discipline of judges by the State Commission of Judicial Conduct, notice on certain reprimands, judicial compensation and related retirement benefits, and the reporting of certain judicial transparency information authorizing an administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Yes.
We're getting asked that.
Yes.
Mr. Leach.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 293 aims to address several key issues within the judiciary. This addresses compensation as well as transparency, accountability, and efficiency. Members, this is a big bill, and it's one that your judges deserve, have worked hard for, and have waited too long for. Texas has not had a meaningful increase in the base pay of our judges since 2013, nor has the work done during the 86th legislative session kept up with inflation and the cost of living. When adjusted for inflation, our judicial pay remains lower than the salary paid in 1991. According to the Texas Judicial Compensation Commission's latest report, judges in every state except Texas and Nevada have received increases in salary, And instead of catching up, we've done the opposite. We've fallen further and further behind. I do have an amendment.
Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Let me offer the amendment, Representative Schofield, because I think I know
Following
where you're
amendment.
going. Thank
Following
you.
amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is the heart of the bill that I hope you're going to support and take pride in. I know your district judges are watching and paying attention very closely to this, and for good reason. This amendment, which is on your screens, is agreed upon language. Senator Huffman and I have finally, after many years, been able to come to an agreement on judicial pay, not just me, but many of you who've worked very hard for this. This will set the base pay of a district judge at $175,000, which is a 25% raise to the base pay. If you'll remember during the Chief Justice's State of the Judiciary address, he called for, and we have filed legislation calling for a 30% pay raise. The Senate was at 15%, very strongly at 15%, but in our negotiations and conversations regarding this important matter, we've been able to agree at a 25%, again, very much needed, much deserved, and long-awaited pay raise for our judges. With increased compensation, we also expect our judiciary to function effectively, efficiently, and to be held accountable at a standard befitting their jobs. This amendment also will require judges to provide an accounting of their time spent presiding over their court at the courthouse or other court facility and the number of hours that they've performed other judicial duties. This is including case-related duties, administrative tasks, and continuing education 2 times per year, as opposed to 4 times per year. The amendment in front of you now limits it to 2 times per year in January and July for the previous 6 months. Finally, the amendment provides a change to conform with the language of SJR 27, which we've adopted earlier today. I move adoption of the amendment, and I'm happy to take questions.
Schofield, for purpose.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions, yields for questions.
Mr. Chairman, whenever we do a judicial pay raise bill, because in some circumstances, legislative pensions are tied to judicial pay, people get it in their head that the bill must raise legislative pensions. Mr. Chairman, does this bill, if it gets passed, raise the pension of state legislators?
The answer is unequivocally no, it does not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Leach sends
You
up.
can moan collectively, but you can't vote against it.
Receive
Mr.
for
Speaker,
purpose?
gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So, and I've been wanting a 30% increase, but you're telling me this 25% increase is agreed by both sides, and it will be accepted, and we'll be able to get something.
It is, yes, it is my understanding. Senator Huffman has been wonderful to work with on this, and Senator Huffman and many others, including me, have legitimate concerns, Representative Massoud, and you've heard these concerns about the performance, the effectiveness, the efficiency of some of our judges across the state. Not many, not going to name any names here, but for judges that are not performing, that are not holding up their end of the bargain, that are not doing their jobs, in some cases are not showing up for work, Representative, that's what the reporting mechanism twice a year will allow us and the public to see. But the vast majority of judges are hardworking, dedicated on both sides of the aisle in all corners of the state, are hardworking, dedicated, showing up for work, working through their dockets, opening their courthouses, criminal and civil, and they deserve a pay raise. And so, yes, this is agreed upon. My hope is that if we pass this bill with these 2 amendments on, that the Senate will very quickly concur and send this bill to the governor's desk.
Wonderful. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Representative. And members, just so you know, in case someone does challenge you or say that this bill does something that it doesn't do, you might want to write this down. Your legislative retirement is not being raised. We are finally and formally delinking it, and we're setting it to where it is now at the $140,000. That is on page 24 of the bill, on line 18, page 24. So you can direct them to that and set the record straight.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So this bill, it requires a timesheet for the judges. Is like, how detailed does it have to be?
It's not a timesheet. I know that word has been thrown around. It is a report. The Supreme Court is going to do some rulemaking when it comes to directed under the bill to do some rulemaking to figure out the form and the format of the report. It is not a timesheet. They're not going to have to clock in and out. I know there has been some concern about that. I have been strongly opposed to that. And I think the spirit of the bill is that a judge's duties and administrative tasks will be reported not only for the legislature but for the public to see, and the Supreme Court will be in charge of determining exactly what information is to be reported and how it's to be reported.
So, for example, if they have a law day docket, they'll say that we had law day, got to court at, I don't know, 7 o'clock in the morning, stayed there all day, had a trial this day, jury trial lasted this long, as opposed to I handled this case on this day for this much time. I talked to this lawyer on this day about a summary judgment. It's not going to be like that.
Yeah, so you know, as a practicing attorney, we have to keep our time in 6-minute increments. I haven't done that in a while, by the way. I'm not sure you have either.
Well, I have, and it's hard.
It is hard, but we have to keep our time, and that is not what we're asking judges to do. No way, no shape, no form. The spirit is reporting, is so that we can know what judges are showing up, how they're doing their job, how they're performing their tasks. And that's the spirit of the bill. And I believe the Supreme Court will set forth effective rulemaking that will achieve that end.
And is there anything that like requires judges to have X number of trials a year or anything they're going to be?
No.
So they're basically trying to make sure that the judges, in order to get paid, have to show up to work, but they're not going to be using what the judges do to decide whether they think they're good judges or bad judges.
Look, whether a judge is a good judge or a bad judge is up to the people who elect them in this state. Certainly, the Judicial Conduct Commission, as we've discussed, has a role. The legislature has a role as a co-equal branch of government. But what this bill does with these amendments is, like I said, a judicial compensation increase is needed, and it's long awaited, and it's much deserved. I think you would agree with that.
For sure.
But for the judges that are not showing up for work, for the judges out there that think that they can just take the pay raise and continue to maybe not be up to par with what the public is expecting of them on the bench and in the courthouse, then I think they should think again, because the public, the curtain's going to be rolled back, and the public is going to know more than they know now about what judges are doing, what they need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Basit voting aye. Show Mr. Diayala voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 2 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just conforms to the SJR 27 that we passed earlier. With that, I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas voting aye. There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm proud of this bill. I'm thankful for many of you that have worked to make this possible, and to our judges that are paying attention. Thank you for your work in serving the people of Texas, and congratulations on your much needed and deserved pay raise. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 293. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 3 nays, SB 293 is passed to third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
Please admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 130, Craddock.
Thank you, Mr. Messenger. The chair lays out SB 2878 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
I just wanted to make sure that's right.
2878 by Hughes relating to the operation, administration of, and practices and procedures relating to proceedings in the judicial branch of state government.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
What?
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2878 until 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out Senate Bill 441 as a matter of, the chair lays out Senate Bill 441 on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 441 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the civil liability of production, solicitation, disclosure, or promotion of artificial intimate visual material.
Chair recognizes Dr. Leilani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 441 addresses the troubling rise of AI-generated intimate visual materials, often known as deepfakes. These manipulated images and videos cause severe emotional trauma and reputational harm by depicting individuals without their consent. This bill provides victims clear legal remedies by establishing civil liability against individuals, website owners, and payment processors involved in creating, distributing, or profiting from such harmful material. Additionally, this bill complements, builds upon, and confirms the recently enacted federal Take It Down Act signed by President Trump. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leilani.
Chair recognizes Dr. Leilani.
This amendment tweaks the bill, adding disclosure and transparency around the AI-generated content. Is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Dr. Leilani sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Leilani voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 2 nays, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leilani.
Chair recognizes Dr. Leilani.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment amends and to reflect the input from this amendment reflects input from digital stakeholders and balances victim protection with workable platform obligations by removing unnecessary procedural details. The amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Dr. Leilani sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Leilani voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Vasut voting nay. There being 109 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Leilani to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you. I close. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 441. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Leilani voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, SB 441 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 3059. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3059 by Campbell relating to the preservation, maintenance, restoration, and protection of the Alamo complex and surrounding area by the Alamo Commission.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Alamo is one of the most significant historic sites in Texas. It represents sacrifice, liberty, and the courage of those who fought for Texas independence. Senate Bill 3059 is about protecting that legacy. This bill transfers the oversight of the Alamo to the new Alamo Commission. The commission will be made up of 5 members: the governor, lieutenant governor, Speaker of the House, a member of the Senate appointed by the lieutenant governor, and a member of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker of the House. I do have a perfecting amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Metcalf.
Welcome.
What specific concerns or performance issues at the General Land Office prompted the need for this transfer of authority?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So moving it over to the new Alamo Commission will give statewide leadership from the governor, lieutenant governor, Speaker of the House, and also members from each body. And so this will better represent more Texans.
Okay, so there weren't any specific concerns or performance issues that caused this to be transferred?
I believe that this will just bring a broader audience to it and more eyes on the Alamo and Alamo project as well.
Don't they already have the ability to lay eyes on it, to give their input?
Well, this will mirror the SPV, State Preservation Board, a board that I was served on the past 4 years, and who oversees the Capitol complex, and this will oversee the Alamo complex as well.
Why move the responsibility from a professional agency to a commission made up of elected officials?
Well, we are elected by the people of Texas. Each of us are elected by our districts, our constituents. The governor is elected statewide and lieutenant governor statewide as well. And we, members of this body, elect who our speaker is. And so this is the way that we should feel that the Alamo Commission should be done, just like State Preservation Board is.
Well, isn't the General Land Commissioner a statewide office?
You'd be correct.
Will the commission be staffed with preservation professionals, or is the intent for elected officials to drive day-to-day management?
No, under this legislation, the new Alamo Commission will be able to hire and fire an executive director in that commission, so they will run the daily operations. Under this bill as well, the Alamo Commission will have to meet, I believe it's twice a year. I could certainly find that for you, but they are not going to run the day-to-day operations. It is going to be mirrored just like State Preservation Board. Rod Welsh is our executive director at State Preservation Board, but Chairman Guerin is House Administration, and so he doesn't run the day operations. Rod does.
Correct. Who requested this commission?
I believe it's something that's been in the talks for several months now.
You don't know who specifically?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Representative Harris requested the commission? All right. What's the timeline and cost for the transition?
The timeline, let's say, so the new Alamo Commission will be officially established September 1st, 2027. On that same date, the GLO and the Alamo Commission must enter into a memorandum of understanding. The MOU must include a comprehensive plan to ensure a smooth and orderly transfer of responsibilities for the preservation, maintenance, and restoration of the Alamo complex. Also on September 1st, 2027, Lieutenant Governor and Speaker of the House will appoint members of the Alamo Commissions, meaning a member of this chamber and a member of the Senate at that time as well. Full transfer of authority will be January 1st, 2028.
So what happens for the 2 years from now until then? It just continues. There's renovations in the works currently. They just continue as is until 2027, or really till 2028, it sounds like.
There are renovations going on right now, and this will give us time for state leadership to dot all the I's, cross all the T's to make sure that construction continues to take place.
In other words, that's to make sure that there's not any legal risk in transferring the authority?
That could be part of it.
If the goal of the historical, if the goal is historical preservation, why not strengthen the existing partnership between the GLO and the City of San Antonio instead of creating a whole new bureaucracy?
Well, I don't believe this is creating a whole new bureaucracy. We're mirroring what we're doing at State Preservation Board with state leadership, how they identify and manage the state complex, Capitol complex, where we're standing on right now, and all the way to the Capitol Mall that way.
Will this result in any additional costs, given that there are renovations going on right now? Will it cause any delays, any issues?
Not to my knowledge.
So with so many pressing needs in Texas, schools, infrastructure, healthcare, why are we focused on reorganizing the renovations of the Alamo?
Why are we refocused? Say that again. Repeat your question.
Why are we spending time putting in place another commission to oversee work that's currently being done?
Well, the Alamo is part of our heritage, and I believe Chairman Hunter spoke about that last night during his layout, and I couldn't have said it better myself. It's part of our heritage. It represents sacrifice, liberty, and the courage who fought to make Texas what it is today. And I think with this new Alamo Commission, we're going to see wonderful things to continue to occur at the Alamo. And I look forward to this passage, and with the Alamo Commission oversight of not only the Alamo, but the whole complex that is being designed and constructed right now.
I mean, I don't disagree with any of that. I think we all recognize how significant the Alamo is to the state of Texas. I just find it strange that we're creating a commission now after all these years. I think, hasn't there been many, many years of work on this? Anyway, thank you for answering my
You're
questions.
welcome. Thank you, Ms. Goodwin.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
I rise a point of order against SB 3059 that it violates House Rule Section 432C3 and that the bill analysis states the bill does not expressly grant any rulemaking authority to a state office, department, or agency institution.
Mr. Canales, please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what
I
purpose?
raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 3059 that it violates House Rules Section 32, subsection C2, and that the bill analysis fails to fully list the specific provisions of laws that are repealed by the law.
Mr. Canales, please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to continue with SB 3059.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment allows for the state to negotiate with Mexico to return the New Orleans Grays flag, which was captured by General Santa Anna at the Battle of Alamo, back to Texas. Also, this directs the commission to coordinate secure display of the Travis Victory at Death letter within the Alamo complex. We've heard some information about this earlier this session, and clarifies that the commission's jurisdiction over significant artifacts and historical items associated with the Alamo requires an agreement with the Department of Public Safety for ongoing security of the Alamo complex, and requires the commission in conjunction with the Alamo Trust to prepare an annual budget and work plan for the Alamo site, and directs the Alamo license plate renewal funds for the Alamo Commission be 75% license plates revenues for state preservation, 25% of license plates revenue for educated and visitor experience. These funds were generally in a general land office, and also repeals outdated duplicate provisions. I move adoption.
Please excuse Mr. Lozano because of important business on the motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there any objection to the motion? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Metcalf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye. The clerk will ring the bell.
Ding, 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 ding.
Show Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye. Show Mr. Basut voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 5 nays, the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for, will the bill author yield for questions?
I'm about to do an amendment. You do it on close.
Are we doing an amendment?
The bill author does not have the floor at this time. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kane.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment, I would say, is critical in ensuring the stable and orderly transition of responsibilities related to the Alamo. As currently written, the bill sets fixed dates for the transfer of authority. However, the proposed amendment replaces those fixed dates with a condition based on a timeline, specifically tying the transition to the full implementation of the Alamo Plan as determined by the General Land Office. This change, I'd say, is necessary for large-scale construction and preservation efforts like the Alamo Plan are complex and subject to delay. So transferring oversight while the project is still underway, Transferring oversight while the project is still underway would risk confusion, disrupt coordination, and potentially compromise the integrity of this effort. By adopting this amendment, we'd ensure that our leadership changes only occurs once the project has reached its completion. It provides the time and flexibility needed to finish the work properly and keeps the focus on the preservation, not procedural chaos. This approach is not only practical, it's in the best interest of the Alamo, the public, and the agencies involved.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So what you're saying, Representative Kane, is that the timeline is going to be dictated to ensure that the preservation and maintenance underway is not jeopardized by this transfer and creation of a new commission?
Yeah, essentially, yes. Right. So currently, the bill would say it would happen in January 1st, 2028. What this amendment would do, the new timeline would be the date the General Land Office determines the Alamo Plan is finished, right? That has been fully implemented. So once it's done, it goes. Let's just let them finish their construction work.
And so right now, that construction work is not completed. Is that correct?
That's correct. But it's going to be completed soon.
And so, as precious as the Alamo is to all Texans and all our history, what your amendment seeks to do is streamline it, because What this bill does, and if the members aren't listening, this bill creates a completely new commission. And what Representative Kane's amendment seeks to do is to ensure a logical and successful transition to one of the most precious historical sites. Is that correct, Representative Kane?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's the hallowed ground for the state of Texas. And look, they're renovating it right now. Before we transfer it, we just want to make sure those renovations are done.
Thank you for your amendment. It's well thought out, well received, and I'm planning to vote on it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Canales. Members, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to move to table this amendment. Let me be crystal clear on why. This amendment does not safeguard the ongoing construction under the current Alamo plan. It is critical that leadership remain consistent throughout the duration of these projects to ensure the smooth and successful completion of this precious historical hollow ground that we dearly call the Alamo. Continuity is essential as we work towards the plan's final
Mr.
phase.
Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what
the
purpose?
gentleman yield for questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Metcalf, Representative, if continuity is crucial to the success of the Alamo, then why are we changing horses midstream?
Well, with this amendment, he's wanting to move it up. We have to delay this a couple of years so that the construction project is final. And we've got a lot of contracts under place.
That's my point.
Construction's
but you're-
taken care of.
You're changing it. We've got contracts under place. We've got construction underway. You just said continuity is crucial to making sure that this is successful, and you're changing it right in the middle of all of this into a new commission.
No, respectfully, I disagree. He's wanting to change it sooner. I'm waiting until it's
That's not what he
done.
said. That's a mischaracterization. He said, and the representative's amendment says, when construction's complete, he would transfer, not do it right now.
Well, the plan is going to be in 2027 whenever this bill takes effect.
But you agreed right earlier, just a few minutes ago, that we've already got contracts in place. And the continuation of the way things were and continuity is important for the success of this, yet you seek to change it right in the middle. I don't see the continuity in changing a horse midstream.
And the legislature will still have oversight during this time period.
What portion of the legislature? Because the commission doesn't have many members of the legislature.
Well, the GLO always comes before our committees and describes what they need. They're in appropriations talking about what funding they need.
Do you agree
we'll
with me?
We'll be back here in 2 years talking about
Do
it.
you agree? We've been talking about this for years. I've been here. We've been talking about the Alamo for years.
Yep.
Do you agree with me that the GLO right now is in control of the Alamo? Is that who statutorily?
The trust is.
But who runs the trust?
I'm not advised at the moment.
Okay, currently, you just said the GLO reports to us on the Alamo. Is that correct?
They come to the Appropriations, Senate Finance, and other committees to
Because
discuss
they're in charge of the
legislation.
Alamo. Is that correct? Currently.
They're in charge of a lot of different things.
Yes, sir. But the Alamo in particular, Representative.
They are currently.
Okay. And currently, they have engaged in contracts for the construction, preservation, and maintenance of the Alamo, and they've been the ones in charge of this. And I'm not saying that they're the best. I'm using your own words to say that continuity is what's best, and that's what Representative Kane's amendment does, is it creates continuity throughout the construction process, while your bill, if it goes into effect and this is tabled, would immediately switch it to a new commission, a new bureaucracy that does not exist.
Well, it will in January 27, not immediately.
Not if this amendment goes on.
I respectfully move to table this amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to close on the amendment.
Oh, you are? Well, then help me explain it. Yeah, I'd let you know why. Okay, go. All right. Thank you, Speaker. Members, again, I'll read it to you. Instead of Moving things to January 1st, 2028. This would just say that it'd be the date that the General Land Office determines the Alamo Plan, as funded by SB 1 from last session, has been fully implemented. So, counter to what maybe the author or the sponsor may have said, the entire idea is to make sure that the entity that this body has put that responsibility with finishes its job. I think it's pretty simple. With that, I ask you to vote against the motion to table. Move
Mr.
adoption.
Kane sends up an amendment. Mr. Metcalf moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Show Ms. Harris Davila voting aye. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 54 ayes and 84 nays, the motion to table fails. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the Kane Amendment? Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to close on the amendment.
Let's allow the General Land Office to finish their job. With that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the Kane Amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting nay. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 74 ayes and 61 nays, the amendment is adopted. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill as amended?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman does not have the floor at this time. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to close on the bill as amended.
Now we yield for a question.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yields for questions.
I do.
Representative Metcalf, I've been alerted by another member that this bill distances this work from the Daughters of the Republic of Texas. Can you speak to why we are now no longer in a required relationship with them for the preservation work and the maintenance of the Alamo, and now it's a may instead of a shall?
Yeah, I'm not sure if distance is the right word, but this, again, I go back to what State Preservation Board currently does for not only where we're standing right now, but the whole Capitol complex. This bill mirrors that image.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, this new Alamo Commission
Right.
will directly mirror how the SPB is set up with the governor, lieutenant governor, a member from each chamber.
Okay. And so, but why would we now have a different relationship with the Daughters of the Republic of Texas and now not have the official position of statute be that there's this partnership?
Well, this is what we have agreed to do by the bill authors, myself and Senator Campbell. And, this bill passed the Senate. There were only 2 no votes. So it's odd to me that, we're having to go through some of these today. But I appreciate your questions.
One more question about that. Have there been any problems with the oversight by the Daughters of the Republic of Texas?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
No, not at
Okay,
all.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sino. I move passage.
question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 3059. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes and 33 nays, SB 3059 is passed at third reading.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 2878 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2878 by Hughes relating to the operation, administration of, and practices and procedures related to proceedings in the judicial branch of state government, including court security, court documents and arrest warrants, document delivery, juvenile boards, and youth diversion, public office candidate eligibility, increasing a criminal penalty and authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2878 is the Omnibus Courts and Judiciary Bill. I want to walk through some highlights of the bill, and then I've got a floor amendment that should show up on your screen shortly, and I know there's a couple other amendments too. I know we've got a lot on the calendar, so I'm going to try to be brief, but this is a big omnibus bill that merits a little bit of time for us to walk through. Members, as you know, every session, for those of you who've been around here a while, and for those of you who this is your first session, you haven't gone through one of these, usually it's customary, certainly in my 7 sessions, it's always been that the chair of the respective committees in the House and the Senate will file what's known as an omnibus courts bill. And among other provisions to strengthen the judiciary and to improve access to justice and to be responsive to the concerns of our citizens when it comes to the judicial branch of government. In addition to those things, the bill contains the creation of new courts, district and county courts across the state. In some sessions, there's, due to whether it's population growth or case dockets across the state in various counties that are backed up, like during COVID, we are responsive. The chairs of the committees file the bills. Usually what will happen, as customary, is the state representatives and senators will file legislation, file a bill creating a new court for your district, and or will certainly communicate proactively with the authors of this bill to ensure that your county's needs are met. We have, when it comes to the creation of new county and district courts, we've always requested and required two things so that we could determine. It's not as simple as Representative Bryant saying Dallas County needs a new court, or Representative Noble saying Collin County needs a new court. It's more detailed than that. There has to be a need for the court, and so we ask for two things. Number one, we ask for a county commissioner's resolution, so that we can ensure that your county commissioners not only support the court, but are ready to help pay for the court. And then secondly, a data analysis showing the needs, the population growth, the case dockets, something that Office of Court Administration is responsible for compiling, and then verifying that, yes, in fact, Collin County needs a new court, Dallas County, Harris County needs a new court, and those things usually end up in the Omnibus Courts bill. That has certainly been the case this session. The bill in front of you now has the creation of 11 new courts across the state, new district courts. That's 2 in Brazoria County, 2 in Fort Bend County, 1 in Rockwall County. There's going to be a floor amendment that adds in other courts for Harris County and Sabine County, Comal County, Williamson County, Hidalgo County. Those things will all be included in the floor amendment that I'll lay out for you in just a sec. I'm delaying a little bit here, members, because I'm waiting for my floor amendment to be completed and uploaded into the system. So that is, I want to commend you, members who have worked collaboratively with me, who have filed your own legislation, who've worked with your local officials and been responsive to the needs of your constituents to ask for and to do the work required for new county and district courts. And for the most part, those courts are gladly and eagerly included in the bill in front of you now. There's also a number of provisions relating to judicial administration across the state. Let me hit just a few high points of some of those things that are included in the bill. We've increased the jurisdiction of statutory county courts from 250,000 to 350,000, allowing those courts to take on cases, thereby relieving the caseload of our district courts. When it comes to the business court that we created last session, we've authorized the judges of the business court to receive an additional salary from the state in addition to their base salary. Members, last session with the creation of the new business court, we inadvertently did not increase the business court judges' pay. And so this bill in front of you now, which I think is non-objectionable, something we can all agree on when it comes to the business court judges, and so this bill takes care of that.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for
yes,
questions?
Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Leach. Do you have a list of the counties that are included in this bill that you're bringing before us today? I'm trying to figure out if it includes Denton County.
Denton County is not in here because
Denton County's not in there, and it's not in there because the Commissioners Court did not file a resolution saying that they needed it?
Well, so to my knowledge, I can go back and check my records, Representative Patterson, but to my knowledge, no Denton County state representative filed legislation and or ever talked to me or my office or any of the committee members about Denton County
So
needing
there's 5 state reps in Denton County, and so you're saying that none of the 5 of the state reps in Denton County filed legislation to create a new court?
To my knowledge, standing here now without, no, I do not believe so. If I'm
Okay.
wrong about that, you can correct me. But nor did I hear from any local officials or your state senators about Denton County needing a court. So no, Denton County.
That's a good point. So like maybe a state senator didn't even file. I believe we have at least 2 state senators in Denton County, and so you're saying that they probably didn't file that either.
Correct.
And,
yeah.
and
I will say this: that if Denton County needed a new court, knowing the state representatives in Denton County, knowing how hard you work, how responsive you are to your constituents, Denton County would certainly be included in this bill. No question about it.
And I didn't file that because my commissioners court didn't come to me and ask for that, and they certainly didn't pass a resolution to provide that to me, and they also didn't say that they wanted to pay for that court. So it's my understanding that if a new court is added, that the cost of that court is made up by the county taxpayers through the budget that the commissioners court adopts. Is that correct?
That's largely correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so they would have to pay for that through property tax receipts at the county level?
Yeah, there's no question about it. When we talk, Representative Patterson, about the core competencies of government, things that government needs to fund with taxpayer dollars, certainly the justice system, civil and criminal, are part of that. We need to make sure that our justice system is functioning and functioning well, and that our courts are open and accessible. And so when it comes to the creation of a new court, there's no question that that is an expenditure, in some cases a substantial expenditure of taxpayer dollars, but it is a core competency of government, a priority of government. I would say it's a true function of government for us to fund, and I think the people expect that of us.
Yeah, the people in our districts, need this service from their county government, correct?
Yeah, justice delayed is justice denied. And if there's a backup at the courthouse because there's not enough courthouse doors open, if there's not enough judges, then certainly the taxpayers have reason to disapprove of that and to let us hear about it.
So if this was an important measure that needed to be taken up for my county, just to reiterate, you're saying that we would have, filed a bill on it, talked to the committee, talked to the chairman, local officials would have come and talked to you about that, and you don't have that from Denton County, correct?
No, I don't have that from Denton County, and I did have with me. I might have misplaced it. I think Chairman Landgraf might have a copy of it in his hands, but what you're holding right there, Representative Patterson, is a letter that I sent out to all the members after the Speaker made committee appointments.
That's right.
I sent that letter. I think it's dated March 10th, 2025. I'm now serving as chairman for the 4th time. This is the 4th time I've sent this identical letter. On March 10th, 2025, to every single member in this House, telling you exactly what I've just outlined in terms of the process to create new county and district courts, and asking for 2 things: the OCA data, the Office of Court Administration data, and a county commissioners court resolution. And all of you, I should say the vast majority of you who really needed new courts and wanted to work to get new courts, all of you did exactly what I asked you to do in that letter, and you submitted the required information and or you filed legislation, and therefore your courts are included in the bill.
So every member received this letter, and I see here in your letter that it's not just kind of hidden in the second paragraph here. It's actually bolded in boldface type, showing that in order for you to request a new court, there's a lot of work that goes. A lot of legislative work. We're here to work for the people of Texas, and there's work that goes into this. And so all throughout the entire session, there's work that would have been done if we needed to create a new, and we didn't do that in Denton County because we didn't ask for one, but you're saying that everyone else that has a court in your bill, they did the work as you prescribed here back in early
Yes,
March.
so I know that you have the letter in your hands now. I think that it's maybe in the second paragraph where I bolded it. Maybe it's highlighted there on the copy you have, but
Yes.
maybe you should read that bolded portion. I know it's just one or two sentences, but if you want to read it for the body, I think that would be edifying.
I'd love to. It says, in order for your requested new courts to be included in the omnibus bill, please provide your, quote, workload analysis, end quote, report and county commissioner's resolution to my office by Friday, April the 4th. And that's because of all the work, I'm assuming, that goes into creating a bill like this to negotiate with the other side to confirm the needs in that county or in that community. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's there's a ton of work and a lot of people who work on this bill, not just my staff, but OCA, our committee members, and many of you. Your staffs have worked. I mean, there's, I think, 10 to 13, I don't have the exact number, courts created, and every single member's office, your chiefs of staff, your legislative directors, your district directors, they put in hard work to, along in coordination with my staff and the Office of Court Administration and your local elected officials. There's a ton of work, to your point. I mean, imagine, Representative Patterson, if, let's just say, it's kind of like the budget. You know, if you just show up once the budget, the conference committee report on the final budget reaches the floor, and you want something for your district, and you come here, but you haven't put any work in, and you just expect the appropriators, the Appropriations Committee, and the members of this body, just when you tell us you need $5 million for a park, just to say, okay, you get $5 million for your park. Well, that wouldn't be a faithful stewardship of the taxpayer dollars, and so it's right for us to put in the work, and for you to prove not only to me, but to this body and to the 31 million Texans we represent that when we approve your new court, you in fact need it, and your constituents are ready to pay for it.
And so all of this work that you're talking about, I mean, that doesn't happen here on the floor. I mean, you're talking about March 10th, April 4th. I mean, there's a lot of work between members in their offices, between staff, with your locally elected officials and folks on the ground in your community, work here at the Capitol building, work between the chambers, work between staff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work that went on between March 10th and April 4th, and a lot of members participated.
Yeah, you know,
in that.
I'm glad that I know that there's some people who criticize the House for maybe getting started on the floor a little later than the Senate, maybe taking a little while to get organized, and maybe not, you know, in the months of February and March, spending as much time voting on the floor. Well, that's because when we talk about the bills that we're hearing today, this bill is a chief example. There's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes in our offices, in our districts, working, meeting with other members. And so if members just expect to come onto the floor and show up and say, hey, I need a new court for my county, that doesn't work that way. The work is put in, the sweat equity, rolling up your sleeves, sitting around a table, figuring out what the needs of your constituents are. That's where the meaningful work is put in, long before the bill gets here onto the floor for a vote.
Well, thank you for that work. And I know that as a good steward of tax dollars, that you have done your due diligence on these, and that folks on the ground that are going to have to pay for this through their county property taxes have done the due diligence on these. And that's not something we take lightly. And so I appreciate all the work that you, your team, and quite frankly, the other members here on the floor have done that are included in your bill, all of the work that they put in throughout this entire session to bring us to this omnibus bill that you're carrying here on the floor today.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
Representative Patterson, I want to make an additional point. There's a couple members on this floor who have worked really, really hard and have caught some resistance either locally or maybe from other members of their delegation, maybe unlike you and I who just represent one county. There's some members who represent 10, 15 counties. And it's harder for them to get their delegation together around something that may be good for their county but not the rest of their legislative district. And so there have been a few instances in which legislators have worked and done really hard and done everything they could possibly do. And I had to tell them, even despite that work, I had to tell them, sorry, your court's not going to be included in the bill. Because there wasn't justification for it, or there's resistance or pushback or whatever. But they still worked hard for it. And you know what they did when I said, sorry, you're not going to be included in the bill? They said, I understand. They're still trying. There might be a couple of amendments today. But for someone to just show up today and say they need a new court without ever having talked to me about it, working through the process, is just, to me, it's something I've never seen before. And I don't think it's the way that this body should work.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that y'all done.
Gentleman's time has expired. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I trust that the amendment is on your screen. This amendment is a perfecting amendment, but it is a substantial one. I'm not going to go through point by point. It is in front of you now. This amendment is it changes the creation dates of some of the courts. The amendment it cleans up some items that were already in the bill, just making them match up with other legislation we've already passed and with other sections of the bill. It adds some confidentiality protections to juvenile case managers, municipal court employees, and employees and commissioners of the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. There's other member requests. For instance, Representative Kitzman had a bill that didn't quite make it through the process, but he talked to me about this. He's been communicating with me about this for several weeks. His bill, parts of it are included in here, allowing state officials appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate to get credit for their continuing legal education requirements. There's Senator Zaffirini sent some language relating to digital court reporting. Representative Thompson has some language in here relating to digital signature and divorce proceedings. There's some 15th Court of Appeals cleanup language and a host of other things that if there's questions, I'm happy to go through, but in the interest of time, I'll simply move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman Leach, I've enjoyed being on the Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence Committee with you over this last few months.
Likewise.
But I do want to highlight that, for example, in Harris County, we haven't had new courts since the 80s, even though we've gone from 2.5 million people to 4.5 million people. But with your leadership over the last couple of cycles, you have encouraged each of us in our delegation to work with our local county officials to ensure that if there was a need for an increase in our judiciary and the efficiency and the infrastructure, that it be done. And I really do want to thank you for doing that. Thank you for the courts that are in here for Harris County. But I also wanted to ask, I mentioned this earlier when we were talking about SJR 27. Would you please tell me why you are so committed to ensuring that the judiciary not only have their integrity and their freedom, but they have the resources that they need?
Well, Vice Chair Johnson, you've been wonderful in helping me lead the committee. It's been wonderful to partner with you and all of our committee members in strengthening our judiciary and including in this bill. Let me just say this. When it comes to judicial compensation, if I didn't make clear earlier, I'll make clear now that I expect and anticipate that the Senate is going to concur with what we just did with raising the base pay 25%. The reason that is so important, I've said this before, I've been saying it for many years and I'll continue to say it. We are bordering on, I believe that it is now a crisis for the state. It is a true emergency for the state when we cannot retain judges and we cannot recruit new judges. The base pay is woefully low. If we're not 50th out of all states, we're very close. I think we're in the bottom 5. And we are having trouble, like when we create new courts like we're doing today, like we've done over the past few sessions, when we have trouble finding lawyers, experienced, capable, well-equipped, well-educated lawyers on both sides of the aisle, because it shouldn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat when you're on the bench. You should be equipped, you should be accountable to the citizens, and you should be a fair jurist and impartial jurist. But we're having trouble recruiting new judges, and for good reason. When we're woefully low paying in terms of what we pay our starting judges, it is increasingly troublesome to recruit and retain new judges. And so with that, I believe it's an emergency item, but I think we've gone a long way in fixing that with our judicial compensation increases. I just got a note that said, let's move on, which I agree. So.
Well, Chairman Leach, I really do appreciate it. One more thing that you and I have talked about repeatedly on the committee, and just as you said, this is not partisan. Would you please speak to the fact that the threats or things that we're seeing against our judiciary? We've heard from a couple judges who experienced the personal violence or threats. Would you please speak to the manner in which we are trying to lift up our judiciary to keep them safe?
So the judicial security, the security of our judges across the state, we've seen instances, even in my own county now, Collin County, where there are personal threats, largely stirred up by social media, keyboard warriors, and other local activists who are listing their personal information, their address, who are following them and tracking them and harassing them, and in many cases threatening their lives and their livelihoods. And so we've done a number of things to beef up and increase judicial security. In the Omnibus Courts bill, there's a court security committee that's included, which I'm very proud was included. We talked about that and have worked on that. Representative Jolanda Jones and others has worked real hard on that as well. So that's included in here, I think importantly so.
Thank you for the work, Chairman.
Yes, I move adoption of the amendment. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Members, the amendment has been withdrawn. We are fixing a typographical error. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism to meet while the House is in session today at 4:15 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism will meet today at 4:15 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Members, I move adoption of the perfecting amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those vote nay. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is some language for the Omnibus Courts bill that I have been working on actually since last fall. And I'm requesting y'all today to put this amendment on the bill so that we can keep this alive to talk about in conference for a couple more days. It affects 2 multi-county district courts, the 274th District Court and the 22nd District Court. Those courts both are shared by Hays and Comal counties, and then the 22nd also goes into Caldwell County, and the 274th goes into Guadalupe. The base bill is already removing the 274th court from Guadalupe. What my amendment would do is move the 274th court from Hays so that it becomes a Comal-only court, and it would remove Comal County from the 22nd District Court so that it moves into Hays and Caldwell only. The reason this is important, members, is because Hays and Comal are both really fast growth counties, and these counties are needing more courts. Comal is getting a new court in this bill. Hays created one a couple sessions ago, and I'll probably be back asking y'all for a new court next session. But the problem is in Hays County, we are out of chambers for judges to sit in. We are out of courtrooms. And so having to share between 3 different part-time judges that all have their own chambers and all want their own courtroom makes the logistics very complicated. It means our criminal cases take longer to be resolved. It means our civil cases get reset over and over and over again and can take years to actually get to a trial date. And it just reduces the efficiency overall of our court systems. So members, we don't have full agreement with this on the Senate yet. What I am asking is for y'all to make this change in the bill so that we can have that conversation with the Senate in conference and have an opportunity to move forward on this. The counties impacted have done resolutions either directly in support or of this proposal or in support of some level of unwinding to more efficiently use existing judicial resources. So this amendment does not create a new court, it just detangles 2 of these multi-county courts to get better efficiency. And members, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the lady yield for questions?
I do.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Zwiener, how do the other representatives that share Caldwell counties and Hays counties with you feel about this amendment?
Yeah, my understanding is that Representative Gertis is leaning on his judge. I want to be clear, this does not change the court allocation to Rep. Gertis's district at all, and Rep. Gertis's county has done a resolution of support for this language. Rep. Schoolcraft, his district had done a resolution of support for this overall plan. That said, this amendment does not affect him at this time because the base bill actually made those changes as well. I let Rep. Isaac know that I was doing this, and we've had conversations about it. My understanding is, or our previous conversations, was that she was planning to defer to Senator Campbell, and thus far Senator Campbell has declined to talk about it in detail. And again, that's the main reason I'm asking for us to put this on today so that we can have those detailed conversations with the Senate.
Well, oftentimes district judges tend to be very particular about their jurisdiction and what counties it relates to. These 2 courts have overlapping jurisdiction in both Caldwell and Hays County, correct?
Comal and Hays County.
I'm sorry, Comal and
One,
Hays.
and then And then one court also is in Caldwell, one court is currently also in Guadalupe.
Have the judges of those district courts approved this plan?
They have. So Judge Steele, who represents the 274th District Court, is nearing retirement, and because of that, he said he was amenable to this plan. And then the other judge, Judge Boyer, who represents the 22nd District Court, will be aged out before the changes in the bill go into effect, and he said he is fine with this change, again, once he's out of office.
Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah, of course. Members, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to speak on the amendment.
I'm going to leave this to the will of the House. I'm going to be voting for it. I don't know if we can get this done, but I'm happy to continue the conversation in conference. But vote your districts and your values. I'm leaving it to the will of the House.
Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to close on the amendment.
Thank you, members. This is an amendment to try and get more efficiency for our court system and to keep that conversation alive in conference. Please vote yes.
Ms. Zwiener sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. Strict enforcement has been requested on on the Zwiener amendment to SB 2878. Members, you must vote from your desks. You cannot vote for another member. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 74 ayes and 56 nays, the amendment is adopted.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anshia.
Mr. Anchio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'll make this quick. I've been spending the last few days visiting with Chairman Leach about this amendment. I'm grateful that he is going to allow me to lay it out on this omnibus bill. Members, this amendment would streamline the expunction of records for low-level nonviolent offenders who complete certain pretrial intervention programs, like, and this is important on Memorial Day, veterans courts, okay? There are rigorous programs, these veteran courts. They last between 1 and 2 years, and upon completion of these programs, individuals are guaranteed to have expunction occurred. So members, on this Memorial Day, let's honor our veterans by helping them get back on their feet to guarantee the expunctions that they are required to under law. And with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Leach.
Will of the body, I'm going to be voting yes, but.
Mr. Anchia to close.
Thank you. Let's honor our veterans on this Memorial Day. Move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 35 nays. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Leach to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, appreciate your...
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Capriglione, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
So I apologize, Representative Leach. I haven't read through the whole bill, but roughly how many courthouses in counties, roughly, are we talking about in this bill?
With the floor amendment, there are now 12 courts included.
There's 12 courts. Now, just a question that we were wondering, is it true that Ellis County Courthouse is not in the bill?
Ellis County District Court is not in the bill.
Why is it not in the bill?
The Ellis County District Court is not in the bill because the Ellis County State Representative has never talked to me about it.
Never talked to you about putting a courthouse in the bill?
Not once. And to my knowledge, there was no legislation filed asking for it. I have seen no Commissioners Court resolution or OCA data from the state representative, and so with that, that's why it's not included. I move passage.
Thank you.
Question
Speaker.
occurs on passage.
Mr.
Sorry,
Speaker.
He has moved passes, Mr. Harrison. Question occurs on passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 8 nays. The SB 2878 passes third reading. Denied.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Landgraf, what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I request that the remarks from the members related to Senate Bill 2878 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 13 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 13 by Paxton relating to school districts' library materials and catalog, the creation of local school library advisory councils, and parental rights regarding public school library catalogs and access by the parent's child to library materials.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Senate Bill 13 by Senator Paxton addresses the issue of sexually explicit content in school libraries by providing increased structure and transparency to the processes and standards for school library book acquisition and review policies to ensure that school library collections are appropriate for their campuses based upon developmental suitability for those grade levels and on community values. Senate Bill 13 accomplishes these goals using a multifaceted approach. Senate Bill 13 holds school libraries to the same standards our nation already recognizes for protecting children from inappropriate content. The Supreme Court has upheld the Federal Communications Commission standards for the regulation of content that may air between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., the hours in which children may reasonably be in the audience. If this content cannot be on TV or radio when there is reasonable risk of children being in the audience, then this content should not be in school libraries, somewhere that children are always the audience. Senate Bill 13 also proposes optional local school library advisory councils charged with overseeing school districts' acquisition of new materials and reviewing any challenged materials. If 20% of parents petition to have a council, the school board shall establish a school library advisory council. This council consists of parents, educators, and local community members who make recommendations for the inclusion of library materials in school libraries based on developmental appropriateness and community values. These councils are modeled after the school health advisory councils known as the SHAC. SHACs provide local oversight in selecting a school district's health curriculum to ensure that these materials not only meet state standards but also reflect local values. These principles are at the core of this proposed legislation. Additionally, Senate Bill 13 affirms that a parent has the right to access school records of the materials their child checks out from the school library. While some school districts already provide parents easy mechanisms for checking student library records, which promotes transparency and parental engagement, all school districts should provide such access. All parents should be afforded such transparency as they are the ultimate decider in all aspects of their child's education, including in the school library. And members, I do have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Amendment by Buckley.
Chair has Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment I worked on with members of this body. This amendment would clarify that required curriculum and the supporting books and materials are not included in the definition of library materials. This amendment ensures that parents are notified if a book is challenged so that they have the opportunity to decide whether or not to include those on the list of books their child cannot check out. It also clarifies that a library council can recommend a library material be removed if it is deemed harmful, indecent, or profane, that is consistent with local community values, and whether or not it is age appropriate. And it clarifies that books of the same series would not have to go through the full acquisition review process, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Talerico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some
Gentleman
questions?
yield questions?
Yes,
Yields for
absolutely.
questions.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Yeah.
You know, we've had discussions about book banning several times over this session and last legislative session. You know, my frustration has been that the word pornography is thrown around, not by you, but by folks in this conversation. it is already illegal to share pornography or harmful materials with a minor in Texas law. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So my concern is that under your bill, a book could be removed even if there isn't a single mention of sex, even on one page. Is that your understanding?
Well, I believe there's really two parts to that. I mean, we have standards for policy, for the policy of assembling a collection of library books, and we're going to revert or use the standards that we do per the FCC to make sure that these materials are appropriate and that they're not in conflict with that, so that they're appropriate for children to have access to.
And of course, I think every member on this floor would agree that all materials should be age appropriate. I'm concerned about the definitions in your bill and that they're overly broad and that it may sweep in a lot of classic works of literature that I don't think any of us want removed from libraries. So right now on page 6 of your bill under subsection 4, a book can be removed if it is deemed, quote, profane content inconsistent with local community values. Is that correct? Now that your amendment...
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Profane content inconsistent with local community values. And then in the bill, the definition of profane content means that the book has to have, quote, content that includes grossly offensive language that is considered a public nuisance. Am I understanding the definition of profane content correctly?
That is correct. That's how it's defined in the bill.
Okay, so essentially we are letting, under this bill, under these library councils, we're letting 3 parents decide which viewpoints are allowed for thousands of parents in a school district. Yeah. So my question is, how will they judge what is, quote, grossly offensive or, quote, local community values?
Well, a couple of things. This perfecting amendment also adds that nothing in the subchapter, that's under the definitions, may be construed as limiting the acquisition of materials necessary for the teaching of instruction in or demonstration of knowledge of the essential knowledge and skills adopted under section 28.002. So, those are the standards that we have in our schools that we want our kids to know, and libraries operate in support of instruction. And so that is a safeguard. And I think the other part, when we talk about community standards, is parents are a part of the community. So this is a way for us to engage parents and to have them involved in these adoption and procurement processes.
My concern is that the TEKS, the knowledge, the essential knowledge and skills, don't have a list of books. No. So if these library councils that have to have at least 3 parents on it, if they decide that a book is, quote, grossly offensive or, quote, against local community values, they can then remove that book and make that decision for all the parents in a district, and these parents are not elected.
Well, it ultimately is up to the school boards, because they make the recommendation to locally elected school boards that would then make the ultimate decision on whether or not the items selected for procurement meet those standards or not.
Okay, let me just run through some examples that I think may be helpful. So, Chairman, do you think prostitution is profane and inconsistent with community values?
I think that prostitution could be relayed in the context of whatever the work is before us in terms of a work of literature or content.
So you do think prostitution could be considered profane and against community values?
Yeah. Well, I think the most important thing to understand is this bill does not impact anything that would be allowed by our TEKS and standards.
Right. So under the language of your bill, profane and inconsistent with community values, Lonesome Dove, my favorite book, a Texas classic, could be banned because it includes references to prostitution in the Old West. Is that correct?
It is the community values or community standards of an individual community would dictate that.
So Lonesome Dove, perhaps the most beloved novel in Texas history could be removed from libraries if this bill passes.
Well, if you think about the FCC, did Lonesome Dove, did it air during the time when children could watch it? I don't know. I watched it, but it's been a while ago.
Well, it was before my lifetime. But I want to ask about the book Lonesome Dove. Could that be removed under your bill because prostitution is considered profane content inconsistent with community values?
I believe that community values and the work of a library committee, an advisory committee, and at a point approved by a duly elected school board will make those decisions.
So it is possible.
And again, it's possible, but remember, if these things have value and are necessary for the teaching and instruction of our TEKS, then they're certainly acceptable.
Does Lonesome Dove by Larry McMurtry appear in the TEKS anywhere?
I'm not aware. I'm not advised on that.
It does not.
Okay.
So, therefore, that classic work of literature could be removed from libraries if we pass this bill. Chairman, do you think the F word is grossly offensive language?
I do.
Do you think saying the F word or other curse words more than 300 times would be considered a public nuisance?
I think it certainly could be considered to be profane content. Yes.
So, under the language of your bill, The Catcher in the Rye, an American classic, could be banned because it includes more than 300 curse words, including the F word.
I believe that particular work is often given in reading assignments in our schools today.
And so it could be removed from school libraries if we pass this bill.
If it is related to the instruction of our essential knowledge and skills, then it could not be.
So Catcher in the Rye doesn't appear in our Texas essential knowledge and skills. And so unless it is appointed as an assigned reading for the school, then The Catcher in the Rye could be removed from school libraries.
I mean, if it violated community standards and was then approved by a local school board, that could happen, yes.
Are you comfortable with that, of The Catcher in the Rye being removed from libraries?
I'm comfortable with local communities and our locally elected school boards making those ultimate decisions.
Chairman Buckley, do you think incest is grossly offensive and against community values?
I believe that it's abhorrent, yes.
So under the language of your bill, the Holy Bible could be banned because it includes a scene describing incest in Genesis 19?
No, when we look at the things that are acceptable to be taught in our classrooms under our knowledge and skills, the Bible would not be excluded.
Are you aware that the Bible has already been banned from certain Texas school libraries, including in Keller ISD and Canyon ISD?
I am not advised of that.
If we pass your bill, could Romeo and Juliet be banned because it mentions premarital sex, which someone might find, quote, against their local community values?
I'm not advised on Romeo and Juliet. That seems to be a classic work that is in thousands of Texas schools and has been for years.
Yes, Chairman, I think you're summarizing the concerns that many of us on this floor have with this bill, that Romeo and Juliet or Lonesome Dove or The Catcher in the Rye, that these classic works of literature that are in thousands of libraries across the state could now be removed from those libraries if we pass this bill because the definitions are so broad. So do you think some may consider premarital sex to be against local community values?
There may be some. There may be some that, whether their own individual value system or their religious beliefs, that could believe that. And at the end of the day, though, remember, this bill only requires that an advisory council make recommendations and a duly elected school board makes the final decision on that.
I think, Chairman, if your answer to could Romeo and Juliet be banned, if your answer is anything other than of course not, then that's a serious problem. If we're opening the door to Texas school districts removing Romeo and Juliet out of school libraries, then we have a major problem, do we not?
Well, I think we're closing the door to some of the filth that we have heard read before our committee over the last two sessions. And I think it is entirely appropriate to select members of the community and then put it in the hands of duly elected school board members with the guidelines of this bill to make those decisions that are consistent with the standards of their community. And you know, I mean, to me, this is a guideline set in place for what is, you know, consistent with what the FCC requires for content for children, and our schools should certainly echo that in their decision making, so that we have proper content, you know, that's offered to our kids.
So first point is that the FCC standards require that the work be evaluated as a whole, which we're not including here. Second is if there is filth in our libraries, then it should be removed.
Yeah.
Again, harmful material, as it's defined in our code, those materials should be removed. Even indecent content can be removed. I'm telling you that in your bill, as it's written, we are allowing books to be removed just if they're offensive, just if they're inconsistent with community values, which is pretty broad, I think you would agree. And so we're not removing filth under your bill. We're removing Romeo and Juliet, which I don't consider filth.
Yeah. Well,
we're removing Lonesome Dove, which I don't consider filth. Do you consider those works filth?
Harmful material, indecent content, profane
great.
content.
That's great, but
Then
they
you'll
can
love
just
this bill.
But they can just choose between those three. Is my point. That's my entire problem. If it was just those first two definitions, I would vote for this bill. I think every member of this body would vote for the bill. But the fact that you are also including offensive content that is inconsistent with community values as another category, that now means that things like Romeo and Juliet and Lonesome Dove and The Catcher in the Rye will be removed from school libraries because the definitions are overly broad.
Well, I would say that community values, or the bedrock of what we try to do in public policy, and we try to, you know, we talk a lot about local control in this bill, and when some say we've gone away from that. I would argue that with a framework in place here, you have a bill that provides the ultimate control. You have a library commission, or excuse me, a council that can be formed that not only has parents and community members, but librarians and teachers and business people and everyone else. You know, really, you know, that's where your community values live. And think about our SHAC committees. Our SHAC committees have been able to take content that is very controversial, and because of that community coming together to express those values, we've been able to come up, for the most part, curriculum that is acceptable to communities.
So let me tell you a concern I have about allowing books to be removed just because they're inconsistent with community values. Are you aware here in Travis County that 70%?
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Please repeat your question. I apologize.
Are you aware that in Travis County, where we're currently standing, 70% of the voters voted against President Donald Trump?
It doesn't surprise me, but
sure.
So I was not aware of the exact percentage.
Now that we're allowed to remove books that are inconsistent with community values, could a liberal school district here in the Austin area remove Donald Trump's The Art of the Deal from school libraries because it is, quote, inconsistent with community values?
No.
Why is that?
Well, because if you look at, let me see here on page 4 at the top, it talks about prohibits the removal of material based solely on ideas contained in the material or personal background of the author of the material or characters in the material.
But if they find the ideas that are presented in there as offensive, if they find the content that's in that book to be offensive, why could they not remove it?
Well, because the bill is it either indecent or is it profane?
And profane is offensive.
It includes grossly offensive language. It's considered a public nuisance.
And you're not concerned that when we allow partisan politics into our decision makings in school boards, as increasingly is the case around the state, that this language that's overly broad could be weaponized to remove certain books because they aren't, quote, consistent with community values?
I think there are multiple tests in this, and one of which are the definitions that are on page 2, and then the decision making of a advisory council.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Okay, I move adoption.
The questions on the adoption of the amendment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. Zwiener voting aye. Hinojosa voting aye. Schatzline voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. 117 ayes, 24 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Ms. Zwiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. There's a lot of good things in this bill about transparency and making sure parents have access to library records, but unfortunately there's some very problematic definitions in the bill that quite frankly leave this bill very vulnerable to the same sort of constitutional challenges that HB 900 had after last session. And so what my amendment does is it removes the parts that are most concerning, the definitions of the definitions of indecent content and the definitions of profane content. Members, I can understand why the authors of this bill thought it might be a good idea to take FCC standards and port them onto books, but unfortunately those are really, that's putting apples and oranges together. Broadcast standards are different because of the fact that people can end up encountering broadcast beyond their will. People could walk into a grocery store and hear what's on the radio. People could turn on their TV and be surprised by something without even a chance to change the channel. That's not how books work. To really end up encountering with content in a book, you have to pick up the book, you have to open it, and you have to read it. You have to engage. And so the Supreme Court has had two very different standards for how broadcast is handled and how books and libraries are handled. And so what my amendment does is it strikes these definitions related to broadcast. The other really important thing about broadcast is that it only applies between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. It also doesn't apply to cable. It doesn't apply to satellite, because those are subscriptions you have chosen to engage with. And the other really important thing about broadcast is that how offensive something is depends on the time of day, because of the age of child that might see something. There are things that are allowable in the 9 o'clock TV slot that would not be allowable in the 4 o'clock right after school gets out slot. You're not going to put Grey's Anatomy on at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. We all know that. But you can put it on at 7 or 8 o'clock when most of the little ones are in bed. So members, these definitions as written are unconstitutionally vague, are going to cause a lot of confusion, and are going to end up banning works that we really shouldn't be prohibiting from our schools. Works that many of us have probably read and engaged with when we were in school. Members, this could end up banning The Things They Carried, a beautiful war story written by an author who resides in Texas and teaches at Texas State University, Tim O'Brien. Members, that's one of the most widely read war novels by high school students. And do you know what word that book uses a lot? Well, I'm not going to say it because we got a lot of children here, but the word starts with an F and has 4 letters. And members, you're going to find that consistently in novels about the experience of war, is that there's a lot of use of profanity. But here we have a definition that is going to say books cannot be on library shelves if they have profane content. And we don't have a lot of clarity on how profane they have to be to apply. Members, this could apply to All the Pretty Horses, another book about Texas. Lonesome Dove, as Representative Tallarico raised earlier. Bless Me Ultima, a book that has also been widely read by Texas high school students. And members, I remember my teacher getting a little embarrassed when she had to explain to us what a few of the words in Spanish meant. But that's okay. It was still appropriate for high school students to engage with a book with a little bit of profanity. This could apply to A Lesson Before Dying, The Handmaid's Tale, Catcher in the Rye, The Color Purple, Slaughterhouse-Five. And I find the fact that this would apply to Slaughterhouse-Five particularly interesting because Slaughterhouse-Five is actually one of the books that the Supreme Court ordered back on the shelves in the landmark case of PICO versus Island Free Board of Trustees. This could apply to Catch-22, a book I read and loved in high school that has another great war novel, but that has a lot of scenes that take place in a brothel. This would apply to Huckleberry Finn, a book that uses the N-word more than 200 times throughout, but is still a classic work of literature that has value for our students. It would apply to Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, Beloved, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, The Grapes of Wrath, The Sun Also Rises. Remember, these are authors that most of us have enjoyed and believe should be accessible.
Good one. For what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Ms. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time, Mr. Toth.
So, members, I want to point out that we are catching things we do not mean to catch with overly broad definitions, and we are catching books that in some instances, if we're looking at Hemingway, have been on school library shelves for almost 100 years without major problems. So we need to strike these problematic definitions, move forward with a narrower version of the bill that encourages transparency, and create some of these local engagement opportunities, but without unconstitutionally banning great works of literature. So members, I urge your support on this amendment, and I would be happy to yield for any questions.
Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady
I
yield
will.
for questions. She yields for questions.
You had
Mr.
refused
Toth,
to-
please scoot closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry. Representative, you didn't want to use a word that starts with an F earlier. Why is that?
Because this is a broadcast situation, unlike a library, and so I'm going to use some standards around that.
So it's appropriate to use it in a school with little kids, but it's not appropriate to use it in a house full of adults, or a room full of adults.
You know, Representative Toth, I think that, well, first of all, this is not a room full of adults today. There are a lot of children. And second of all, there are
Good point.
And second of all, there are students who watch this space, and I think we have a standard of decorum that I do think is worth holding to. But
Let me ask you another question. Why do you...
Representative Toth, I want to
You
finish
bet. I
answering your
apologize.
question.
Go ahead.
You asked about little kids. I think the standards for what book belong in an elementary library are very different than the standards for what books belong in a high school library. And do I have questions about any four-letter words of other length being in books in a high school library? I don't. I don't have a single concern about that. And I got to say, I saw every single one of those words written on the stalls of the bathrooms in high school. I'm not concerned about books where we actually have complete sentences and stories around those words.
But the problem with a lot of these books, and you've failed to talk about it, is the fact that there are a lot of illustrations in these books, including girls giving each other oral sex, which is offensive.
Representative Toth, my amendment is about making sure we have constitutional standards here. This would, even with my amendment adopted, school districts can still have individual conversations about which books belongs in their libraries and which are appropriate for particular students and particular libraries and particular communities.
What's the difference between a child getting permission to look at something as opposed to banning?
Banning means that these books will be baseline unavailable across the state of Texas. That's what this language is saying.
They can't be purchased in a store?
Where many students
They
access
can't be
their...
purchased in a bookstore? They can't be purchased on Amazon? How are these books banned?
Well, I'm pretty sure we're trying to keep kids from being able to buy things on Amazon based on many bills we've passed off this floor. Students often get access through their school libraries, and long-standing Supreme Court precedent is that students do have a First Amendment right to information through their school libraries, and that we as a state should not be putting arbitrary lines on what material they have access to and what they don't.
But we're not banning anything. These kids still have access to these works. Isn't that true?
Representative Toth, we could get into a gigantic semantics argument here, but I do believe that pulling books off the shelf of the place where kids have the easiest free access to the material is banning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will gentlelady yield for
Gentlelady
some
yield for
questions?
questions.
I will.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the point in your amendment online, it just says that we're removing some sections. Why are you removing the indecent aspect of this bill?
Because that is not a clear definition. It will be found unconstitutionally vague by a court, and it will end up covering works of literature that we, almost all, I should say, at least agree have value. Things like, again, Lonesome Dove, Beloved, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. And the other giant problem with these definitions is they're not tailored to age. And what is indecent for a 17-year-old is not the same as what is indecent for a 5-year-old. And I think we all know that and need to have a little bit of common sense as part of this conversation.
No, I completely agree with you based on the back and forth between you and Representative Toth. I think just here on the floor, we probably all have different ideas of what indecent means exactly. Why would you remove the profane aspect of the bill?
Yeah, I honestly have to say, I think the word profane and this language being in the bill is the part of it that bugs me the most. We all know, teenagers know every four-letter word. I think I learned all of them from classmates before I got out of elementary school. Wasn't a frequent user, but we all learned those early. And so acting like those individual words are dangerous and that kids being exposed to them in a book is going to cause harm, I just don't think that's real. And when teens want to read about their lives and about the experiences of other teens, those teens are often going to talk like them.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Dr. Buckley in opposition.
Members, appreciate working with Representative Zwiener on so many things here, and I just happen to disagree with what this amendment does. It really strikes at the heart of what we're trying to do. Members, the titles that she mentioned and was concerned about, not one of those has ever been mentioned before my committee when I sat there for 40 plus hours over 2 sessions talking about what parents care about. So I do believe that's a little bit of a red herring argument. And with that, I respectfully move to table the amendment.
Ms. Zwiener to close.
So members, I was going to mention a famous narrator that used a lot of cuss words, and that was Holden Caulfield in Catcher in the Rye. And so we know that teens know profanity. We know that teens are aware that sex exists in the world. Members, we need to have reasonable standards for how we evaluate these books, not a blanket ban. And I think this bill can do a lot of good if we don't go beyond our constitutional limitations by banning content that is perfectly age appropriate for teens. And I want to be really clear. People keep trying to use the scare language of books around little kids. Nobody is saying, shoot, I don't know any 8-year-olds who want to read Catcher in the Rye. I don't know any 8-year-olds who want to read the things they carried. More power to them if their reading level's there. But members, those books don't appeal.
For what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a couple of questions?
Yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
So we need to make sure we can actually have local standards that make sense and make sense for the library those books are being in, instead of doing this blanket prohibition on so much material that would be appropriate for teens just because we don't think it's appropriate for kindergartners. With that, I'd be happy to yield for questions.
For what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yield for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
I believe you just said that there would be a blanket ban and that this should be handled locally instead. Is that correct?
I did.
Do you understand that that's what this bill does?
This bill does create some local committees, but it also puts prohibitions in the library guidelines put together by the Texas State Library and Archive Commission, and that's the part of the bill I'm amending where I think the blanket ban is being created.
But all of that would be enforced locally according to the local sense of what is right and wrong, and it would be handled first by a parental advisory committee that brings recommendations to the school board, and before a book could be taken out, it would require that school board in a public meeting with public available to be there to come forward and hear and vote in an open meeting, correct?
I think that's close to correct. I will say I don't think as currently written that the advisory councils are required. I think that's an option.
Okay.
But I want to be clear, Representative Money, I think that part of the bill is good, and I think it's good that Representative Buckley crafted it that way, and I don't have any concern about that part of the bill. I do have a concern that we're putting into statute that books that contain profane content are not allowed to be part of a library collection. And that is what we are putting in the TSLAC guidelines. So that's my concern. And I do agree there'll be some differences in how that's interpreted locally, but I do think we're creating a lot of ammunition for people to target books that most of us, using our common sense, know are perfectly fine for a 15 or 16-year-old.
But it would have to be targeted by people in that community saying we don't want this in our community and having the school board vote on it, correct?
Unfortunately, I don't entirely agree. I think we're seeing a lot of people self-censoring because of the actions we're taking as a legislature and being afraid to put perfectly okay books on the shelves because they're worried about what we're going to do next or who's going to come after them
Well,
for
I'm not
it.
talking about self-censoring. I'm talking about what this bill does. And what this bill does is allow local people in a local community to go to their elected officials and say, we don't want this book or these books in our library. And it's an open and transparent process to get that done, correct?
I think the members of this body who have served on school boards will tell you that there's nothing they like less than a giant blow-up at a local meeting. And this bill, with these definitions as written, is setting them up for big fights over classic works of literature that I don't think are merited.
I don't think there are any local communities here, local ISDs, in a public meeting that are going to ban classic literature books. But thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
The school district I attended actually had over 200 book challenges come from one or two people. And so we certainly have had drama around that regionally.
Mr. Speaker.
It's moved for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Gentlelady for questions?
I will.
Yields for
Representative
questions.
Zwiener, potentially, you could have books that are on the reading assignment list for schools that have been required reading for ages that could be banned by this board.
That's a little bit of a tricky question with the bill as amended because I do think Representative Buckley made some allowances for the text, and I actually really want to thank him for that. I think that's important. But you could have this dynamic where there's a book that's, because it's part of the curriculum, is allowable, and then a book that has the exact same content isn't because it's not part of the curriculum. And that feels pretty silly to me, that there are books that we say we can teach in the classroom, but the same content we can't put on our library shelves. That doesn't make a lick of sense.
Right, and earlier you were asked about what is the problem with allowing a community to raise objections. This is not a process where the whole community is going to go vote on this, right? There's not a referendum process where the whole community has the opportunity to come in and vote and say, I like this book, I don't like this book. It's not like that. And what's going to ultimately happen is it's going to be the lowest common denominator. So whoever has a problem with that book is going to come and they're going to raise the objections, even if not a single other person in the whole community cares or has a problem with it.
I think that's correct. I mean, I think the metaphor I'd use is the person who chooses to be president of the HOA is usually the one person who's really obsessive about trash cans and the length of grass. That's the same person who's going to try and go get on these book review councils.
Absolutely.
Which is a concern. It's the people who want there to be fewer books available and are super concerned about the content. And that's really unfortunate. Now, that said, I think Representative Buckley has come up with a mostly workable process, but I think the definitions in here create major issues and make it possible for these local councils or school board meetings, if they don't have a council, to be weaponized against particular works of literature.
And it is not unreasonable that certain communities may find different things objectionable, right?
Oh, absolutely. Different communities have different standards. I do think one thing that's really important, though, across the board that concerns me is we see bans against content like this being applied very unequally. Do I think someone is actually going to come challenge Lonesome Dove? No, I don't. And that's because it's about a Texas Western story that features mostly white people as heroes, and it's not going to bug anybody.
But they might challenge the color purple.
But people will come after the color purple. People will come after the bluest eye. People
right.
will come after Aristotle and Dante discover the secrets of the universe.
And in some sense, we in this body have kind of done that. We've created like this anti-DEI, anti-everything. It's already set the tone of we don't like books. We don't like things that discuss race, discuss the history of racial strife in this country, and all those things. They've already set the tone for that.
Absolutely. One of the most challenged recent young adult novels is a book called Out of Darkness by Ashley Hope Perez. It's set in Texas. It's about an interracial teen relationship. I think there's 3 pages in the book that have any sort of sexual content. I would not say that it is done in a patently offensive way, but that book has been one of the most targeted books across the state, and I'm not sure it would be if it wasn't for the race content in that book.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Members, I urge you.
Manual for purpose.
Would the gentlelady yield for a
Gentlelady
question?
yield.
I will.
You brought up a point. You were saying that if the books are banned locally where they can't be in the library, they would still be able to be taught in the classroom. So where will those, do you know where those books will be held? Will they be in the classroom, in the janitor's closet until the students need to read them, for
Yeah,
instance?
I'm sorry. I want to clarify. I think the way Representative Buckley's bill will work, regardless of whether my amendment gets on, is that if a book is part of the text, if it's part of classroom learning, these rules just don't apply to it across the board. So I think that book could be in the library, but a book with identical content that
Could.
wasn't actively being taught in the classroom could not be.
Thank you.
All right, members, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment. Let's actually set this bill up to survive constitutional scrutiny. I move adoption.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley's moved to table. The questions on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 59 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Ms. Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. All this amendment does is say we have different standards for kids of different ages. After all, we have elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. Shouldn't we have different standards when it comes to what we consider, for instance, profane, when we're talking about second graders versus when we're talking about 17, 18-year-olds in high school? We may not want our kids to grow up. We might want to keep them small and innocent, but they grow up. They're exposed to different things. That is appropriate, and it makes sense to me that we would recognize that in the legislation that we are passing here today. And so, again, all this amendment does is say, and I'll read it to you, library material containing indecent content or profane content as determined by prevailing community standards for the ages the materials are available to. We have here at the Austin Public Library, for example, a section. It's a beautiful library. If you haven't gone, I invite you to please go and experience what that is. But there's a section that is just for the teenagers, and you have to be a certain age to get into that section of the library. It is like a rite of passage, and I know my youngest son was always looking forward to be able to go into the teenagers' room to check out those books, look at those books, see what that's all about. There was a curiosity about it, too, because he knew that those were off limits to him as a young child. Now he can access that part of the library, and as he should. Those materials are appropriate for his age, and we should do the same when it comes to our neighborhood schools. And I move adoption.
Howard, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hinojosa. So what you're doing is you're just tying the decisions about indecent or profane content to the prevailing community standards that are appropriate for certain age groups, because it shouldn't be the same for all the age groups. It's
Right.
just that simple, right?
Right, it's just common sense. I don't think any of us who are parents treat our children the same and allow them to watch the same thing as they grow up. In fact, as I think Representative Weiner said before, we do movies differently, right? We have G, PG, PG-13, rated R movies, and we should have the same kind of differentiation when it comes to books. Some books are not appropriate for kids in elementary school for younger kids in elementary school. And some of these books that aren't appropriate for them are appropriate for our students in high school. So we should treat that material differently, just like we do when it comes to movies and just like we do in our own homes.
So are you actually suggesting through your amendment that you would replace that terminology of indecent and profane?
Right, we would replace it with one that takes into account the age of the child, because it means different things to different ages of children.
And this community-based way of making these decisions, does this give too much power to specific communities to ban books and certain content?
No, actually, this doesn't mandate the removal of the books. It just sets standards for evaluating that content. And this prevailing community standards, this is a term that the courts recognize as one that is appropriate for this debate and this type of legislation. And it just would prevent us from making decisions where we would keep off limits books that are actually appropriate for kids of older ages.
Do you think there'd be a concern that this might soften censorship?
No, this is a safeguard. Without it, we use, in this bill, SB 13 uses a blanket term that could be abused to silence essential perspectives. And this amendment creates a structure to balance it.
So give me some examples, if you can, of what kind of content might be evaluated under this standard.
Well, for instance, bad words, right? We know that some books have profanity in them that would not be appropriate for young students, but it's language that older students hear, and it's part of their experience. And so it makes sense to me that depending on their age, they should be able to have access to those
Actually,
works.
in my experience with my grandchildren, younger kids actually hear those words too from older kids and actually say them. I have actually changed saying bad words to saying words that hurt people's feelings, because I think words are good in general. It's how you use them.
Right. That's
That
probably.
would be my community value there.
I just call them bad words.
How does this impact our teachers and librarians?
Well, it gives our teachers and librarians a tool to be able to help evaluate what kind of tools are important, and it gives them clarity and protection, so they're not second guessing what might trigger a complaint when it comes to what is profane or appropriate, so that they have a clear standard to reference with respect to age.
And I know you've talked about elementary, middle school, high school, those kinds of differentiations, but does your amendment set very specific age brackets?
No, age brackets are always somewhat arbitrary. Rather than facing councils to use subjective boundaries, they should be empowered to take age appropriateness as a single factor in reviewing a library material's content.
Thank you for your amendment.
Thank you for your questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond,
Gentlelady yield for
would you yield?
a couple questions.
Okay.
She will.
Well, Chairman Buckley, I know Chairman Buckley is trying to work with everyone on this. You got me to thinking as I was listening to the amendment as you laid it out. So I think to give us all a better idea, what does it look like? So let's say this amendment passes, it's on the bill, let's say the bill becomes law. I guess where my mind went was, are you trying to say, for example, if you're in the 10th grade, whatever age that is now, 16, 15, 16? So let's say you're 16, and can you give us an example of where your amendment to get on what that would mean for that 16-year-old in terms of what they would be able to read?
The amendment is not prescriptive to say you'd have to do it a certain way, but it could be as easy as saying we're going to have a different standard when it comes to elementary schools versus middle schools versus high schools. It could be as easy as that.
Right, and so, and that's where I was going with it, is that what would the standard be where a 16-year-old would be able to read something that, let's say, an 8-year-old could not, right? That's where I'm going with it, because I feel like maybe that kind of works into the common sense part. So Huck Finn, you can read it when you're 16, but not when you're 8.
Well, no, right. You'd be able to read it at certain, whether it's high school or middle school. You're probably not reading it in elementary school, right?
Right,
But
so
so
that's
certain books would be allowed in, maybe at certain grades. This amendment would allow for those local communities to decide, but it could be, again, as easy as different books for elementary, middle, and high school.
And so do you want to give examples, or you didn't give it?
Oh, I thought I was. I'm not understanding the question if I'm not.
Say again?
I thought I was giving examples, but I'm not understanding the question if you think
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not.
the books, a book,
Oh,
example
the
of the book.
books. Oh,
This is about books.
It's been a long time since I've read those books.
Okay,
My memory's not the best, but
If you don't, that's fine. I just thought it would be good, because I think for some of the members, maybe it would be good where we hear, okay, yeah, I can, 16, yes. 8,
Right.
no. But if you don't,
Right.
that's fine.
well, I don't want to weigh in on this because I haven't really read books with that in mind, right? I was given books when I was in school that were age appropriate, right? I haven't had to, when I go, in fact, when I take my son to the bookstore, we have a conversation and we're looking for a book. We go to the kids section, right? And there's the young adult section, and then there's the younger kids section. So we go to those sections. So even our bookstores do it this way. And in conversation with, we go to Book People on Lamar, and they have very knowledgeable people who work there who can recommend books, and they help me find what is an age-appropriate book, because I'm probably not the person, unless I've read the book, to really be able to evaluate that. And I don't read before my son reads a book, every single book that he reads. My son has probably read more books than I have. He is such a strong reader, and I love that he loves to read, and that we've been fortunate to be able to give him access to books, but he also is exposed
The
to these
gentlelady's time
libraries.
has expired.
Thank you.
Chair
Move
recognizes
adoption.
Mr. Buckley on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Representative Hinojosa bringing this amendment, and we had a great discussion about this morning, and I think we have a different opinion on where this belongs. And so in my perfecting amendment, what I do is I put in the hands of one of the duties of the local school library advisory council that one of their duties is to determine if a material is harmful material or material containing indecent content or profane content, inconsistent with local values or age appropriateness. So we put that in that section to leave it in the hands of the parents who have the ultimate responsibility of making the recommendation to the school board.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Would you yield? Dr.
Absolutely.
Buckley? He will.
So Representative Buckley, I appreciate what you said about that language already being in some of these local councils. Now, are those local councils mandatory in the bill as currently written?
They are not. They're optional, but they do have. There's a parental trigger.
So would you expect school boards to also use that same age determination that Representative Hinojosa laid out and that is there in the local councils?
I believe school boards would go through a similar process of making sure that that those materials are age appropriate and such. And again, you know, we talk about local values. Local values. The bedrock of local values are the moms and dads whose kids are in school, and then those that we entrust on our school boards that are elected locally.
Okay, yeah, so your hope, or at least your expectation, is that most people doing a book review, whether it's these local councils or not, would look at the age appropriateness of the material in determining whether it was profane or indecent. Is that correct?
I think that our local advisory council or local school boards or those closest to the people of that community, and that would certainly go into consideration as they approve a list for procurement.
Okay. I don't think we're there on the plain text right now, but I appreciate that that's how you hope it'll operate. Thank you.
All right, absolutely. And with that, I respectfully move to table this amendment.
Goes to close.
I appreciate the chairman's work that he's put into ensuring there is an age appropriateness standard when it comes to the councils, but this would be just for all school districts, even those that don't have the councils. And while I also appreciate that probably those who are making these decisions will take into account age appropriateness because it's common sense, I think it's important when we're talking about restricting access to books that we make that absolutely clear in the legislation to say that has to be a consideration when you're looking at what is profane, what is sexual content, all those things, because it means different things at different ages. And so I, again, urge your support for this motion that would make it crystal clear that these decisions should be made with respect to age appropriateness for our students in our schools. It would
Mr.
be
Speaker.
easy.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a
Gentlelady
question?
yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Representative Hinojosa, I just want to make sure, as you said, it is crystal clear. All your amendment does is make sure that the standards for what is indecent and what is profane take into account whether we're talking about a high school, a middle school, or an elementary school library. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Again, members, all we're doing is what the chairman said he hopes will already happen in our school districts, and that is taking into account age appropriateness when we make these determinations. Let's make it crystal clear so that we don't put our local leaders, our local school leaders, our local school board leaders in a position where they're not sure. Let's give them the confidence to know that it is okay to take into account age appropriateness when determining this, what content is prohibited and not prohibited in our schools. We owe them that. We owe them the clarity of outlining, especially on an issue that has become really a hotly debated issue amongst our communities. Let's have our local school communities' backs and give them the confidence they need to be able to make age-appropriate decisions when it comes to deciding how to interpret this legislation. And with that, I move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa says of an amendment. Dr. Buckley has moved to table. The questions on the motion at table, clerk ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 61 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gomez.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, for allowing us to engage in this thoughtful debate surrounding this topic. This amendment would simply, ironically, add language from a bill that we discussed in depth last year, which is Chairman Patterson's HB 900. This language has already passed the body. However, now we're addressing it in a separate context. This amendment would prevent a book from being banned only because one singular passage was taken out of context. This amendment would add a safeguard to make sure when we're discussing what the community considers as profane or obscene, that we discuss the entire context of the novel or book. We must consider the totality of the circumstances before we move on to suggest a total ban. We all know that today, particularly in the age of social media, it's easy for sound bites or any particular sentence to be taken out of context. With this safeguard, classic books such as Of Mice and Men, The Color Purple, or even the Bible could be banned under a single phrase interpretation, even when their overall message does align with the moral or educational goals of our society. The Supreme Court has repeatedly emphasized that context matters, the totality of the circumstances matter when we evaluate obscenity or offensive material. This amendment simply aligns with that Supreme Court precedent and Texas law.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some
Gentlelady
questions?
yield for questions?
Yes, Mr.
She
Speaker.
yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. I hope that the membership is paying attention in here. Your amendment is about taking a work as a whole, right?
Right.
Why is it important to take the work as a whole?
It's important to take the work as a whole because we're talking about banning we're talking about recommending potential bans on entire pieces of literary work, not just singular bans. This bill suggests that we're not just censoring specific lines in books. This bill suggests that we could remove entire books from libraries. And with simply finding one line or one instance of what someone on this panel considers to be profane or obscene or vulgar. And so it's a very difficult standard to meet. This amendment, and if I could read it, simply says that the committee has to discuss description, depiction, or portrayal of sexual conduct or profane content without considering the full context in which it appears. To the extent possible, we must recognize that contextual determinations are necessarily highly fact-specific and require the consideration of contextual characteristics that may exacerbate or mitigate the offensiveness of the material. So we're saying, please don't ban an entire novel without considering the purpose, the context, the totality of circumstances of the message that this novel is trying to portray.
Very good. So would you consider the possibility that also, if we could adopt this amendment, it would prevent taking words, phrases, or clips, images out of context to wrongfully characterize a work? So I guess the question in this is, have you ever seen words, clips, phrases, or images taken out of context to mischaracterize anything and to stoke a particular narrative?
That's a great question, Representative Rosenthal. I think, unfortunately, we see that every day in social media. Unfortunately, I think some of our colleagues do it to one another, whether it's intentional or not. It's easy to misrepresent when we only hear bits and pieces of the message of what someone's trying to relay. I think we've seen across the state instances where individuals will go up to a mic and start reading one-liners, which independently sound horrific, right? And independently might sound profane or vulgar without informing the community, on the mic, the totality of the circumstances of the message that book is trying to relay. Maybe it was, instances of slavery. Maybe it was lessons on adultery in the Bible. Maybe it was, whatever the full context is, without telling you what that is. Yeah, each one of us can get up here and identify some pretty shocking one-liners in wonderful historical pieces of literature. This amendment says, please don't do that. Please take into consideration thoughtfully, panel of the community, thoughtfully consider the context and the message that we're trying to relay.
Very good. So anyone that knows me at all knows I'm fond of talking about context, and I will even say context is everything. So it's super important to take things in context, including the conversation we're having right now. So can you help me lay out for the body here the benefits of taking a work as a whole as opposed to slicing out pieces for review, and the way that this bill could really open a door to?
Right. The benefit of this amendment is that hopefully we have a panel, and again, this panel, there's no educational barriers for this panel. There's no guidelines as to this panel. Do they have to have a PhD? Are they an MD? Are they a JD? Do they have a high school diploma? There are no criteria surrounding this panel. So this amendment simply says, let's slow down and have a thoughtful discussion about the context of the book before we simply recommend that the then elected board of officials ban. Let's make sure that we are engaging in not just a one-liner inquiry, but in a totality of the circumstances, fact-specific inquiry, before we go ask our school board to have a very painful discussion about what material to censor from our potential high school children. That's the discussion that I'm asking us to engage in before we recommend that our elected officials take that painful discussion home to have in the community on their televised and broadcast network.
Very good. And
So
for the people in the room, including me, that value actually keeping books on the shelves, how do you envision this amendment helping us keep books on the shelves in our libraries?
I envision that it will make us, and hopefully help the panel, go back to their high school days and remind themselves about how moving their literary masterpieces were when they read, hopefully whether it was an English class or history class, so that they can be taken back to that time and say, you know what, maybe there were some painful paragraphs or a difficult chapter, but the overall context of the book changed my life. So that cost-benefit analysis outweighs the potential, the far-reaching measure of potential censorship. And that's what we're trying to do here, to take us back, to remember how much those books impacted us in our childhood, and what our childhood would have been deprived of had we been censored from reading those literary masterpieces. And with that, I move passage.
Dr. Buckley in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Representative Gomez's amendment and what the intent is, and I would just tell you that in this bill, this sort of deliberation over this content is put in the hands of our parents on the council that take all of these factors into consideration and then take it to a school board for their final ratification of the books on the procurement list. And with that, I respectfully move to table this amendment.
Ms. Gomez to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and in the spirit of less words, I move passage.
Question occurs on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. Jones voting nay. Mr. Romero voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. King voting aye. 87 ayes, 60 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment allows school districts to be able to use their instructional material and technology allotment to pay for costs associated with complying with sections 33.023 of SB 13. There's no fiscal impact on this from this amendment. It allows school districts or open enrollment charter schools the ability to utilize funds already appropriated to meet the requirements. I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author. Move passage.
Mr. Cunningham says of amendments acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 143 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Money.
Mr. Money.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the Senate engrossed version of SB 13, the local school library advisory council was mandatory for all districts in Texas. The House CSSB 13 makes the advisory council permissive, provided that parents of at least 20% of the enrolled students in the district bring a petition requesting it. I believe that threshold is too high of a bar. My amendment would allow 50 parents in the district to bring a petition and require that at least half of the members of the council be parents who sign the petition.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield
Gentleman
for
yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
Representative, thank you for bringing this amendment. I was reading the bill and it looked like that the threshold was fairly high. Do you think it's somewhat unattainable to reach the threshold specified in the bill?
I think it's just, as the bill sits right now, it's 20%. Like you, I have some small districts where that would be a very attainable number. But I know that there are districts with tens of thousands of students and would require thousands and thousands of parents to petition, and I think that that's too high. Really, the idea, I understand that the Senate wants to make this a mandatory requirement, and I'm sympathetic to that, but I'm also sympathetic to the small districts who might say, hey, nobody in our community is concerned about this, and it's going to take a lot of volunteer hours to work their way through it. And so what this does is just provide a threshold. If enough parents are interested and concerned, it creates the council. And then those parents that are interested in it kind of have to volunteer to do the work, not just say, hey, somebody ought to look into this.
Right. And so your limit is 50 parents basically have to get involved and say, hey,
that's right.
there's something wrong. I mean, getting 50 parents to get on board with something, I mean, if you've ever, been involved in a school situation like that, that's a high bar itself, right?
Yeah, and I think it's appropriate bar for enough parents being concerned, but not requiring so much work just to get a petition together. There's a lot of these school district elections where I'm around where it's hard to even get 50 parents to show up to vote on a school board. And so if you can get 50 to sign something saying, yes, I think we need this council, that's good.
Right. Thank you for bringing this amendment.
Thank you.
Pass
Mr. Speaker,
line for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield
Gentleman yield
for
for
a few questions?
I'll yield for
He
questions.
yields for questions.
Mr. Money, Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, which I represent, has 23,369 students. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that number, but I'm not surprised there are some districts that size.
So just for clarity, under the current bill, without your amendment, we would have to have 4,673 parents sign a petition in order for that to take place. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think even another part is that it's not just that number, it's a moving number. As more people join the district or leave the district, it might be different. You circulate your petition, and and you're aiming for that number you just gave, and in the meantime, 10 or 15 or 20 more kids show up, and now your petition is inadequate. And so I think this just provides a certainty, an achievable number.
So Fort Worth ISD that I represent has 74,850 students. Are you telling me that without your amendment, there would have to be 14,970 parents to sign that petition?
I trust your math, Mr. Schatzline. It seems like a very unreachable bar. And I think if there's 50 parents in Fort Worth ISD that want to do this, and they presented a petition, that's enough for them to volunteer to do the work.
And in regards to the information to get the petition signed, is that information publicly accessible to parents? How would they even know to do that?
I think that's laid out in the bill. And so this doesn't change that petition requirement. It just lowers the threshold to a more achievable and fixed number.
Thank you, Mr. Money. I think it's a great amendment. I'm really grateful for the bill author and all that you're doing, but I appreciate you.
All right.
Same
Mr.
house for what
Speaker,
purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
I understand you're taking the threshold for 20% of the district to just 50 people, but now you're taking the power away from the school board to determine who is on the council that determines whether the standards are met, and you're saying that whatever 50 parents choose to petition the school board, those are the 50 parents who then become the council?
No, not exactly. Remember, in the Senate version, this is a mandatory council. And so some of our colleagues who have only smaller districts say it may be hard to find parents in the district that want to put in the amount of volunteer work that it's going to take to review all these books. And because of that reason, if there's a small district that wants to, and there's enough parents that are motivated to try to do this, then it would allow those motivated parents to be among the pool of applicants that would make up at least half. If you read it together with the committee substitute, Senate Bill 13, that group of people who petition and say we want this would have to be half of the people.
So you're taking away discretion from the local school district to say the people who petition have to be on the council that determines whether or not these books are appropriate?
If the school district adopts on their own, then the school district would be able to put the people on that they want. If they require a petition and a group of parents gets together and petitions the district and say, we would like this, then the school board would choose from among those people a certain number that would serve on that committee. It's going to be time intensive. This is not going to be something that every parent is going to want to do. And so it just allows, when I was when I had small children in school and I wanted them to start a new program, and I went and said, hey, I think this would be a great program that I'd love for my kids to be involved in, they said, we completely agree. Are you willing to be the coach? And, it's like you need volunteers who are motivated to do that work. And
and you're not just saying that they need to be on as part of the advisory council. You're saying they need to be a majority of the advisory council. The parents who petition to make it happen must be a majority of the advisory council rather than leaving that decision with the local school board.
That's the way it reads.
Thank you.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Representative Money bringing this amendment ahead of time and talking about this. And where the bill currently is, remember that every school board in Texas could form one of these councils right now, okay? And one of the things that I was concerned about was some of our smaller districts being able to assemble a committee that would have the time and the resources to tackle what could be an awesome task in some instances of reviewing these materials. And so that's why we drafted the bill while we did. And I think one of the unintended consequences you could have could be the fact if you take Centerville ISD, for instance, in Trinity County, they have an ADA of 143, where my 20% threshold puts them at 29 parents. They would actually have a higher bar to climb to be able to establish one of these councils. So again, that I believe is what this amendment could do. I'm going to leave this to the will of the House, but I'll be voting against the amendment.
Question occurs. Mr. Money to close.
Thank you very much. Real briefly, the Senate makes this mandatory where school districts don't have any say. The House version creates what I believe is a too high threshold, so just trying to make it an achievable threshold.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
For one question. How are
So-
you doing?
He yields for questions.
Thank you. So, Representative Money, you said your amendment just lowers the threshold, but that's not quite accurate, correct?
It doesn't just lower the threshold. It also makes sure that those small districts who only have a few parents that are interested, that the parents who sign the petition better be willing to do the work.
But Representative Money, your amendment also essentially stacks the council just with the people who've signed a particular petition and removes the discretion of the school board to put people that represent the whole community on that council, correct?
The school board's discretion comes if they want to set up the council themselves. If they decide we don't want a council, then the people who do the petition would be able to do it.
So you're creating a race where the first 50 people to sign a petition get to functionally control that council, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Well, Representative Money, I appreciate this. I'm going to go start the petition for my district so we can have the council that approves every single book. Great amendment.
Thank you.
The question
adoption.
occurs on the money amendment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Dr. Buckley voting no. So Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Jones voting no. Have all members voted? 42 ayes, 101 nays. The motion fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment strengthens the author's intent of applying neutral standards to protect communities while preserving a diversity of ideals and people in library materials. This amendment states that when recommending removal, the council shall not recommend removal solely because the ideals espoused by the material or the personal background of the author or characters. Without guardrails, we should expect to see restrictions and removals based on race or sexual orientation of the author or characters. From 2021 to 2022, book challenges were 5 times more likely against authors of color. A quarter of books banned targeted women of color. Over half of books challenged in 2024 featured characters of colors or LGBTQ characters. Members, there are 3 primary reasons why this amendment is critical. 1, school libraries already abide by these standards. 2, This helps the bill meets constitutional scrutiny, as already mentioned. And 3, this amendment protects the council against politicalization. Members, this amendment assists the bill with accomplishing its intent. I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment.
Mr. Ross, for purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you for this amendment, Representative Jones. Could you tell me why is this amendment necessary? Aren't books removed for inappropriate content, not for who wrote them?
Absolutely. So in theory, yes, but in practice, many recent books have been targeted by authors because of their identity or their perspective, even when the content is educationally appropriate. For example, books by LGBTQ authors or authors of color are often disproportionately challenged, not for explicit materials, but for who they are or what they represent with the content.
Yes, I agree with you. And in theory, it sounds good that it's okay for communities to decide what aligns with their values, but could you elaborate on how that can be a bad thing?
Absolutely. Well, I think if we listen to the arguments that we're listening to on this very floor, we have to acknowledge the very important and critical conversation about what is age appropriate for our children. We're having the same conversations that we're having for high schoolers based on kindergartners. And I think that this conversation around age appropriateness is very, very important. And I think that it's also important that we cannot have content that is removed just based on someone's political preference or someone's preference that a book or an author does not need to be in a library.
That's right. So last question, could this amendment be misused to protect books with harmful content?
I think it can. I think that when we start making these judgments on content, we can really miss the goal of what we're trying to do, which is protect our children. I think ultimately, if we are trying to protect our children, we need to give them age-appropriate education so that they can navigate this world in a safe and secure way. But we continue to put legislation forward, another book bill forward, that instead of educating our children, we're trying to ban our children. And we know how that has worked in the past when we have tried to limit age-appropriate conversations with our children and having these necessary conversations with our children versus just trying to create another blockade to prevent them from getting the information that they need to navigate life successfully.
Thank you, Representative. I'll be supporting your amendment.
Thank you so much.
Go for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Yields for
Thank you.
questions.
Representative Jones, do you know that at one point in time, books that were written by Dr. Martin Luther King would have been banned under this based upon a community and its use?
Absolutely. When we look at civil rights leaders, other leaders in our society, I would dare say if this was the current time and those individuals, that works from them would be banned. And we have seen not only in our society but other societies of just the limitations of books and the bannings of books based on political agendas versus what's right and what's necessary and what, again, I think everyone has been saying that have proposed amendments, what is age appropriate for our children to learn and engage it with. So I would definitely agree. And we've seen books banned by civil rights leaders such as Martin Luther King, and we're going to continue to see that with bills like this that are continue to be passed by this body and in this state.
And I'm glad you brought that up. When we're talking about banning books of civil rights leaders, would you consider do you know that he has been considered, James Baldwin has been considered a civil rights leader?
Absolutely.
And do you know that some of his books have been banned?
Oh, absolutely.
And what about Bayard Rustin?
Another one.
So in some instances, what we could be doing is neglecting people from knowing the actual history of what has happened to people who've been oppressed.
I think it's important to realize it's not what could be happening, it's what is happening. And we are seeing that just because we disagree with someone's position or even their background, that we are putting laws like this forward to be able to put these bans in place. So I'm definitely not surprised, and I think that that's why so many members are raising the concerns that they are today with, once again, another book that is limiting content and using children as the reason why this is being done.
And then also, lastly, I know we had talked earlier in this session about the rise in anti-Semitism.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I cannot hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
We've talked about the rise in anti-Semitism that's also happened in the country. Would this bill, without amendments like these in here, would this allow people to be able to bar books that are teaching about what happened during the Holocaust to people?
Absolutely. Since we have seen the emergence of these book banning bills, which there are a series of them over the last 5 or 7 years, we see that, and I would hopefully say the unintended consequence is the banning of history in our country. And sometimes it's not a pretty history, but I think that we have to make sure that we tell the truth and we make sure that it is done in an age-appropriate, respectful way, but we continue to stick to the facts of this country, because if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're doomed to repeat them.
Thank you. So just to make sure, this amendment is just clarifying and making sure that we're not banning authors, but we're banning or making sure that we're looking at content, since already they can do that. We're not trying to erase history. We're not trying to force people to read things. We're saying that they should be available, and we shouldn't be targeting specific people because they have been targeted in the past.
Absolutely. I think one of the most important things is that we are not banning materials based on political position. We are finding ways to create neutral standards for putting the guardrails in place for banning books, so that we do not unintentionally remove the history or perspectives of key populations in this country, such as people of color or LGBTQ authors and content, from now our public libraries. Last session, we went for our public school libraries, and now we're coming back for another round to attack our public libraries.
Thank you so much, and thank you for protecting history and what people should be able to read.
Thank you, Representative Manuel.
Plus, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Yields for questions.
Representative Jones, you're familiar that my family came here from communist Romania. Is that correct?
I believe I've heard that a time or two from you.
And did you know that at the time when the communists took over Romania, that they started banning books? Are you familiar?
I think we see, I didn't know necessarily that scenario, but I think we've seen several times throughout history the takeover of a country or the takeover of someone's identity started with the banning of their culture, starting with books and other important documented content.
Absolutely, and that's why I find your amendment so interesting, because the way that the communist regime started banning books, they actually first started banning children's books, and they did that through the commission of the Ministry of Culture. The Ministry of Culture started going through and editing all the different types of books that the people of Romania could start reading. Do you see a similarity between what the communist regime of Romania was doing and SB 13?
Absolutely, and I think that that's what's the most concerning to me. When I started hearing about book bans, I immediately thought back to history and how we've seen these book bans. And my question is, like, what are we going to do next? Go on the South Lawn and set it all on fire? I mean, that follows history.
And I think that's why your amendment is so important to be attached to this bill, because essentially that's what we're creating. We're creating committees that will tell us, yes, this is approved and this isn't approved. Representative, did you know that in Romania, children were required to report on teachers who introduce inappropriate literature? Do you see that that might be a slippery slope of what we're doing now?
I think it definitely is a slippery slope, and be very careful, because someone may be listening to you for a bill for next session.
And under the communist regime, even fairy tales were rewritten to reflect political ideologies. Is SB 13 not the first step towards a future where literary content must conform to government-approved themes to remain on the shelf?
I think that's a very valid concern that we're seeing, and I think that's why so many people have such an opposition to this
Gentleman's
legislation.
time has expired.
Thank you so much. I move adoption.
Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Representative Jones bringing this amendment forward, and if I'll draw your attention to page 2 of the bill that requires that that the standards adopted under this section must include collection development policy that cannot prohibit the removal of material based solely on ideas contained in the material or personal background of the author of the material or characters in the material. And with that, I respectfully move to table the amendment.
Mr. Jones to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Patterson voting aye. Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 56 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Speaker,
Talrigan, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Patterson Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Bring your point of order down. Mr. Morales for recognition.
Thank you, members. I came down those stairs kind of quick. Anyways, while a number of us were stuck here this weekend voting on bills, many across the state of Texas were celebrating high school graduations. One of those graduates was my niece that I stand to recognize. She's up in the gallery. Her name is Soleil Gonzalez Morales, if she can stand up. Stay standing up, Soleil, because I got to rave about you here. Soleil graduated top 5% of her class this Saturday in Eagle Pass Independent School District. She was number 25 in a class of over 600. So that is amazing, and we know that you got that intelligence from your uncle. Not. She was inducted into the National Honor Society. She also earned her phlebotomist certificate and her EKG certification. And more importantly, she was accepted to the University of Texas. Hook 'em. Go Horns. She is joined by her mother, who happens to be my older sister, Anilu Morales Gonzalez. She's also joined by her dad, Norm Gonzalez, a Marine veteran and a retired Border Patrol agent, and her sister, Sasha Gonzalez. And of course, my lovely wife is there with them, Helen Morales. If y'all can stand up. We know your grandparents, your nephews, your aunts and uncles, and the entire family is proud of you. Help me congratulate her by giving her a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The point of order has been temporarily withdrawn. The chair is going to recognize Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison. On a question of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing this motion. I think it is of utmost importance when this body conducts business that we are factual, and this body deserves the truth. I'm going to read a quote because it was asked, it was a question as to why the 504th Judicial District, which is in Ellis County, was not in the bill that the body was contemplating today. And it was represented from these microphones. It was represented from these microphones the following, and I quote, again, this was the reason, the rationale that the 504th Judicial District for Ellis County was not in the bill that the body contemplated today. I quote, to my knowledge, there was no legislation filed asking for it. That's why it's not included. This is demonstrably false. Not only was it filed in legislation, it was filed in 3 separate pieces of legislation. It was filed in a legislation filed by Senator Bob Hall back in February, Senate Bill 1397. Further, it was filed in March in a legislation filed by Senator Brian Hughes on March 14th. It was in Senate Bill, and I'm going to hold this up for the body to see, it was in Senate Bill 2878. And finally, it was also in a 3rd piece of legislation. This was in a piece of legislation that was filed in the House. This was a House bill that was filed on March 13th, House Bill 5060, and I'm going to read from House Bill 5060. House Bill 5060, which was filed in March, reads as follows. Section 24.60049, 504th Judicial District, parentheses, Ellis County. The 504th Judicial District is composed of Ellis County. House Bill 5060, which I am holding up for this body, was authored by Representative Jeff Leach. This court was filed in numerous pieces of legislation, and the fact is the only reason that court was not in the bill that was presented before the body today was because the committee substitute that was voted out deleted that court. These are the facts, and you deserve to have them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me for this motion.
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I re-raise a point of order against further consideration of the Patterson Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I respectfully oppose SB 13 because we have spent the last few sessions trying to pass legislation that requires us to babysit books. As someone who became an orphan at 15, books saved me. I didn't have a parent to talk about grief, identity, or what it meant to grow up in a world that didn't always see me. But I found myself in a book. That book gave me language for what I was feeling and hope that I wasn't alone. This bill threatens to take that same opportunity away from the next generation. SB 13 may appear to be about parental rights, but what it really does is it opens the door to censorship of the kinds of stories that many kids depend on. Books help our kids understand the world, and sometimes they help them survive it. A book about puberty helps a child whose parents won't talk to them. A novel about coming out helps a teenager who's afraid of being rejected. A memoir about crossing the border helps a student feel seen when other people call him or her illegal. And let's be honest, this bill doesn't affect all students equally. It disproportionately targets books by authors of color, queer authors, and stories about mental health, abuse, and injustice. The very topics our kids are begging us to be honest about. Again, members, we are not here to babysit books. We are here to govern. And while we spend time attacking libraries, we are not discussing the real crisis. Let's not forget about the anniversary that happened over the weekend. Kids are dying from gun violence, not books. Do you hear me? Those that are talking? Kids are dying from gun violence, not books. Families are being evicted. Schools lack counselors. Teachers are leaving the profession in droves. We're here debating books while schools lack basic resources, and kids are being failed by the systems around them. No child has ever died from a book, but many, like me, have been saved by one. I urge you to vote no on SB 13 for every kid who has ever needed a lifeline and found it between the pages of a book. Thank you.
Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still have to remind myself every once in a while that it's 2025, because I feel like somehow we're back in the 1980s. because that's when I remember us having a giant moral crisis about Dungeons and Dragons, about swear words on CDs, on music, and people showing too much cleavage on TV. And it was a giant moral crisis. People said, this is the end of everything. Society is going to collapse. And I'm still here, and you're still here, and everyone else is still here. And all the people who were kids back at that time. I was a kid in the 80s. I listened to Guns N' Roses with the explicit lyrics sticker on it. And despite those warnings, I don't think anything happened because I heard bad words. And here we are in 2025. While our school systems are collapsing, while our people are losing their jobs and going hungry, while everything around us is in disarray, and we're worried about bad words in books. Sometimes I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, just being here. It is just bizarre that this is what our focus is on. We've been on this bill for like 3 hours now. And this is the priority? This is a priority for this body? To ban books with bad words in it because people who have never even read the books object to it because it has bad words? That is insanity. I think the vast majority of Texans would watch us during this debate and go, what the hell is going on there? What are these people doing? There are so many, like just thousands of other problems in our world right now that need to be addressed, and this is what we're doing. At the end of the day, these are just words. And like one of the concepts I have to explain to people all the time when we work on criminal legal matters is, hey, you don't get to use physical violence when somebody uses words because they're just words. I said, what if they're really, really bad words? It's like, it doesn't matter. They're just words. I've had judges tell people this. I've had prosecutors tell people this. It's just words. Words don't hurt you. Words are just words. They're ideas in your head. You hear them 1 second and they're out of your mind the next. They're just words. And what's more striking is that, again, not just reliving the moral panic of 40 years ago, but doing it on issues, on books. And many times, the things we discussed today, books that have already gone through this process, books that have already done this. My son, one of his books in 5th grade was Fallen Angels. This was a curriculum book, not required reading, but a part of the books he could select to do his project on. This is a book about Vietnam and the experiences of soldiers of Vietnam. This book, Fallen Angels, has won multiple awards. The South Carolina Book Award for young adults, the New York State Charlotte Award in 1992, the Keystone to Reading Book Award in 1994, again for young readers, the Coretta Scott King Book Award for the author in 1989, the Margaret Edwards Award in 1994. This is a book used by schools all the time. And I tell you, me reading this book with my 5th grader, it was enlightening. Because when we read through this, he did not care about the bad words at all. Because he has already heard them. Because he's on YouTube, he's on TikTok, he's on social media, he sees it. Even with restrictions, he sees it. He hears it. Look on media, look at TV, look at everything else, and you're like, we're worried about books in libraries. I don't think there's a lot of kids stampeding toward libraries to find all the things they can't find anywhere else. And that's what we're worried about. And with this book, we went through this book, and what bothered him was the way people were treated, was the horrific things that happened, talking about the discontent, talking about the violence, talking about the suffering, talking about the frustrations of the soldiers on the ground, watching their mental health break down piece by piece. And throughout all this book, the F word is used dozens, if not hundreds and hundreds of times. Other words, racial epithets were used. The book talked about soldiers going to see prostitutes because that was reality, that was the fact of life, and it caused problems for soldiers because some of them were killed. They were baited to come out, and they were killed when they saw those prostitutes. And that was a problem. There was a passage in the book that talked about a mother who strapped explosives to her baby and then detonating them. And the author of the book having to watch this and go through it. There were no bad words in that passage. But that passage was probably the most instructional and most shocking and probably the hardest for him to read. But it was important for him to have those lessons because that is the reality of war. That is the reality of what has happened to our service members, the reality of what our history is. The more we sugarcoat, the more we conceal, the more we censor, the more our children don't know what life is and can't deal with it. We should not censor ideas because it makes us uncomfortable. We should discuss those ideas. We should allow our children to learn and to grow. Bad words that they've already heard 1,000 times will not hurt them if they read it one more time in a great book that gives it context and discussion and explains why things are happening, why bad things happen, why good things happen, and how people react to those things. We should cherish and value our books, even with the books that we disagree with, because ideas are what makes civilization work. We would not be moving forward. We would not be progressing as the human civilization if we did not have books. I urge you to vote no. I urge you to stand against this new moral panic, just like the old moral panic. It too will pass. But I fear that we will have done incalculable damage to our education system, to our kids, and to everyone else. All of us, many of us in here who read those exact same books as required reading when we were kids. It didn't damage you. It won't damage the kids today.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the first thing I want to say, members, is if this is along the lines of one of the themes of our session of protecting children, when we haven't done anything about the proliferation of guns and gun violence, I would assert to you that a gun is a lot more dangerous to a child than a book, and I don't even care what's in that book. So in the short time that I've been in this legislature, we have continuously relaxed gun laws and allowed more and more access to the point where gun violence is now the leading cause of death of children in the state of Texas, gun violence. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about book banning and how we're again repeating history, not just from last session, but from almost the beginning of recorded time. And those in the past that have I'm calling it book banning, but you're just restricting access and silencing voices. The people who have done that in the past have always been on the wrong side of history. This time, this bill, SB 13, seeking to establish library advisory councils, it sounds all official and proper. But it's just a construct to facilitate banning books, limiting access, and silencing voices. Book banning has been practiced for centuries. The earliest recorded incident that I could
Speaker.
find,
Mr. Frank, for what
not
purpose?
at this time,
He does not yield this time.
dates back to Han Dynasty in China. The emperor burned all books of the past explicitly to erase its history. Julius Caesar burned down the Great Library of Alexandria in Egypt, 48 BC. 15th century Italy saw mass destruction of books to erase all vanities, to erase vanities. The first book to be banned in the United States was in 1650 when the Massachusetts Bay Colony condemned William Pynchon's The Meritorious Price of Our Redemption because it refuted Puritan doctrine. You might say that went against the community standards of the time. In 1873, Congress passed the Comstock Law, condemning the trade of literature and articles deemed obscene or immoral for
Parliamentary
use.
inquiry.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you have to speak on the bill, or is this, are you able to speak on absolutely anything? We've talked book bannings, are we supposed to speak on the bill, or can we talk gun violence, anything and everything we want? What are the rules on speaking on the bill?
Mr. Frank, members are supposed to confine their remarks to the bill at hand.
Okay, is there any consequence to that, or do we just go 10 minutes and talk about whatever we want to?
Mr. Frank, I am reminding the members to confine their remarks to the bill at hand and not other issues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So while I consider Mr. Frank's remarks to be valuable for the sake of burning time, that's not what I'm up here for. I'm up here to talk about limiting access to books, which is exactly what this bill is about. In this country, in the late 18th century and early 19th century, modernist writers were fighting back against book restrictions. They wrote about all kinds of topics that had been considered taboo. Taboo topics like thoughts about the First World War, Industrial Revolution, and breaking social traditions. And again, this bill calls out community standards. I would say social traditions exactly mirrors that. Works by Ernest Hemingway and F. Scott Fitzgerald were banned during this period. In 1929, Hemingway's book, A Farewell to Arms, was banned for crude subject matter because it depicted gruesome accounting of World War I. That might have been considered against community standards or even profane. F. Scott
Mr.
Fitzgerald.
Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will when I'm finished, thank you.
Not at this time.
The Great Gatsby was banned because the affair between Daisy and Gatsby included themes of sex and adultery, and there was violent language as well. Folks in the communities at that time thought that book was profane, which again is called out in this exact book. So will Hemingway's classic be considered too violent for community standards? Will The Great Gatsby be deemed profane and removed from bookshelves? And for those of you that think I'm being hyperbolic, in the school district I represent, in Katy ISD, they literally banned a Dr. Seuss book that had been on the shelf for 50 years because it showed a bare bottom of a
Ms.
creature.
Hickman, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Rosenthal, will you yield?
I will be happy to yield at the end of my remarks. Just
Not
2
at this
minutes.
time.
And you know that Rep. Rosenthal got to point out the 1930s in Germany when the Nazis banned thousands of books that were written by Jews, communists, and others, including works by Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, Ernest Hemingway, Helen Keller, Jack London, and Thomas Mann. Many works banned in the past are considered classics now. Those who have sought to ban works in the past were short-sighted and always on the wrong side of history. And I'm just going to quote a famous poet and philosopher named Neil Peart, who wrote, "They say there are strangers who threaten us, are immigrants and infidels. They say there is strangeness, too dangerous, in our theaters and bookstore shelves. Those who know what's right for us must rise and save us from ourselves." It's truly unfortunate that we're back in this same place today, members, and I just hope you will think long and hard before voting for this member.
Mr.
This
Speaker.
measure.
Ms. Hickman, for what
Will the
purpose?
gentleman yield?
Will you yield, Mr. Rosenthal?
I will.
He will.
Representative Rosenthal, do you know that, was it The Meritorious Price of Our Redemption, one of the books that you mentioned?
Yes.
You'll be happy to know that that, among every other book that you mentioned, is available for purchase on Amazon.
Oh.
Thank you.
I didn't know that this bill was about Amazon.
If,
Aren't we
if-
supposed to
if-
confine our remarks to the content of the bill?
If books can be afforded, if books can be accessed on Amazon, they're not banned. We're talking about restricting
talking about
sexually explicit and age inappropriate materials in a way that protects children and in accordance with the Texas Penal Code and the Education Code. Thank you.
Is that a question, Ms. Hickman? Because if it's a question about limiting access, then I would say we're talking about limiting access. And I had likened at the beginning of my remarks, limiting access to banning books.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Placer, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Mr. Rosenthal, would you yield?
I will.
Representative Rosenthal, do you have to buy books on Amazon?
I believe you do.
And do you have to buy books at the library?
No, you don't.
So parents who can't afford to buy books on Amazon, where are they getting books for their children?
I hope at the library.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Manuel, for
will the
what
gentleman
purpose?
yield for
Would you
field
yield,
questions?
Mr. Rosenthal?
Representative Rosenthal, where have we ever banned books and it has been positive for society?
I would assert anybody who seeks to limit access or silence voices is on the wrong side of history.
And for people who are saying this isn't a ban, can you explain how not allowing children, adults, to have access to information that is in a public space is a form of banning?
Anytime we seek to limit access in any way, particularly for those that don't have access or may have problems gaining access when you have to buy
The
stuff,
gentleman's time has expired.
it's the same. Thank you.
Is Ms. Jones of Harris on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to speak against the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, SB 13 gives a hand-picked group of people on a district-wide council the power to cancel culture, censor curiosity, and control what every kid can read, even if they don't represent the whole district. My granddaughter might not be able to read about her Black roots, her Indian heritage, her Latin American heritage, her Native American heritage, or languages of some of her grandparents, specifically Spanish and Malayalam, because someone on this committee will decide that's DEI and shut it down. but I bet she can still find books on her French and Irish heritage just fine. But why should only a part of her heritage be accessible in the public school her parents pay taxes for? Let kids learn all of who they are without interference, without intolerance, and without some committee controlling their identity. Please vote no.
Ms. Placid to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the last time I came up to this mic, I came up here to encourage you guys to vote for curriculum that would teach the horrors of communism to our students. And I would hope that one of the things that would be taught in that curriculum was how in these communist regimes, one of the ways that they would control populations of people was through banning books. In Ceausescu's Romania, books were banned, rewritten, and erased, not because they were dangerous to children, but because they were dangerous to power. SB 13 may not call itself censorship, but in effect, it is the same thing, giving the government the authority to decide what stories are too uncomfortable, too complicated, or too real for our students to read. Look, you guys, I grew up hearing these stories, these horrors of communism. I grew up hearing stories of how teachers had to whisper truths behind closed doors because it was scrubbed from the bookshelves. And now in 2025, I fear we are planting those same seeds here in Texas. The state that raised me, the state that I love. This bill does not protect children. It protects adults from having hard conversations. And it sets a precedent that the state, not parents, not teachers, not communities, get to decide which ideas are acceptable. We do not protect liberty by silencing. We do not strengthen education by censoring it. And we do not honor democracy by fearing the diversity of the human experience. So I humbly ask you, my colleagues, to please vote no for these communistic ideals and to SB 13.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentlelady yield for some
Would
questions?
you yield, Ms. Placid?
It'd be my honor.
He will.
Thank you, Representative Placid, for your comments. So a lot of the discourse around this bill is about removing sexually explicit material or harmful material. Many of those prohibitions already exist in our statute, and I think almost every member of this body can agree with removing filth, as Chairman Buckley described it, from our libraries, if it is ever in our libraries. But is it fair to say that our concern is that there are other broad categories, including books that are inconsistent with community values or books that are considered offensive, that those broad categories now could lead to the removal of books where maybe just the majority disagrees with the ideas present in those books? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's absolutely my fear, and that's why I'm standing up here speaking in opposition to this bill.
Are you aware that some of our colleagues have complained about cancel culture?
Yes, I hear that all the time when we're being called snowflakes.
Well, whether it was Nazi book bonfires on the far right or Mao's Cultural Revolution on the far left, book banning is the original cancel culture.
I would agree with you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Plessy.
I ask you guys to vote no on this bill.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to speak against the bill.
Members, I know it's late, and I know a lot of you are tired, and you're tired of hearing about this bill. Let's just talk about the facts of reality. The book that many of you were praising and wanting to talk about, the Bible, was put together by Caesar. It was put together by the Roman government. It was a book that was put together, and we say we believe that what was left in it was ordained by God. That was a form of censorship. When you talk about a form of censorship and you're looking at different authors that are happening, no one is saying let children read or look at pornography. And for the most part, many of you know that I'm actually pretty conservative. I don't like certain things in stores, and many of you are confused about it. I'm not, but I'm someone who believes that we should have certain things not in public for children to see. But when you start banning books that are in libraries, which is not pornography, because unless you have not ever been in a library, you would know that there is not pornography in a library. But what is also more important is, for many of you who forget, there are cell phones and things called VPNs where you as an adult or a child can look up any of the things you're saying you don't want them to have. Unless you're poor and you don't have money, then this is who you are barred from. This is what historically has always happened. If you can stop poor people from being able to read information, books that you deem that are not necessary, then what you're doing is you're trying to change a culture of people from the bottom up. All I'm asking you to do is understand this. History always moves forward, even if it is at a slow pace. And the same histories that you all are trying to protect right now by voting for this bill, you are going to set a precedent one day for someone who is much more left-leaning than you to ban the information that you want your children to be able to read. Just like when you had black children going to schools that were named by Confederate soldiers, and they have been changed, that change will happen. And the history that you are trying to change, you will have set a precedent today saying, yes, we can and we will ban the information that you want to teach your children. Because I'm also going to tell you this, there's a statue of Robert E. Lee in Sabine Pass. My great-grandmother, my fifth great-grandmother was dropped off and sold off as a slave 24 minutes from where I currently live. If you don't think history is going to change, if you don't think the information that is going to change will change, vote for this bill. But do not complain when we no longer teach about the people that you think are patriots, because you are also leaving the door open for when we take down that Confederate statue that you say was for states' rights. This is a state right that you are taking from people, and what you're using is that people are looking at and reading obscene material. Just remember, we also think that is obscene. We also think it should not be taught to children. And when the day comes for you all to have to deal with that, do not complain, because you open the door for us.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez from Dallas to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Here we are again on the verge of passing yet another dangerous bill that is in sync with the rest of your legislative agenda and that will chip away at the freedom of the press, freedom to learn, and the basic tenets of the concept of freedom. To think that some of you even campaign on your fight for individual freedom and liberty is questionable. Individual freedom and rights means rights for every individual. That means all parents, not just the parents you agree with. Every parent has the right to keep their child from reading a book they don't agree with, but you don't have the right to tell other parents what books their kids can read and cannot read. That's the problem with all these book bans. With every censorship bill this body rubber stamps from the Senate, Texas is less free than the day before. With every attempt to silence perspectives and opinions, our students suffer the consequences. And we are ill preparing future generations of Texas kids for the great big world around them. SB 13 would allow for content challenge committees to be established for schools, consisting mostly of parents, that would assemble to determine whether books meet subjective standards for definitions like harmful or educationally unsuitable. This bill would put the entire catalog online and allow for parents to build their own personal ban lists from the comfort of their own home, meaning the bill author has spared problematic parents from embarrassing themselves at school in front of librarians who work really hard for very little money. Members, you must know that this is an insane proposition. And what's even worse is that if a bill is challenged, or a book is challenged and reviewed, the students can't even read the book while the book is being reviewed. Because of all these hoops, all the review, all the voting and convening of the committee, we're likely going to see a chilling effect in the coming years, where members of the community will be hesitant to donate books to any library, whether it's a school or not. And because of the politicization of the public library system, we already know that librarians feel under attack and that there's record levels of distrust between parents, the public, and our libraries. We are losing hardworking librarians because of all these politics you insist on entertaining here on the House floor. By passing this bill, you will close children off to the opportunity and sow distrust between them and their parents. By telling kids they can't let curiosity be their guide, you're actually telling them that the world isn't worth exploring. You're telling them there's no room to grow. You're telling them that if they feel different from everyone else, way down deep inside, that they need to push their uniqueness further down, and you're telling them that they shouldn't spend time getting to know the person they feel they're meant to be. I'm standing up here fighting against this bill and every other bill targeting my community that you've passed this session because I'm afraid for the kids who grew up like I did. Gay and with lots of questions about the fundamentals of life, questions about what it means to be me, and with few answers from adults around me. When the adults around me couldn't answer my questions, I turned to books. When bills like this come up, I think about kids who grew up in communities like mine. They grew up in tight-knit neighborhoods with loving parents, their tíos or tías, their abuelos, abuelas, who would sacrifice anything for their children and their family, but sometimes didn't understand the best way to support them. That's what my household and schools were like growing up. When we debate bills like SB 13, I think about my nieces and my nephews. Being their aunt is one of the greatest privileges of my life, and I'm thankful for the opportunity my brothers and my sister have given me to be present and active in their lives. I also think these kids are lucky to have a loving and cool aunt like me. They are taught the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you, to love one another and be kind to everyone. I think about what would have happened to me if I hadn't had the loving, supportive family I was born into, or the professional educators who dedicated their lives to teach kids to love their curious nature and to love themselves, even when that was hard to get at home. And make no mistake, you will make schools scarier. Kids will be too afraid to speak up, ask questions, learn about themselves, or even ask help from adults. The role will be darker, schools will become less friendly and accepting, and these changes will push LGBTQ kids away from safety of school and education, things that this body claims that they want to improve. We've seen this movie before, folks, not only in this chamber, but throughout history. We're a legislative session away from this body creating a Fahrenheit 451-style fireman department statewide. When we mass ban books, will you be volunteering to empty the shelves in the library, or will you be burning the books in town square with the rest of the crazy folks? LGBTQ kids have been here before too. Repression, subjugation, erasure is littered throughout American history. But if we police our libraries and librarians, we should all be worried about what they will turn to when books aren't there for them. Vote no on SB 13. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hours are waning, and I'll be brief. But let me tell you how we got here. About 2.5 to 3 years ago, there were members of communities that reached out to schools, and they were concerned about some of the library books that they've seen their children have access to. And parents were told in resounding fashion, hey, nothing to see here. I called a superintendent of a very large school district and I said, hey, I've had some complaints about this. I said, I'm certain there's no way that these titles and these subjects and books with these agendas are on your shelves, are they? He said, I can't imagine that they were there. Down to the last title, every single title was there. These are titles that 95% of the members in this chamber have said either publicly or privately, there is no way kids should have access to that. That's what Senate Bill 13 is about. Senate Bill 13 understands that too often and for too long our libraries have been filled with agendas. And it's time to end that. But the way to end it is to empower our local leaders and our parents locally to find some resolution. We have members of this body that got here because they dared to stand up to local leaders that said there's just not a process, or the process was placed back on the parent in an effort that wasn't designed to reach a resolution. Senate Bill 13 creates a framework that will allow these issues to be resolved. It hears the voices of moms and dads and community members, and it ultimately puts it in the hands of locally elected officials that can then act on that. Community standards, local control, parental transparency. We talk about those from the left and the right. We talk about the importance of that all the time in this body. But for some reason, when it comes to this issue, we wax nostalgic about the books we read when we were kids, the books that we know are not involved in this bill. And it is because the ones that are cannot be defended. That is why we're here today. And finally, members, a speaker before me said we should cherish and value books. Well, maybe so. But I would argue we should cherish and value our kids more, and Senate Bill 13 will do exactly that. And with that, I move passage of Senate Bill.
Mr. Speaker. Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Would you yield, Dr. Buckley?
Absolutely.
Chairman Buckley, I am one of those parents. I was appalled by the things that I saw that our children were exposed to, wicked, vile, filth, that clear violations of the Texas Penal Code and the Education Code. It's fair to say that trust has been broken between parents and public schools. As a parent, we want to know that our kids are safe in the libraries. Is it a correct understanding of this bill that trust can be rebuilt by allowing parents transparency in the ability to access what is in our public school libraries?
Absolutely. It gives parents the ability to tell the library, which I think they need to know, which titles that a child should be, that a parent recognizes that they would allow a child to check out. And the other way, you can find out what titles your kids are checking out. And if you see some of those titles, it gives the parent the opportunity to have those conversations with their kids. That's all we want. That's all we ask for.
Is it your understanding that the development of this advisory council in the same model that's been established with the SHAC will provide a way for communities to engage and concerned parents to engage in the process that would inform the trustees of appropriate community standards?
Absolutely. Who knows better? We're talking about parents, we're talking about community members, teachers and librarians, health professionals, everyone that really can reflect the values of a community and what our kids should have access to are front and center in this bill.
So this is a way to emphasize local control.
Yes, and it leads us to a process defined in statute that allows us to resolve these concerns. As a former school board member, I would relish the opportunity to hear back from the community of the things, the titles, and the books that they would expect to be in our libraries. And I think that's a valuable tool for our local boards.
One of the things that I encountered in my journey of protecting children against sexually explicit and age-inappropriate materials that were throughout our libraries, every secondary public school library, was that there was just a lack of a process, not just for removing a book, but also for bringing a book in. One of the things that I encountered a lot was whenever I would ask the question, how do these books get in? How did they get here? A lot of times I would hear, well, they came in with a bulk purchase. And we don't even know what's in our library. It's not possible for a librarian or a school to evaluate every single book in the library. Is this, number one, is this a way to provide for a process of the books that are coming in?
Absolutely. You know, I am certain that as a school board member years ago, that I approved the purchase of books, and that there were probably 2 people in the district that knew what those books were. And in this day and time, given the titles that we've found in some of our schools, and I will also say many schools have done a great job of removing those titles. Others have not. But this would be a great tool to put eyes on those so that we have the standards of a community and our community values reflected in those purchases and that procurement.
And even to that point on a scale, a statewide scale, what would you think that there would be benefit in having consistency of this type of process across the state versus individual ISDs?
I think it builds trust again. And I think that anytime and I'll go back to the SHAC, I think the SHAC process has built trust in our communities on the types of materials as far as health education that we have. And our SHAC communities have gone beyond that as well to provide wellness opportunities throughout school districts and are really doing great things. And that's because we brought parents and teachers and everyone together to solve a problem and then came to an agreement.
Does this bill add new definitions to the mandated standards that are already prohibited by Texas Public Schools?
Yes. Indecent content and profane content.
Does a SLAC committee have to follow the mandated standards when recommending materials?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Does a SLAC committee have to follow the mandated standards when recommending materials?
Yes.
So this is consistent with the laws that we've enacted and we've agreed upon?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a framework. It's a guideline for them to follow as they put their eyeballs on these materials.
The value in creating this standard across the state is because children across the state, no matter what zip code, deserve to be protected. And parents need the tools to engage in their neighborhood schools and ensure that their children are safe, that their children are protected, and also that there is a process to engage. I thank you for bringing this bill. I actually testified for this legislation in the 88th, seeing the value of it, and I'm so grateful for all of these efforts that it's come to this point, and parents are finally empowered with protecting their children and building that trust again with our public schools.
All right.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you very much. All right. I move. Not yet.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Dr. Buckley, would you
Absolutely.
yield?
I want to clarify something that I think I just heard you say a while ago, which, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you were insinuating and said, actually used the word agenda, that as if librarians have an agenda that they're trying to impose on our students. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, I think when you look at some of the titles that were in our schools that many parents found startling, I think you would claim that they're, if not an agenda, certainly a difference of opinion is what was appropriate for children.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 13. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Did they? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes, 57 nays, Senate Bill 13 passes to third reading.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Alcott, for what purpose?
I move that the comments made by Representative Harrison in his personal privilege speech be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Winter, for what purpose?
I move to reduce the debate on SB 13 to writing and place it in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 11, SB 24, SB 31, SB 21 7, SB 24 3, SB 26 3, SB 264, SB 370, SB 387, SB 502, SB 663, SB 860, SB 868, SB 890, SB 916, SB 965, SB 995, SB 1019, SB 1036, SB 1171, SB 1212, SB 1254, SB 1259, SB 1278, SB 1353, SB 1372, SB 1376, SB 1379, SB 1401, SB 1404, SB 1451, SB 1470, SB 1498, SB 1547, SB 1589, SB 1598, SB 1667, SB 1737, SB 1818, SB 1902, SB 1937, SB 1939, SB 1940, SB 1948, SB 2064, SB 2069, SB 2127, SB 2129, SB 2139, SB 2165, SB 2216, SB 2237, SB 2443, SB 2514, SB 2543, SB 2569, SB 2580, SB 2581, SB 2798, SB 2801, SB 3031, SB 3034, SB SCR 5, SCR 8, SCR 21, SCR 32, SCR 49.
The chair lays out SB 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 552 by Huffman relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudications, community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 9 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.